And welcome to the ePremier League, specifically Group C, because that's what we're going to be covering live here. Al, do you want to start off taking us through the group?
Yeah, hello everyone and welcome. We're bringing you a big Group C, one that we're looking forward to going through and bringing to you today. Group C is made up of 5 teams in total. We have got Crystal Palace, which is made up of Ethan and Nick Sneb, who are very good UK players, along with a lot of players in this group as well. Then we do also have Leeds United, which is Ollie Ito and M. Haywood.
Yeah, I mean, next up, we also got Man United with HP and Poacher.
Yep.
And then following that, we have Southampton, who has Robbie, Wilson, and Fisher. So another 2 good players. It's a pretty stacked group.
It is a very stacked group. We do have Wolverhampton Wanderers with Joey and Kai FIFA as well. I mean, take a look at that, runners. Do you have any lead favourites?
I do. I'm back in Crystal Palace in this one for sure. Okay, you got big hitters, but Crystal Palace, Ethan and Nick Snell, I love these boys. I'm backing them all the way.
Oh, yeah. Okay. For you guys at home, obviously, for keeping an eye out, you may be looking at Leeds with Ollie Ito and M. Haywood as well. 2 almost very different players. I think the big thing to take into account when we're looking across these groups is the format, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I mean, you're going to be starting every single game on the Xbox leg. Yeah. So that's going to be the first matchup. And then the second matchup is always going to be on PlayStation. So what you're going to have is these 2 legs, and it's an aggregate scoreline.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what you can see here for our first game, which will be coming up very shortly. You can see that Robbie Wilson, playing on Xbox, will be up against Joey on Xbox. And that's going to be the same way for the whole of this tournament, Xbox first. Which, if you're a player, runners, how does that kind of come into the conversation with each other?
I mean, it really depends on how you play. You have one player who's going to be out there playing a normal game every single time. They're going to start at 0-0. But then you head over to the PlayStation play, and they can't really prepare all that much because they might go into a game that they've lost the first like 3-0. They weren't even playing.
Yeah.
And they have to have setups for that, but then also they could have the lead. And they have to have setups to hold out a lead. So they're going to be playing a completely different game. Yeah,
it does kind of vary. Obviously, we do see the players kind of getting ready and warming up to go ahead and get into a game. But I think it's something that a lot of players have been thinking about and, you know, think about your pairings and going in onto Xbox. And I think the first thing now for this first game, when you're getting into it, is just make sure you give your teammate a chance in that second leg.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're outmatched or whatever and you go on to lose the game, that's one thing. But you cannot throw in the towel and get absolutely destroyed, because if you do and you're down 5-0, you're giving your teammate practically no chance. If you feel like, you're struggling, keep it a low scoreline, give your teammate that chance.
Yeah, it is going to be a very interesting matchup. And obviously, here at the studios, as we do just take a look at Joey, who is playing for Wolves. He's got his background, he's got his teams around him, he's got his players around him, and they'll just be there kind of giving him that support, making sure that he's keeping his head.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know Joey has Ricky with him, I believe.
Yep.
Who's coaching him for this event, as you can see in the background right there. And then, obviously, you got the Southampton boys on the other side as well. So it's an interesting setup, right? You got the pod. These guys are literally across from each other.
Yeah.
Completely different. We're first time back at LAN, of course, in a few years. And a lot of these players have only played online tournaments.
Yeah.
This is first LAN for so many people, including Robbie Wilson.
Yeah, and the ePremier League have made a big thing about getting the players close together so you can feel that atmosphere. Like you said, we've not had LAN events for a few years with the situation going on. So to have these players back in that LAN event, it's a completely different feel.
It is, but it's also going to be interesting because LAN is completely different.
Yeah.
Not only, you just add this event and all that, playing against that other player, like I said, you can feel the pressure, and you might actually completely play differently to what you used to online. You're obviously at a venue, you got a different setup, the monitor might not be where you're used to it being, it might not be the same size, you're not in the same chair, so you got to be quick to adjust.
Yeah, definitely. And going into it, obviously for the players picking their teams, they have to use current Premier League players and former Premier League players. How do you think teams are going to come up? Are we going to see sort of similar sides from everyone, or do you think there's going to be some variety?
I think there'll be a bit of variety, because obviously you still got that personal preference here and there, right? Absolutely. But you're still going to have, your Rude Hullets and whatnot. You're going to have the staples. But yeah, I think there will be a bit of variety here and there.
Yeah, definitely. We will look forward to it. Obviously, players have their personal preference. I think for the attack, you'll probably see the same thing across the board.
Pretty much.
I think it's defence where people tend to go, you know what, I actually prefer maybe this fullback at centre-back or vice versa. And then the goalkeeper position as well. Who would you go for if you were picking your goalkeeper?
I'm tried and tested Van der Sar. Like my man Eric example,
Yeah.
he loves a bit of Van der Sar, and I do too. He's just most consistent.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to make these crazy saves all the time, but he will let you down the least.
Yeah.
And that's what I care about.
Yeah, for sure. For going into it as well, with this first game, if it was you, obviously, you know, being a former player yourself, Runners, would you be sat there and wanting to have a bit of a patient start, maybe looking to hold the ball, or would you want to be aggressive and get in the face of the opponent?
Nah, absolutely. I love being patient, okay? So what I actually really care about is getting kickoff in my first game at LAN, because I want that ball and I want to hold it, because I just want to settle the nerves. Everybody's got the nerves. I don't care if you're Tex. You have nerves going into this.
Yeah.
It's just simple as. Nobody is going to be feeling perfectly relaxed. So yeah, a bit of possession, love it. Absolutely, I'm all for that.
Well, for you at home, what would you be doing right now? If you were at a LAN event for the first time, would you want an aggressive play style? Would you want to be patient, maybe look to hold the ball? And do you think you would be a little bit nervous? But nerves can be good as well.
They can. They get you stimulated. They get you focused, to be fair. And, you know, some would argue nerves are just excitement.
Yeah.
You know, so take that as you will.
Yeah, definitely. And with the players that we have got in Robbie and Joey, talk to me a little about Robbie. What do you know about him?
All I know is he's going to blitz people. This dude is crazy. I'm worried if I'm Joey. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. He's going to fly. I think he's also so young that I think he might actually not let the pressure get to him.
Yeah.
I think he might go out there and just express himself, play his game, and absolutely fly at Joey. And it could actually get very ugly very fast.
That's a bold prediction there. I mean, we were speaking to Joey last night, and he knows that this first game against Robbie is a task for him. So I think he's just got to go in with as much confidence as he can, and yeah, try and look to get a result. And as we said, going into that second leg, it is the massive thing, and we are going to be repeating ourselves a lot today in saying that the second leg is, you know, the most crucial one in a way. You just want to make sure that you give in your opponent, your partner, that chance to win that match.
No, absolutely. But to be fair, I was a little harsh on Joey. Joey's an extremely experienced player.
Yep.
And, okay, I'll be honest, he's not going to let this game run away.
Yeah.
At the very worst, if he does feel like he is getting outmatched, like I said, he's definitely experienced enough, composed enough to switch up his tactics and maybe just do damage limitation and set up Kai, his teammate, to actually have a chance in that second leg.
And I believe Joey as well, his wife and his little one is just about to turn 1, and he's missing Mother's Day this weekend, the first Mother's Day. So his wife told him, Joey, you've got to perform. If you're missing Mother's Day, you've got to make sure you get the results.
I mean, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
that's very fair.
Very fair.
I think so too, and I'm sure that's all he's thinking about.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully we'll see a bit of action there from Jerry as we do kind of get things lined up as we go and get into our game very shortly. For Robbie and Joey, do you have any preferred sort of formations that we might see?
Well, I know Joey does love the 4-2-3-1 and like the 4-4-2. He's not a narrow player.
Yeah.
Now, this could completely change, but in all the time I've known Joey in multiple years, he just loves his standard passing. You know, he's not going to hit you with shot cancel. He's not going to do anything crazy. He's just going to play his game.
Yeah, and we'll look forward to it as you go ahead and kick things off. Robbie kicking in the left to right, and then Joey from right to left in the warp skit.
So let's see if we do see some possession to start off. Although it doesn't look like it lost it straight away. See, that would make me nervous now. I don't want to lose this ball. But you see the experience of Joey. Look, he's just calming it down. Simple pass, little ball will keep possession. Little switch, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the experience, I'm telling you.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you first get in, Joey, with that experience, will just want to look to hold the ball and just look to build up onto his first attack.
But you can see, this is a patient build-up, right? You're just playing it side to side, chilling, getting a feel for the game. You've not played, like, this is everybody's first game. It's not even like they've played any games, which will happen later in the day. People will be more comfortable, but at the moment, you're just going to see a lot of just slow build-up, I think, at the start. Yeah,
and obviously these players have been warming up prior to the game as well in the practice arena, so just kind of getting things going to make sure they're nice and warm when they get on there, but nothing kind of compares to actually when you get on that stage. The cameras are on, the lights are on, and pressure comes.
Nah, absolutely. It's a completely different feel than the practice arena. At least the hands will be warm and they'll have a better feel, as we have the finesse, but Not even in the corner. It was straight at the
No,
goalkeeper.
we're gonna see that a lot today, aren't we? Outside of the box, looking for the finesse shots, the green time finesse shots specifically. They are really strong on FIFA 22 right now. So I think we're going to see quite a few goals from that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's my personal go-to. I do love a finesse shot now this year, mainly because I'm just really good at green timing finesses. You know what I like about finesses, and I don't think it's talked about enough, is the animation is very similar a lot of time. So as opposed to timing a regular shot, with a green finesse, I feel like you can also muscle memory it.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah. I think for me, when people are asking how do you learn to green time finesse, you're not really looking directly at the player's leg. You just go off that muscle memory because you know the time it takes for the player to go ahead and strike the ball. But just kind of take a look at some of the teams as well. We see Jade and Sancho for Joey out on that right wing. Obviously the 5-star on that.
Easy block.
Yeah, big block. And we're going to see, again, another one of them things today. Blocks on FIFA 22. Players looking to get numbers behind the ball. I think from people that, were saying, how can I defend better? Just get numbers behind that ball.
Absolutely. I mean, whether it's the AI making an interception or whether it's a block coming through, it's absolutely huge because a lot of the time a defender is more of a problem than a goalkeeper. Literally, if you're trying to score a goal, it's really hard to get past that goalkeeper.
Yeah, it is very difficult. As we have had a very, very slow and patient start so far to this game. We're 20 minutes in, and the only chance really so far falling to Robbie in the 18-yard box with a very simple block. I think both players maybe feeling the nerves a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. But I think Robbie is actually definitely being more aggressive, right?
Oh, yeah.
He has been going forward. So he's been playing his game, but I've seen a few more mistakes than I would normally see out of him. So that could 100% be the nerves.
Yeah, quite possibly. As with Vieira, looking to link up with Hullet. An interesting choice with Vieira. So I don't think we see him as much as we used to, maybe.
Yeah, like, I still love Vieira. I still think he's great. But nowadays, a lot of the pros just do not like him. I think... Oh, it's offside. It's offside.
Offside straight away for Joey. A very, very big chance. Got to come through. Look for that little chip. We saw the McGeady spin as well there from the St. Maximin, which skill moves throughout FIFA 22. You're going to see so many advanced skill moves that you probably haven't even seen so far on the game. We're looking at skill cancels, shot cancels, elasticos, reverse elasticos being probably one of the favourites.
Yeah, well, that's where the game has really transitioned in recent years, I feel. It's really gone to skill moves being a super effective way to really get past that last defender. Because honestly, just from left stick dribbling, you're not going to be able to create a shot. Like you mentioned, the blocks are so strong that honestly, it's very hard to get a shot off without it getting blocked, without selling that defender with a skill move.
Yeah, as we nearly giving away the ball there. I think for FIFA players and the top level players in general, they try to work that perfect chance. And we are going to be looking at that and analysing it and breaking it down. And it's something that these players can use and utilise to their advantage of saying, you know what, I'm going to work that pretty much 100% chance. If I am taking a shot, it's almost a guaranteed goal.
Yeah, see, I was never actually a fan of that. No. When I was competing. I thought that they were overcomplicating too much, and I think they had too much trust in the goalkeepers. Sometimes you just got to go for it, man. Yeah. And you would be really surprised how often it does just end up in the back of the net, as we see Joey here passing it in. Oh, the rebound, and that will be 1-0.
And that is, like you said there, sometimes just taking a shot. The angle wasn't really in his favour. What happened? Schmeichel palms it straight back out, and the rebound is there to tap it in and make it 1-0. So here we were, curse of the commentators maybe, saying Robbie will be on top, and Robbie will be the man looking to dominate, and it's Joey that takes the 1-0 lead.
It is, and maybe it was a tactical masterclass, because I actually want Joey to win, So.
No bias here. No bias here.
No bias.
No bias. But yeah, going back to that original point of players looking to work that 100% chance, that's something that I tried to talk about a lot, that sometimes take that 60% chance, that 70% chance, because the rebound may be there, the goalkeeper may palm it, you might get a corner from it. There's so many different things that can play a part, and I think FIFA players as a whole can get almost sucker punched into wanting to go, I just want a goal, a goal, a goal, and sometimes you've got to take that pot shot. Yeah, no,
I can see the understanding. They really back themselves to create that 100% chance, and of course they don't want any luck to be involved. They want to know this ball is going to go in and it's going to be a goal. So that makes sense, but honestly, I love just taking shots here and there and getting whatever happens.
Rashford breaking away down the left wing up against Ruben Diaz, who does not want to be out on this corner. Diaz looking to just jockey, and he does win that ball. 43 minutes on the clock now. Ranners, if you're playing, you're looking to have the last attack here?
No, absolutely. You got it. But I'm telling you, Robbie isn't that sort of player. As you can see, he gets dispossessed because he was going forward too fast. And that's really the ages coming into play here.
Yeah.
The lack of LAN experience specifically really is showing right there.
Yeah, and as Joey will just look to tick down this clock and take it in at half-time, 1-0. Surprising first half?
Yeah. Well, the game has looked like I thought it would look.
Yep.
With Robbie kind of, you know, just going at him. But Joey's more than held his own, has got a 1-0 lead, defended perfectly, and he's actually in the driver's seat here.
He is indeed. And reminder that this is the first time some of these players throughout the day have been on stage at a FIFA event.
No, absolutely. And
playing at home, in comfort of your own home, you might have your socks off, feet up, chilling. It's completely different.
yeah, no, and I think that's how it's happened the last few years. Obviously, everything has been online. And so these people don't have much experience. A lot of people don't, and there you can actually see the expected goal. I'm very surprised by that. I feel like Southampton have higher than a 0.2 XG, but guess not.
Yeah, the XG stat being something that a lot of people like to debate, as we do just see some tactical changes from Joey. He's got Vieira and Hullet in the middle. St. Maximin playing in that centre attacking mid-role, and Ronaldo, that foot birthday up front. Interesting to see, you know, players picking between the team of the year Ronaldo, the foot birthday Ronaldo. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it is very interesting. And I feel like the majority are going for that foot birthday at the moment. And for me, I'm foot birthday all day. Yeah. I'm such a big believer in the 5-star week for people tell me all the day, 4 stars basically the same.
It's not.
It's just not.
It's just
it's
not.
just not, man. Especially outside the box finesse.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
The 5-star week for is huge, but no, I'm sorry. I'm not hearing it. 5-star week for is king.
Yeah, definitely. As we do kick things off in the second half with Joey for Wolves taking the 1-0 lead from a rebound goal, working it down towards the byline. And it's going to be interesting to see how Robbie for Southampton does kind of bounce back from this. Is he going to manage to equalise, maybe even go even further?
No, I reckon he still has goals in him. Like this build-up, you can see him here with Hullet passing inside to Sancho. Across. Oh, little rebound like we said.
Kante on the edge. Kante not the man that you want there. You want to try and find someone else. Ruud Hullet. He's got Ronaldo next to him. He plays the pass into Ronaldo. Lays it off one more. St. Maximin. A big tackle from Rudiger. Rudiger being an absolute force at the back, as he is for so many Ultimate Team players.
Nah, he's really such a good foot at him. You know, I packed him on tradable this year. Played so many games with him. It's sensational.
Yeah, he is. And I think we can already see the intent from Robbie coming into the second half now. Already looking to drive towards the byline, working that one extra pass off across, trying to get that guaranteed goal.
Yeah, no, and I don't believe this game will end without Southampton scoring. I just don't. I think he's too good at attacking. But Joey, you know, he's been pretty solid defensively. And I was going to say in possession, but he actually just loses it there with St. Maximin going forward now with a Rashford and a Hullet. He does like his quick passes as well. You can see Hullet sending it to Kante. It's just quick passes. Nice build-up here from Robbie. Can he find somebody in the box? Ooh.
I think Joey's doing a really good job right now, though, of forcing him out towards the wing and protecting the middle as he does lose the ball. Just managed to win that back. But he's doing such a good job of protecting the middle with the Vieira, with the Hullet, and saying, look, if you want the ball, you got to go to the wing and you got to try and beat me down the byline. And he feels comfortable enough right now that his Cancelo, his Walker are going to be, you know, able to match that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, doing that obviously cuts out the finesse shots because you got too many bodies in the middle. And yeah, he just backs himself to win those defenses along the wing, which is all he's giving up.
Cancelo step in and win the ball from Jadon Sancho. Can Robbie look to catch anything on this break?
Sancho on the right wing doesn't find him though.
He hasn't really just got any passes he can lay into that, you know, that final third and look to really get through the midfield of Joey right now. Joey defending very well, and as we said at the start, numbers behind the ball. Ronaldo, the furthest man, he's 40 yards away from the goal.
Exactly right. So it's so difficult to pass through this. Even here, you've still got Vieira like in your own box, Hullet in his box practically as well.
Driven. Rashford plays it off. Linking up with the 1-2. That man Rudiger again.
Oh, he's everywhere. But also, it was a nice McGeady cancel.
Yeah.
We saw there to create some extra space. But then what I feel like happens is he tries to just left stick dribble for that final shot, and it's just not working. He needs an additional skill move to create a shooting opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. And for us, obviously, on the commentary desk, it's very easy for us to say, do this, do that. The players doing the best that they can and trying to find their way to beat their opponent.
Oh, as Rashford gets in here. Back to St. Maximin. Gotta be with Ronaldo. Can he finds something. It's just that, oh, he's so close every time because he's like getting into the box, which is like at this level, just getting into the box is difficult, okay? But he just can't get that kind of last chance. As you see, a pause actually has been queued as well.
We will see some changes coming in very shortly. But Joey right now doing such a good job of slowing the game down, dictating it. I think Robbie's not been able to hit on the counter. You know, you say about you trying to beat those men and get that kind of clear-cut chance. It's very difficult to do when Joey, look already, numbers back. Robbie has to be quicker on the attack, look to spring it around that little bit quicker to try and find those gaps.
Yeah, we talked about that 4-2-3-1 that, of course, Joey is running. Who intercepted that, Al? Who intercepted that? It was Rudiger. Again.
Always Rudiger.
Again.
Always Rudiger. But we did see there, and that's a bit of a change from Robbie, the La Croqueta cancelled pass, just finding his way in, using that advantage, using that kind of angle, and getting into the 18-yard box, but the one pass just unfortunately being intercepted by Rudiger.
Oh, as we get another chance here, we need to see something. Oh, the pass goes through. Oh, what a save!
Schmeichel.
Damn. Okay, maybe my Van der Sar got to go. Yeah. Maybe Schmeichel is that guy.
I feel for Robbie right there. If that's you, you've worked that chance, you've been patient, you've changed the tempo, you've gone for those little quick touches, those little one-touch passes and first-time passes, and Schmeichel has just said, nope, you're not scoring today.
Not on my watch, he said. Damn, that was a ridiculous save. I was convinced it was a goal. That had to be, right?
It had to be. It had to be. I mean, on the other end, you think about Joey's goal and the goal that we got there. Schmeichel just palming it back out and saying, here you are, have the rebound. Joey Schmeichel, no, he's had his Weetabix this morning. He's not allowing that.
No, he's just built different, man. Yeah. He's feeling it. So that's an unfortunate break now for Robbie, especially with only 12 minutes remaining in the game. There's not a lot of time here. The clock is dwindling. So we'll have to see, can he get that equalizer? Of course, he has a corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and corners, you know, we think about player locks, a feature which is used on FIFA 22 by the top players. They can be really useful on corners.
Yeah, they can. You can obviously select certain players. You can make different runs with those player locks, knock it on, and get a goal. But we'll see what he goes for.
An interesting thing here is that we pulled up CR7 short. You know, CR7 so good in the air, going short. That's not where you want him. Possibly looking to try and work an angle in for a cross, pull it out on that right-hand side. CR7's back in the box now, though. Kante. And the numbers back for Joey right now.
Every time. Oh, as he does find a pass, though. Inside Ronaldo, it's got to be. Had to be Ronaldo. And guess what? 5-star week for. We've been talking about it, bro.
Yeah. 9 minutes to go. And Robbie does pull it back and make it 1-1 in this first leg between Southampton and Wolves. Joey defended so well for 82 minutes. And as we were saying, numbers back. Robbie just does one pass, bang, finds his way in.
I did not see that pass. I'll be honest, I did not see that. He had incredible vision to create that chance. And he was composed when it mattered and got the finish.
Yeah, using the left foot dribbling to shift it onto CR7's left foot and managing to get the equaliser. As we will see now, Joey just looking to kind of be a little bit slower on the ball, looking to switch it, maybe playing for that last attack, using a bit of game management as Salah does drive down the right wing. St. Maximin coming back to help out in defence with Cancelo.
I mean, Robbie's looking pretty compact here as well.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not just Joey, as we see a bit ambitious ball there. But
Patrick Vieira is out of position now, so he needs to get back and help on this counter-attack. You can see him charging through the middle. Hullet is going to have to recycle and come back to Varane. So this will be the last attack. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to find a winner in this first leg?
Does he have the composure to hold it? He doesn't! He doesn't! So now it's going to be Joey on the last attack.
The game is always changing. Cantona on the ball. 1 minute of added time.
Oh, that's poor. That is poor, but he had to kind of go for it here, and I think... Oh.
That is going to be...
it should be game, potentially, last attack. Oh, it is a last... Ooh, that could have been interesting real fast.
A little dink ball there, possibly over the top, instead of going on the ground. Could have found a way in. But that is 1-1 in the first leg, so it's all to play for in the next leg.
Absolutely. Now, this is pretty cool, because it actually sets up the second leg. Perfect. Neither of these teammates are going to be disappointed with that result. They're going to feel like they have a fair chance now, because they're not going in with a lead they have to chase or whatnot. So it's going to be pretty good second leg.
And if you're Southampton, are you feeling more confident that Michael now can go in and just be told, just play your game, do what you do best?
I do think so.
Yeah.
You know, he's had a phenomenal season. I think he's a really good player, and him not having to chase the lead now and just allow to play his game should, in theory, go really well for Southampton. But we can't count anybody out in this. We were backing Robbie. Well, I was. I don't want to say we, but I was backing him so much, and Joey turned up, and honestly, it really just kind of shows the level that we've got at this event. Everybody is just really, really good.
Yeah, definitely. As we do see the Ronaldo goal on that left foot, we spoke about it, the 5-star weak foot being absolutely crucial for these players, and CR7 delivering the goods there. So that is 1-1. A reminder for you at home, what does that mean? We go into a second leg, 1 match, 90 minutes, with it all to play for. If it is a draw at the end of the match, that's how it stays. 1 point.
Yeah, exactly. So in that group format, you obviously got the 3 points for the win.
Yep.
The 1 point for the draw, and obviously no points for the loss. So it's just literally the aggregate score of these 2 legs.
Yeah, and the top 2 teams at the end of the day, at the end of the group, they're the ones that advance through.
Exactly. They'll be playing in the quarterfinals and onwards tomorrow.
Yeah, and that will be very interesting to see who is doing that. But I think that was maybe what we could have expected at the same time for the first game, first LAN event again for many of these players in many, many years. A settled game. You know, there was a few mistakes, giving away the ball in a few areas. We saw it in the middle of the pitch, just a few sloppy passes, but given kind of the expectations and how long it's been since the last one, it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, it was always going to be that kind of cagey affair to kind of feel, a bit sloppy here and there, but, you know, all in all, 1-1, pretty solid result for both sides, and like I said, second leg. Do you want to make a prediction for this or not?
I think Southampton are going to grab the win.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same. I'm interested to see Kai play, though. I'll be honest, I have not seen Kai play much.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how he's going to turn up to this event. Obviously, I've seen Fisher. We know how Fisher plays. Yeah. He really does blitz people. But to see how Kai kind of matches up against him is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And the first game obviously was played on Xbox, and we move over to PlayStation for our second leg as well, with the players playing on their preferred console. But yeah, as you said, I'm looking forward to seeing how Kai does. Obviously, it's when players come into it, you can get more talks about the players that have been performing really well and whatnot, but the pressure more so can at times be on them. And that's something that obviously we may see here with Michael, that everyone's talking about him. Everyone knows the name. He's had such a good season so far this year that the expectation's on him to perform right now. Me and you are sat here and saying, Michael, he's going to win. So Kai might just be like, yeah, that's fine. People can do the talking. I was speaking actually to some of the lads in our group, in the Group C that we've got here with Foot with Ethan. And even he was saying that sometimes he's such a good FIFA player, but he goes under the radar in the conversations, which he's happy with that. He's like, that's fine. Keep me out of the conversations. Let me play my game. And that's how he excels.
Yeah, it's really just one of those where he's been a really good player for a lot of years now, right? And you can put him kind of up there with anybody. Yeah. But, he really does go under the radar. That's actually a great point. And, yeah, I guess it doesn't give him as much pressure, and he can definitely perform, you know, the way he wants to then in that case. I know when I was playing, I loved Underdog. Yeah. I thought that felt way better. Yeah. Because you just went in and you had these people who had such high expectations on them. And, you know, they're obviously great players, but it really does just kind of... It can affect you mentally. It can, and it can make you not maybe play your game as free-flowing as, say, me, who was just rocking up as an underdog, right? So... we'll see how it kind of pans out.
Yeah, and for this next match, are you expecting any sort of change of play style? I was quite surprised in that game that we saw a few crosses here and there. As a whole, though, both players looking to be slow in their attack, work it into that final third, 18-yard box, pass off across. That's what they were looking for, and a byline. There wasn't really many crosses from deep, I'd say, and also we saw one shot from Rashford from range, and then nothing else.
Yeah, that was funny, because we started talking about the finesse and everything, and then they ended up being not another long shot for the whole 90 minutes. Now, what you actually mentioned during the game was when he called Ronaldo short for that corner. Yeah. And you were talking about, well, now he's not going to be much use in the air. The thing is, they were not crossing. No. So I guess Robbie looked at that and was just like, well, that does not bother me. Yeah. I'm not going to be crossing to him anyways, so I'm fine for him to just dribble with the ball. Yeah, and that's obviously something that players do use to their advantage. And I'm expecting Kai, from what we know of him, a little bit maybe a 4-4-2. I think 4-4-2 is a formation which we're going to see a lot this weekend. Players preferring, as a whole, the two-striker formations. The 4-2-3-1, still very viable, can work. You know, we saw it there with Joey. But the 4-4-2 just allows you to be quicker on the attack, I'd say, to break away, link up with those strikers. I think what now is so common for a lot of FIFA players, and you probably use them yourself, Ranners, is
Send the one runner on your striker, get him gone, lay it into your other one, first time over a top through ball, and go.
Absolutely. And it's just so powerful, right? It is a cheap kind of method of creating chances, right? But, you know, if it works, it works. And obviously, with the 4-2-3-1, like you said, that you can't really do those two striker strategies. But I don't know. I think there's still a lot to be said for kind of the build-up you can play in 4-2-3-1 and how ridiculously strong it is defensively. We saw that team get back and not give Robbie space to create attacks.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you know, people are thinking, how can I do this in champs, in rivals and whatnot? Down on the D-pad, press up, the striker drop back, and your Ronaldo sat 35 yards away from goal.
As simple as. Yeah. Simple as.
I'm sure the viewers are probably going, Analyst, can you please stop telling people how to sit deep? We don't want that. As you see Kai getting ready, getting his settings all set up and whatnot. And a big thing as well that some players forget at times at these events, go to controller settings. Make sure you get your settings, because everyone's got personal preference.
Yeah, that actually brings me back to when I played, I think, was it Fully? Potentially back in Gfinity in like 2018. Oh, it could have been TAS. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, somebody had the controller settings like inverted from the person beforehand.
Yeah.
And they had the wrong settings initially. And like that is like in a tournament to not. Yeah, you got to check. I mean, not just controller settings, camera settings as well.
Sure.
You want your exact setup. And yeah, people can forget. But I mean, hopefully these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, as we see Kai and Michael Fisher both getting ready, getting warmed up, getting everything they want set up. As we said, Michael Fisher had such a good year so far across the board. For everyone that may be new to FIFA esports, there's tournaments on a regular basis in the FGS system, and the whole purpose is to get to the playoffs at the end of the year, which is obviously something that's on the line for the top 3 players here this weekend at the ePREMIER League, and Michael Fisher's one of them ones that's definitely in the conversation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his seeding is just so high, his ranking, I should say. From SGS, he obviously finished second at FGS1, kind of towards the start of the season.
Yeah.
And he really came out and just surprised everybody. Like, we actually need to talk about how crazy he's actually been this year.
Yeah.
Because he has been that guy.
That 4-1-2-1-2 narrow gives me nightmares.
No, do you know, like, what he did with those tactics? I mean, we love doing tactics, right? We love doing tactics videos and whatnot. But he whipped out that crazy 4-1-2-1-2 narrow and just started blitzing everybody, had a crazy FGS1. And now, to be fair, he's not kind of reached that standard that he achieved at the start of the season. He has kind of slightly fell back, but he's still been a very good player, obviously.
Yeah, he has. As we do just take a look at the team of Michael. Kante in the middle with Hullet, a bit different there from the Vieira that we saw last game. Varane and Ruben Diaz at the back with Reece James. As I said, the defense, I think, is where we see players choose different items.
No, you got it right. I mean, you wouldn't catch me using Reece James, I'll be honest. Even though I'm a Chelsea fan, but Kyle Walker is my guy. Kyle Walker is the best right back in the game, and I don't want to hear it. Other than Timothy Hakimi.
As that João Cancelo at left back as well.
Oh, that is a card. That is a card. João Cancelo.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I play in midfield, but
yeah,
that's one of those.
And you let us know wherever you are watching. Which item would you prefer in your team on that? I mean, even the bench is absolutely stacked.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous bench.
Absolutely mental. But from this, if we're looking at that, we probably will be seeing some form of two-striker formation, the Saint Maximin and the Ronaldo possibly at the top together. And I think the big thing that we're looking across here, across all of these items, bar really Kante, is the fact that 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot pretty much across the board. Hullet with a 4-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, it really just is so important.
Yeah.
Right? It's like people don't. People do value it, but like I feel like it's still a bit undervalued to this day. How important 5-star skills and 5-star weak foot can be. Obviously, when you have stuff like the reverse elastico being so effective this year, you can only do that with 5-star skills. So that leads to a lot of people pretty much needing 5-star skill attackers to create those chances. And then obviously even playing passes or taking those finesse shots like we mentioned, a 5-star weak foot is just so nice to not make you predictable. That's the keyword, predictable. If you're 3-star weak foot, 3-star skill move, if you're like using a Haaland or whatever, you're just predictable.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. You know what you're doing, so it makes you easy to defend.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's something that, we put across to players when we're coaching and whatnot, and just talking to players and helping them get better, is variety in the attack, ask questions. What we mean by that is don't go for the same thing over and over and over again. And having the 5-star skin with the 5-star weak foot just keeps people guessing. It makes them harder for them to understand. So if you 1 minute you can go for reverse elastico, but then you can shift it onto the weak foot to go for that long range finesse, that's so hard to defend.
Absolutely. But
so then, let's take a look at the current score from leg 1. Obviously, we saw Robbie Wilson bring back that game against Joey and make it 1-1. And into the second leg again.
Yeah, Fisher against Kai FIFA. Should be good. Should be good. I do want to see a blitzing, because I hyped up the blitzing leg 1. We didn't get it. Okay, we didn't get it. It was a very composed game. Leg 2, you need to go for the 3 points. Let's be honest. 3 points so valuable. 1 point for the draw, it's okay. But 3 points to start off your campaign, the momentum you would get from that would just be so huge. So I think Fisher, well, he'll demand the 3 points, actually. He'll be going for it up until the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big thing is don't lose your first game. If you get a point, it is what it is. You can be happy enough with that. But 3 points is so crucial. These players obviously have got all of their group games to play today. So you really have got to be on your form and make sure you get everything right. You do. But I still think momentum is the one. It's the key, because whoever loses this game, even if it's a draw, they're going to be a bit deflated going into the next game. Whereas if you win, you're feeling great. You can arguably take more risks, because now you're actually already on the board. You've got your 3 points, and you can just power on and go for it. So we'll see how that plays out. And the thing that obviously people need to think about as well is that these players are playing all the games today, but we're only watching one game at a time in each group. So what that means for you is that you're never going to miss any of the action in Group C, but for the players, that's a bit of time between when they next play. No, it is, and a lot of things is going to come into that. Like, people are going to be making sure they're eating, making sure they're hydrated, making sure the energy levels stay high. Yeah. You could have a game now, and then you might have a game in 4 hours. Right, so it's gonna be a lot about management of just basically your well-being. Yeah, and again, people will be going, yeah, but I play FIFA, 5 hours all in one go, or I can pick up a controller now and then I can play in 3 minutes or 3 hours or something. It doesn't matter. But the level that these players are at, you have to make sure that you maintain that high form. Absolutely. I mean, even simple stuff like hydration is going to be huge. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. If you are kind of in between the games, what would you be doing? Would you still be playing FIFA? Would you play a little game here and there? How would you approach it? So what I would do personally is, if my game was within, say, an hour, that's when I'd be warming up, I'd be practicing again. But if I have this huge kind of 3-hour break, I'm going for a walk, I'm getting some sunshine, I'm getting some food, I'm getting water, I'm listening to music. Yeah. I'm clearing my head, I'm making myself just comfortable. And then when it gets to about an hour, I'll come back, I'll get the practice in, and I'll be warmed up going in. But I feel like if you over-practice, that's the thing. You can over-practice easily, and then by the time you actually get to your game, you're actually burnt out. You're burnt out from playing, and you'll play worse. You'll deteriorate, and you'll actually play worse. And some of those players might need a break. And talking of breaks, we're going to have one ourselves, and we'll be bringing you the action for the second leg from our first game in Group C in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Group C specifically, we're heading in shortly into the second leg between Southampton and Wolverhampton Wanderers. So who do you got?
Well, we've had a little chat during the break, kind of thinking and talking about how that first game went. And we were quite surprised by the result, really. I think Joey, was speaking to him yesterday, and he said that he knew he was up against it, so he's going to be over the moon with that. Now he's passing it over to Kai and saying, look, I've done what I needed to do. I've got a draw. That's fine. Now you go and beat Michael Fisher. Sounds easier than that, but,
Yeah, just win. Just win. Simple as, but of course, that is the definition of easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely.
Beating Michael Fisher is not going to be easy at all. Do you think Wolves would be happy with a draw overall in this tie?
I think the issue that you would have if you're Wolverhampton Wanderers right now, and obviously they're doing the preparation and going into these groups, they know the task that they've got. Top two is where you need to be to go through to the knockouts. That you look at it and you go, oh, we'll take a point here, take 3 points there and whatnot. But the games that they've got coming up, equally, maybe even harder. So, yes, you don't want to lose and you'll be happy with the point, I think, for the first game. But also, the wins have got to start rolling in. Yeah,
if you don't beat them, then you got to beat, say, Crystal Palace with Nick Steph and Ethan.
Yeah.
Good luck. You got to beat Leeds with Alito and Mitch Hayward.
Yeah.
Also, good luck. It's going to be rough. We're heading to the game shortly. I didn't see the players. They look pretty calm, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just about just being calm, waiting, I think just calling over the admins and whatnot to get things set up. But going back to it, that's not taken away from anything from Wolves. They have two quality players in Kai and Joey. But they do understand that this group is very, very difficult. And as I said, the wins do need to come as quick as they can. And I think if they're sat there and looking at it, I think Michael and Robbie at Southampton are probably the ones that they say, you know what, if we're going to win, that's going to be the game that we're going to make sure we get a win and start off.
Yeah, these guys are expecting 3 points in this. And they would put themselves at the level to get 3 points in this game. And they'll be disappointed completely with anything less. So from them, they are favorites. They're the better team on paper. So they will 100% be expecting to win. So we'll see what happens. But I do think Michael Fisher realistically should come away with the 3 points here as we get started in leg 2.
So we have Wolverhampton Wanderers kicking from left to right in the usual Wolves home kit, and Southampton from right to left in the Southampton home kit. We talked about the team. We saw Kante in the middle. Bit of a different one. Obviously difference to Vieira. Not as tall, but he covers that ground just as good. Yeah, no, that card, that item is absolutely crazy. Yeah. Like, the team of the year, Kante, Sensei. He might be the most annoying foot item to play against, I'll be honest. Like, I think he is more frustrating to play against than Vieira, but I still do prefer the height of Vieira. I like that already from Michael, sending the Hullet on the run, laying the ball out to the wide and just trying to come back in, giving that overload through the middle and just asking the questions already of Kai in defence. Yeah, no, this is true blitzing kind of football, the pace that Michael Fisher is going to come at in this game. Yeah, and that's something for everyone. Looking at, you can see the different change of tempo already from both of these players, looking to be a little bit more aggressive kind of in the face. So by the looks of it, we are looking at a 4-4-2 from Wolverhampton Wanderers. And then I heard from Michael, he's been changing a little bit out from the 4-1-2-1-2 now recently and doing different things in the 4-4-2 and the 4-2-2-2 at times as well, but still wanting those two strikers. Yeah, I think you do need to add definitely a second formation to your game anyways. Yeah. Especially at the pro level. Because a lot of times, honestly, if you just switch formation, the same if you're playing, foot champs or whatever, you'll have loads of success with a different formation against the same person you were struggling in your old formation against. Yeah. So having that second option, a different game plan, literally just a different tactic, can completely change the game. Big play a lot there on the edge. He's working into CR7. Little fake shot. Lays the ball back off to Rude.
Oh! There's no way he meant to chip that out. There's no way. Absolutely not. That's unfortunate. But Kai instantly looking like he's game. Well, the big thing to notice here for Kai is that he's got the João Cancelo on that left-hand side as Cantona just works it in on the 18, just offside. But going back to the João Cancelo, when they're getting the ball in attack for Kai and Wolverhampton Wanderers, he's stepping up and creating that overload on the top side of his screen, which is going to cause trouble for Michael. Oh, absolutely. And we're really going to see Michael's defense kind of challenged here. And that's not something that's talked about a lot. So we'll see how it can hold up. But the green, first time green shot as well. but a good save.
And that is a confidence from Michael Fisher getting in to the 18-yard box. Sancho hitting it across goal, the go-to finishing technique on FIFA 22, but green timing it already shows the intent.
Yeah, green timing his first shot on land.
Yeah.
At the offline event here at the ePREMIER League, he really just timed that first shot. I would have not gone for that, but I mean, he pulled it off as well.
Yeah.
So he's definitely feeling confident. That shows confidence.
Definitely. And it still looks like Michael is playing the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, with St. Maximin dropping into the left mid position on the defensive side of things. And then when they get the ball and they get into attack, just slotting in to the centre attacking mid, looking to utilise that pace, the skill moves, and the weak foot.
Yeah, really with the 4-1-2-1-2 now, Dada can defend in that 4-4-2. Makes a lot more solid defensively this year for sure.
Definitely is. Ronaldo works it inside. Maximin line that ball off across. Varane there.
Oh, but the pass. Oh, the clearance didn't come in, and it's 1-0 just like that. For birthday Ronaldo once again, the goal scorer.
Kai there, nice and calm after that. No reaction. Just is what it is. Let's crack back on with things. And that is 2-1-2 Southampton. So far in this leg, they have pulled it back and are in the driving position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It felt a bit hard done by. He tried to clear it there, but to be fair, that was a panic pass. He just spammed that X button, cleared it with a 180 pass on like his player's weak foot, and he lost the ball. So you can understand why it went wrong, but it is just a bit unfortunate.
It's something that I talk about as the knee-jerk reaction. You win the ball, and your instant reaction is, I just want to pass forward. I want to go. Sometimes just chill, take a touch, try and maybe lay it out to the fullback, slide it back to the goalkeeper if you need to, but take your time. Last thing you want to do is lose the ball in that area, because if you do, it means trouble.
I want to say that was a cross. Actually, I think I know what's wrong. Do you know what's wrong?
I think the controller. Yeah.
I think it's on alternate controls.
I would agree so as well.
I think...
as we see the changes,
we said, as you mentioned earlier, you need to check your control settings.
Customize controls, and then R2. There we go.
Like we said.
We've done this plenty of times before.
We're pros at this age. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. So as you can see, he is just changing it back to classic, which I assume is his preferred setup.
Yeah. That is, it's something that, you know, as you get onto the big stage, maybe for the first time, nerves getting to you and whatnot, to me, that's just like bread and butter. You've got to make sure that you're getting those controller settings right. Always double check it. Always double check it.
Nah, for sure. I feel like, it's very easy with all the lights, like you said, and everything, to just, it slips your mind.
Yeah.
You just forget something, unfortunately, and should be good to go here shortly anyways, so I think it's going to be all okay, but... What have you liked that you've seen out of Kai so far?
He started off the game very well, I thought, kind of getting forward. As I said, that Cancelo on that left-hand side, overlapping, creating that overload. I think the goal, not necessarily against the runner play, I think both players were finding their way into it. It just kind of came out of nothing. We saw the byline drive, we saw, the St. Maximin work it in, and then just, the clearance kind of coming a little bit of a bad time. But I've liked Kai so far. I think his intent has been good. With 31 minutes in, it'll be interesting to see how he plays out, because a reminder that, these players are so used to playing the two legs themselves, right? But this is only one game. It's 90 minutes of FIFA now to decide who gets the 3 points or possibly a draw, and obviously who will pick up 0 points if there should be a winner. So it does definitely, although 34 minutes in sounds good, you've got 45 minutes after this, and 45 minutes in FIFA can be over in a flash.
It can, but at the same time, a lot of stuff can happen in 45 minutes, so it's great. It can go either way. I do think because of the high-intensity kind of attacking play that we're seeing here out of Kai, as he has those quick passes with Rashford now out wide, and that Cancelo getting used again in the attack. Tried to play a lot, didn't work out. But because of that high intensity that he is attacking with, there's still plenty of chances left in this game for him to equalize.
Yeah, for sure. And Sancho picking the ball up in the middle. You know what? Kind of taking a look at it, it looks like the typical 4-3-2-1, which we see a lot from players nowadays, with having that fullback on the balance. They're looking to use the central players as and when they can. Rashford laying it out to Cancelo.
Once again. The Elastico that we talked about, that's why you need 5-star skills. Create a decent chance, but... And something else we mentioned, the blocks. We're going to see a lot of blocks, and there is a big one.
A massive, massive block. As we saw that overload with the Cancelo linking up, the player locks from Kai are definitely asking questions of Michael right now as we see the link up. St. Maximin on the edge of the 18. Goes for a little Ronaldo chop.
Ronaldo chop.
Interesting, because that got changed recently, actually. That makes it a little bit of a quicker animation. So some players have started to use it. As we do see the over-the-top through ball. CR7 up against Ruben Diaz. And Ruben Diaz, same as Rudiger, it's just so good at the back.
Nah, these centre-back foot items are just ridiculous nowadays, especially the Premier League ones. Because you got Varane, you got Rudiger, and you got the team of the year, Ruben Diaz. They're very difficult to get past.
That they are. You think, oh, I've got a great opportunity for an over-the-top through ball. And then Diaz or Varane is there. And Rudiger to say, yeah, no, you can head out towards the wing and do absolutely nothing. So, half-time, we do have Southampton leading the overall leg 2-1, coming from behind to take that. And Kai FIFA has got a lot to do in the next 45 minutes.
He does, but I'm still liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I really am liking it. That you've mentioned it, we've seen it a lot. That Cancelo and the player lots just making that problems. Problems are coming. I don't see Southampton keeping a clean sheet.
Very interesting half coming up for us. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out as we do have Southampton with the kickoff. And you've already mentioned, Ranas, about how important you find kickoff to be. You know, it can always give you a very good opportunity to generate a chance. Most goals are scored and conceded in kickoffs at half-time and full-time.
I like what I'm seeing here out of Fisher, for sure. Oh, and a great pass inside Maximin. There's that from Ronaldo. Okay, just keep slowly building up the pitch. Still got that kick. Ooh, the touch is not quite good enough, and does get dispossessed.
And a good bit of composure there from Kai, just to come back and say, you know what, I haven't got an opportunity to go forward there. I'm going to recycle, works out to the right-hand side, and then again switching it back over to left, looking to get the transition on Michael's Southampton's team, to pull them across, get the players out of position, try and create some gaps, some spaces. Cantona, line that pass in.
What a pass! Oh, yes, sir. Let's go, Kai. That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
That was perfect FIFA. Winning the ball in the defensive area on the left-hand side, not doing what we did before and panicking and trying to force the way out. He'll ball roll, scoop, recycle, come back to centre-back, switched out to the right-hand side. But the big part about that is he went from left-hand side to right-hand side, back over to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Catching the transition of Michael Southampton's team as they're trying to get back in. You know, players are moving around, getting into their positions. They were just on the attack. Now they're on the defence. And that pass, to find that into there, and Ronaldo, calm and as composed as you like.
Nah, absolutely beautiful. And the composure to get the finish, because the pass is the hard part, right? You pull off the pass for sure, but you still got to be composed and finish it. They're not giving goals here. You still need to be focused and finish it.
We see Mo Salah coming on for Michael Fisher. An over-the-top through ball attempt already. Diaz is going to mop that one up.
Yeah, every time it's been Ronaldo against Diaz, Diaz has come out on top quite easily.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can almost catch the defenders in the animation of the over-the-top through balls, where they kind of got their eyes on the ball, and then they're trying to turn and get running, and you can just get that advantage. But the only real time you can do that is when your attacker is almost in line with the defender or even ahead. You know, they've got that little bit of the advantage, obviously trying to take into account the offside for it as well. But you will see more and more over-the-top through balls as we see an offside trap. That right there is dangerous, but that is such high-level defending.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm not one for offside trapping in those scenarios. If my team is too deep, I like to push it up with an offside trap. But then to just pull somebody, catch them actually offside, I'm not good enough at the offside trap to do that. I don't like the risk. I back myself defending so highly that I really don't want to just pretty much gamble. To me, it's a gamble. It's a skill, but it's still at times a gamble.
Yeah, for sure. It is a gamble. Again, that's down on the D-pad, and that'll do an offside trap. And it tells you defence, push up, get higher up the pitch, and just try and play any players into that offside position. It's a risky manoeuvre, but you will see some of the best FIFA players in the world using it so much in defence.
Yeah, no, a lot of people it's their bread and butter. That's their defensive style. It's not something they just kind of do. It's something they do the whole time, and they're just pretty much perfected it and are really, really effective at it.
Yeah, for sure. So we have 30 minutes remaining in this first match here in Group C. It is 2-2 on aggregate.
The player lock into Ronaldo, unfortunately, does not work. I like that from Kai, though. We're seeing he does love the player lock. It's simple as, and he's really perfected it from what I've seen.
The player locks, yeah, coming through and being really useful. I think the thing that I'm liking here from Kai, you know, we were talking about and we were expecting Michael to, you know, be the more dominant player here, is that Kai seems to be having a lot of confidence in his attack, and that's a big thing for these players. So just believe in yourself, in that ability. There's a good press there from Hullet, just clamping down the options, saying you've got no forward passes, you've got no pass to the side. The only way you can keep the ball there is by going back. So he's saying, look, if you go back to centre back, I'm okay with that, but I'm going to press you and see if I can win the ball, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that one thing to notice, whilst he uses oh, no top true ball is fine there. As he uses Cancelo so much in his offense, you might have spotted it there. He was in the opponent's half when he was getting counterattacked. Yeah. So he was completely missing for defense. So that could be something that could potentially sometime throughout this game be exploited, as we see him used once again in that offense. Ooh, that little double tap pass for a little lob low pass into Hullet nearly resulted in a goal. As we get a corner finally going into the box off the cross.
There's not much reactions from Kai here, is he?
No, dude, he's locked in, bro. He's in the zone. He's locked in. He's a professional. He is literally, he's here to do the job.
I think going back to that, the chance that we saw there with Hullet, Jorginho is actually filled in at right back now. He's brought on Jorginho to come into that right back position. He's got the ability to, you know, switch the ball 30, 40 yards. He switched the ball over to the left-hand side, again, catching the team in transition, and then bang, one pass, found his way into the box.
Yeah, no, he's really opening it really effectively with that, kind of going from the left to right and back to pretty much right again. As we see, Maxwell in the box. Can he do anything? No, just once again, intercepted.
The byline is such a common thing for a lot of players to drive and get there, but unless you catch them kind of in the break and they've not got all the numbers back, you can get there at times and just have to be a little bit flustered, and it's very difficult to find your way through. And that's where those skill moves and shot cancels come through as well. CR7 lays the ball off.
It just wasn't on. It wasn't on. That's really important. As he gets it back, mistake. Oh, and Allo goes for a little chip volley.
A big save from Van der Sar, and Kai FIFA is on top right now.
He is. He is definitely playing. He's playing with confidence, but also so much focus. Focus is what he has right now, and he's more disciplined. As you can see, he didn't win that ball back from a tackle ending. Michael Fisher made the wrong pass, gave it back to him in a very dangerous area, just outside your box.
And it's interesting to see here, actually, that Michael Fisher changing over, making some tactics. He's feeling like under the pressure. You know, we're seeing Kai get chances to be forward. So what has he changed to? He's matched and said, you know what, I'm going to go to the 4-3-2-1. Now, if you're doing that, would you put your fullback on the same side as the overlap as what Kai is, on that left-hand side? So you'd have your right back on the overlap? Or would you risk it and go, I'm going to come and attack you on that opposite side?
Oh, I really don't know. That's a tough question. Honestly, I'd probably do the left back as well. I'd do the same. I'd just match up. But yeah, you could be bold if you wanted to and just really go for it.
So Maximin on the edge for Kai, going for that little fake shot in. Vieira saying, nope, you are not going through this door today.
Is the true ball on here? Oh, it was covered anyways. It was perfectly marked.
Yep, always going to be covering those over the top through balls. Vieira maybe not being the one that you want to be laying that pass off with. You know,
true.
34 yards. But still cover it just in case, because we know how common they can be.
But I feel like that's a lot of people, like, you know, might complain true balls are too good. But as Rashford goes, and that's against run of play. He's actually just scored just like that.
And that is FIFA. Literally, in the space of 2 minutes, Michael Fisher has managed to just turn this game upside down. 3-2 to Southampton. Kai FIFA is going to be disappointed with that. We still have 7 minutes to go plus added time. Can Kai FIFA for Wolverhampton Wanderers find a way back in his first game in Group C?
That is so... and now the mistake's coming in, and now you're seeing Rashford in. He just got to knock this forward. He's got all the time in the world. Will he play it across or shoot? Goes for the ball roll scoop. Across turret. The rebound!
Offside. Offside.
Was it off?
Is it?
Yeah,
it's just offside.
Game is still on. 5 minutes.
Game's still on, but I don't think he needed to go for that extra pass off across, and the ball roll scoop worked perfectly. The Rashford was on the weak foot. He had an opportunity to shoot, and that's when we go back to our previous point. Sometimes maybe just working that 100% chance didn't result in that, though.
Especially because of how good these foot items are. Their shooting is so high. Back them to score. As we see another true ball. Obviously, the press is on, so there's not going to be many defenders. Will he cross it this time? He doesn't. He opts to hold the ball. Now, this could be a tactical masterclass to just run out the clock here instead of risking losing possession from going forward.
Michael Fisher doing what he needs to do to see out this game. We have 1 minute of added time, and Kai FIFA possibly going to get one more chance to play a lock with the Eto, and Hullet intercepts that, and that is game, set, match one in game one in Group C. Southampton with a 3-2 win.
Damn. What a sucker punch at the end. It was really against run of play. Whilst the favourite come out on top, for sure, but Kai was a better player in my opinion.
Yeah, Kai I think played very well there, and credit to Wolverhampton Wanderers, as much as they're going to be disappointed with that result to not at least get that point. I think they can be proud and not proud, I suppose that's the wrong word, but they can be happy with what they did, and they can look to at least try and build on that. Because, all due respect, we spoke about how good Southampton are with Michael Fisher and Robbie Wilson. Wolverhampton Wanderers knew the task that they had, and they possibly deserved to win that game. But these are the sort of moments where you maybe look back at the end of play today and go, you know what, we just missed out possibly, and that was a game which maybe we should have won.
No, absolutely. I mean, even the draw could have been very, very helpful. To lose, very punishing. But I must say, like you said, this has to give Wolves confidence. You may be thinking that's ridiculous. How are you getting the confidence off a loss? You may think that's outrageous. But it was because they're playing such a good team to just barely lose like that and against the run of play. That's going to set them up perfectly for the next game. Absolutely. And the whole day, not even just the next game. They can feed off how well they played.
100%. And again, you know, these players know the ability. These players play each other on a regular basis across the tournaments, across the whole structure in FIFA. They know how good each other is. Yes, Wolverhampton Wanderers got the loss there, and they're going to be disappointed given how they performed. But at least now going into it, they go, you know what, we played really well. Maybe a little bit unfortunate not to get the result that we wanted. But when we face the likes of Ethan and Nixtab and Oli Ito and Haywood, we can go, you know what, we've already competed with the best. Let's continue on for that, and we'll get some wins there.
Yeah, it's just confidence, right? And which is huge in FIFA esports for sure. They're going to have the confidence to rock up now. They're going to be like, okay, we're playing these superstar players, and they'll know we're good enough to be here. We deserve to be here. We can compete with the best.
Yeah, but let's give credit to Michael Fisher. His back was up against the wall for 10-15 minutes during that game. Kai FIFA just kept coming at him, using those player locks really well and working his ways in, and, you know, some big saves from the keeper. But he held on, and that is the key thing. As long as you can just ride that wave, he made that tactical change to the 4-3-2-1, and then literally within the space of 2 seconds, found his way in, goal.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely aren't giving Fisher enough credit. Like, he didn't get a lucky bounce or something to win this game. He worked his chance and he scored it, right? He did set that up, so it was still really good play from him. I think it's almost because it was just kind of expected. I think that's why we're not giving him enough credit. But of course, he's Southampton. They're the ones walking away with the 3 points, and they're the ones that are going to be topping our group as it stands, with obviously only that one game played. But 3 points is 3 points.
Yeah, and how crucial was the game management at the end. You know, gets in, says, you know what, Ronaldo could have possibly hit it on that left foot, coming across goal, but he said, I'm going to go to the corner and I'm just going to take off the time, which we see in real life football. Sometimes in FIFA, people can be, I don't really want to do that, you know, maybe I'll go for that extra goal. But like we always say, that yeah, 45 minutes can go really quick or it can go really slow. If we did possibly lose the ball there, you never know, Kai FIFA might be up the other end and putting the ball in the back of the net. Yeah,
so what I was so surprised about is it was Michael Fisher doing that. Now, obviously, top player, but rookie season, right? So that screams experience from me, and that was really, really... To do that under the pressure of your first offline event here at the Premier League, to do that when you're only 1 goal up, I'm impressed.
But that's also where, you know, these players have coaches working with them on a regular basis, and some players will have coaches here with them today. That's what they're there in the ear for, to just say, look, take it to the corner, see the game out. Because the player might be in that heat of the moment and think, I'll get another goal. I know they just go ahead and do that properly. So the final result then for us is Southampton picking up the 3-2 win. Joey taking the 1-0 lead in the first leg against Robbie Wilson. And Robbie just doing enough to bring it back and say, let's go and give Michael Fisher the chance to win this game for us at the 1-1 at the end of the first leg. Yeah,
and then over in that second leg, like we said, you know, it was the 2-1 to Michael Fisher, but Kai definitely put on a great performance. And I'm actually really excited to see Wolves later on in the tournament. To be honest, I didn't have them so highly rated, but now I'm excited because I know their games are going to be competitive. I know they're going to show up to everybody. And all the other teams in this group need to now realize this is not an easy game.
Yeah.
We need to play our best against everybody if we expect to go through to tomorrow.
Yeah, and with a 5-team group and only 2 going through, you really do have to be on your game. And talking about games, we'll be going ahead and jumping into our next game very shortly, which I promise you, this is going to be an absolute cracker. We've got Oli Ito versus Nixtab on Xbox, and M. Haywood and Ethan on PlayStation side of things. We are going to go over to a quick break, and we're back with you for a cracking match in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Group C, and we got the matchup of the day. In my opinion, I'm so excited. We got Leeds against Crystal Palace.
Yeah, we've got an absolute stormer of a game here for you. We have got Oli Ito on Xbox up against Nick Sneb. And M. Haywood up against Ethan on the PlayStation side of things. What we've got here is Haywood, England international, plays for the E-Lines, and Nick Sneb, let's say, fairly newer to the scene, coming in over the last year or two, but absolutely taking the scene by storm, been performing so well. And then a bit more of an experienced player in Ethan, who I was speaking to him before, talking about how they were happy that Nick Sneb was on Xbox because he's more of an attacking player, I'd say. He's very good inside the 18-yard box. The things he can do with his left stick dribbling and skill cancels is incredible. And Ethan being a little bit more, you know what, I'm happy being the more experienced player. I can look to maybe see out the win if Nick Sneb does have that lead. But in saying that, Oli Ito, his opponent, what a player.
No, I think this is actually an interesting matchup because you got Oli Ito and Nick Sneb who can score for fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, Alito a bit more established in the scene and probably slightly better defensively. But then you go to the second game and you actually have Ethan against Miss Haywood, which both of them are kind of a slower, kind of more football style, for lack of a better word, just kind of passing play. And it's weird because they actually kind of match up the same across both legs. Yeah. It's quite interesting.
So what we're saying is the first leg might be full of goals, and the second leg might be a little bit less, possibly.
Well, but then, of course, if one of these people win their first leg by 2 or 3 goals, then the second leg is forced into kind of being that affair. And you're going to have people kind of playing maybe out of their comfort zone, Mitch Haywood, say, if they lose the first leg, it's not going to be used to maybe playing at a deficit like that.
Yeah, for sure. And as you can see, you got the players and their coaches in the background as they do just get set up, sorting out their team, their tactics, their formations, and so on. For Nick Sneb, then, how are you approaching this game?
I think you just got to go for it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I think if you think too much about it being Ololito and such an established name within the esport, he may, kind of get in his own mind about it. I think Nick Sneb needs to just know he's good, how good he is, and just go for it.
Yeah, for sure. As we do go ahead and kick things off. So we've got Leeds for Oli Ito kicking from left to right in the white Leeds kit, and Crystal Palace from right to left in the usual Crystal Palace kit for Nick Sneb. And also, Nick Sneb, lifelong Crystal Palace fan.
Yeah, no, he loves Crystal Palace. I talked to him about it so much. He is diehard fan, like as big a fan as you get. So to then have that additional benefit of getting to play for the club you love, I think that could be, a little hidden factor. That's why I've got them rated so highly. I think he's going to be so passionate and want to perform so well, not just from an individual standpoint, but also because he's representing his club.
Yeah, for sure. It can just mean that little bit more when you are representing your club that you support. So then we just saw some changes coming through, obviously checking the controller settings, doing exactly what we said. Maybe they heard us prior to the game. Maybe they heard us. Jadon Sancho down the left wing looking to take on Reece James. And Hullet doing what Hullet does best.
Hullet takes it off, Hullet. And then he goes for that over-top through ball instantly. Will he get the bounce this time? No. No, once again, Mr. Ruben Diaz cutting it out.
Doing just about enough against that St. Maximin, who obviously has the pace, just not the physical presence of Ruben Diaz up against that. Ruben Diaz always going to win a shoulder-to-shoulder battle with St. Maximin. So, 4-1-2-1-2 narrow for Nick Sneb at Crystal Palace. Looking to execute maybe the 2 strikers and using them well. You can already see pushing the defence back quite deep. St. Maximin on that last man.
Yeah, he's probably using, I assume, direct passing, right, to really get that opponent's team really deep in the box, and then you can obviously pass into your strikers, create a chance with what Nick Sneb's specialty is, which is pretty much skill moves and shot cancels. So that's how he's really going to be lining up his game, and I don't care who you are. If you're trying to defend that against Nick Sneb, you're going to be in trouble. It is very, very difficult. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, for sure. Apologies. It's a 4-4-2 for Nick Sneb, and I believe the 4-4-2 for Oli Ito as well. So both players matching up against each other, trying to find their way through.
Yeah, you can see Oli Ito quite kind of that quick passing play. Obviously gets intercepted there, and true ball is on here. Ronaldo plays it through to Maximum. Oh, and he actually gets through, but the goalkeeper rushes out. Mr. Van der Sar picks it up.
That was the right idea from Nixneb as well. He knew that, you know, shoulder to shoulder again with that Diaz St. Maximin. He's not going to win that battle, so he just gives a big flick on with that right stick, angling it in towards goal, trying to just take him for a run. And he just manages to kind of get through, but as you said, Van der Sar there coming out, claiming it, and stopping Nixneb in his tracks.
Yeah, it's actually a really good idea. I feel like not enough people just utilize it, just knocking it forward with the right stick. You know, it's quite underrated, especially when, like you said, gonna lose that strength battle, take him on the pace.
Well, the difference is that so many players in that area probably look like a ball goal scoop, and that's kind of what Oli Ito maybe would have been expecting. Makes it easier for him to defend, and Nixneb just trying to get, you know, like we spoke about earlier on, variety in attack, doing the different things. We just see the player lot come through, a really useful one there into Salah St. Maximin with a pretty poor touch from that double tap pass. And
whoa,
Ronaldo!
Whoa, Nixneb, and it goes back, and yeah. What that is, I'm telling you, I think Nixneb's first ever offline LAN event. The ePREMIER League is the first time he's been in person. Is that just a bit of nerves, a bit of lack of composure?
Quite possibly. Just getting caught with a goalkeeper, sometimes going back to him. Easiest thing to do is go, you know what, just get it long, reset and go again from there. But a cheap goal for Nixneb to give away. Oli Ito is going to say thank you very much. I will take that. But also as well, though, there was still some good composure from Oli Ito. He could have hit it straight away. He didn't. He just took it back, laid it off, and then went for that simple tapping.
Yeah, really, that extra pad, like, he could have easily just shot. He saw the goalkeeper's not there, just shoot. And I think it would have got blocked, or
quite possibly.
If it had done. So it was great decision making from Oli Ito.
So not the start that Nixneb and Crystal Palace were after, but for Oli Ito and Leeds, they are in dreamland right now. Again, a reminder, both of these players, very aggressive, very attacking. They score goals. Their method almost is, you know what, you can score 4, I'll score 5.
No, absolutely. It is that outscoring style. And I think, luckily for Nixneb, whilst that goal has gone in, I don't think one goal is too big a margin, you know, in this game with how attacking both of them play.
Yeah, definitely. And when they both are so attacking and they commit numbers forward, like you can already see here, committing on that left-hand side, and then Nixneb taking the advantage on the right-hand side. Rashford working it in, just trying to find an angle into that 18-yard box, trying to find a pass in to Sancho, or just getting cut out. But yeah, going back to that when both players are so aggressive in attack and they commit men forward, it just goes hand in hand at the other player. When they hit on the counter, they're up against less men, much easier to score goals.
Yeah, and that's really making this game so open as Ronaldo passes it across, and easy little finish.
I like how calm you are right there, because you know what, for me and you, we're just used to seeing them go in, aren't we? Really?
It is pretty standard. It is pretty standard. You could see it coming from a mile away. But like we said, you know, this game has goals. It's 1-1. Nixneb conceding early really wasn't that big of a deal. Game is still on. Both of these teams are going to keep going at each other. We're going to see plenty of goals. It's far from finished.
And that won't be the first and final time you'll see that sort of goal today. Laying it into the 18-yard box, passing it over to an extra man and saying, here you are, St. Maximin. I've put the dinner on the plate. Now all you got to do is eat it. Nice and simple.
Yeah, simple.
34th minute. 1-1 in this first leg between Leeds and Crystal Palace. Oli Ito taking a goal from a bit of a cheap one from Nixneb, giving it away with his goalkeeper, and then Nixneb just coming back into it as we Salah driving down towards the byline, looking to lay that off. St. Maximin, can he dance? Can he beat his Diaz? He lays that ball off and Ronaldo.
And it's the same.
And as I say, that won't be the first and final time you see that goal. And for Nixneb, that's a disappointing time to concede just after getting back into the game.
It is tough. I don't know if you had noticed, that was actually still from kickoff. He did not lose the ball once. He did a really slow build-up and just utilized, I don't know if you know, his left back for Nixneb literally took one step out of position, played it in, and had that chance down the byline. You're actually also seeing Oli Ito has gone for Team of the Year, Ronaldo.
Yep.
Not the foot birthday, but still scores regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Ronaldo is never going to miss from there, no matter what foot you put him on. Although I have seen it, so maybe I'll eat my own words.
Yeah, it can happen.
It can indeed. So 2-1, 39th minute. Oli Ito just picking the ball up on the halfway line, linking back up with Varane. And we see these switches so common. And talk me through, runners. If you're sat at home and you're looking at that and you're going, why do they keep switching the ball? Yeah. What's the reason behind it?
Yeah, well, you got a few things. I mean, one is literally you're just kind of holding the ball. You just want to, you know, get a feel for the game. Secondly is obviously you're just dragging the team left to right of your opponent, trying to get some space, maybe get it then on. So switch it to your right back. Maybe your right mid is on. You see it's not, so you can switch it back over to that other side.
And also, with it closing in at half-time, the 44th minute, Oli Ito saying, I'm going to make sure that I hold this ball until this last whistle before the referee does blow and call it for half-time. Corner coming in. Can Oli Ito grab one more?
A direct corner for a change. Tries to knock it on. Won't be successful. But as he did hold the ball out there, there'll be no chance for a corner counter-attack.
And Kante putting his life on the line there. That was head down at boot level and said, I'm going to do everything I can to defend here.
That's what you get from that team of Kante.
Yeah.
It's the passion. You know?
Yeah, the passion. He is there and everywhere. So, 2-1 for Oli Ito and Leeds. Nick Snebb, I don't think he needs to be too worried about that first half. I think Oli Ito did really well to grab that second goal. The first goal, yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves getting to it. But other than that, hasn't been all too much either side. I think it's been a very even game.
It has. I still would probably edge it to Oli Ito. I think he's kind of shown a bit more experience.
Yeah.
I think he definitely has played with less mistakes. But overall, yeah, from a kind of a chance creation point of view, it's been quite even.
As we kick things off into the second half, and I think the funny thing here is when you see, obviously, the player cameras and we get the reactions, which is great from the ePremier League for the production, to really feel that emotion between these players. You look at it, Nick Snebb, I don't think his head could get any closer to the monitor. Well, Oli Ito, further back, a bit more further away.
Yeah, no, everybody's got their preference, right? Like, some people want to be right up close to the monitor. Some people like a little bit of distance, sit back, and really it's just up to you.
Used to the play a lot there from Oli Ito, trying to send the Salah down on that right wing. Because the ball was played in the air ever so slightly, I think he tried to do a right stick to get the pace to go. But because the ball was in the air, unfortunately, that then means that Salah says, I'm going to flick this ball up. Oli Ito not wanting that to happen. But the right idea, right intentions, just bad execution.
Absolutely. And we're speaking of Salah, a bit of an interesting choice.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we've seen people been using that foot birthday foot item, Sancho.
Yeah.
But who would you... I'm more of a Sancho fan now for the 5-star, 5-star. Like I said, Salah, he's good, but 3-star weak foot, 4-star skills, I don't know about all that.
I think when you're picking Salah, you're picking him in your team to do one thing, or two things, actually.
Yeah,
two things. It's pace, and it's a finesse.
Simple as.
You're just working it in on that left, cutting in, getting it on that left foot, and saying, I'm going to test the goalkeeper here. But I am surprised, actually, so far today, Ranners, that we haven't seen from either games so far that we've been watching any long-range shots, any finesses.
Yeah, I can't believe we saw one in like the second minute.
Yeah.
We hyped it up. We were explaining why it's so good, so effective, and then it proceeds nobody uses it, and I just don't understand. It does go back to your point of people just want to work it in the box, get that 100% chance, and maybe they feel like they're wasting possession as we get an ambitious cross there on the left.
Yeah, Sancho trying to whip that in, but the defender just equal to it. And it's funny because I'm sure the viewers are sat here listening to me and you right now and going, these two just talk dribble, really. Those finesses they're on about, no one's even done one. No one's scored one.
Ah, man, the players making us look bad, huh?
Yeah.
Like, damn.
No.
Nah, I'm sure everybody watching, they played enough foot chance games to know that those finesses go in, especially green timed.
Yeah, for sure. Cancelo out on the left-hand side now for Nick Snebb. Can he work his way into a shooting angle as he's just looking to try and force his way through? You can see Oli Ito, the two banks of four, defending as best as he can. Hullet not coming back there, so has to switch over to the Varane. Rashford managing to get into the 18-yard box, into Ronaldo, lays that off, and Diaz just gets ahead of the St. Maximin and takes that one away.
It was such good passing as well, but we're just seeing that final pass. It really was not on at any stage, but he just kind of went for it. I don't know, was that I'm just going to try, see does it work? Or was it maybe almost a panic pass to some degree where he just chucked it and hoped somebody was free? So I'm not too sure what the idea was there. But anyways, we have Salah for Oli Ito. Will he go for that finesse? Absolutely not, apparently. Although back to him. Will he? He went for it. He went for it.
He liked it.
It did get tackled. But you know what? I'm happy at least he went for it.
And the big thing is there as well, though, for Oli Ito is that he's shown Nick Snebb that he was out, or as we do see a chance, Rashford looking to take on the Hullet, but Hullet taking it away. Going back to that he's shown him, you know what, I'm happy to try and look for a finesse here with Salah. So now, next time he gets into that position, Nick Snebb has to think, is he going byline? Or is he going to try and look and cut him for this finesse again? Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, people were just predictable. If you don't take that finesse, nobody's going to cover it, and you're not going to get people dragging and pressing defenders for you. But as soon as you do one finesse, you can actually make your opponent drag players, and then you can proceed to play those passes that kind of open up.
Yeah, for sure. Now, just seeing some changes there. Nick Sneb going through and ensuring that he's got all of his tactical changes, 4-2-2, on the ultra defensive side of things, that he had that set up. Is this a conversation at 20 minutes to go with the quality of Oli Ito and obviously the quality of Nick Sneb? Could this possibly be a, I'm happy taking 2-1, I'm passing it over to my teammate?
I think neither of them are going to go too attacking now for sure. But at the same time, like they're just going to play their game. I think they're not probably thinking about it too much. As long as it doesn't get ugly, they're okay to just play their game and try to get goals.
See the Kante make an advancing run there. Ronaldo inside the 18-yard box. One little turn. Hullet. Can he beat the defender? He does, and he points the back of the net. And we were talking about it, and it was that extra pass off across, but that left stick dribbling, phenomenal.
It was, but also we were back to the 5-star weak foot. I don't know if you noticed that, but what happened was it fell into Hullet. He didn't know which way he was going to go. Next time you see, he gambles actually on the left, but he took it on the right, scores the goal.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of having a 5-star weak foot. It's a gamble. It's a 50-50.
It is.
Which way are we going to go? We're going to go left. We're going to go right. It makes it much harder for the player to defend. And that is such a crucial goal in this tie, because now, a reminder, the way that the system is set up is that you play one leg on Xbox with your Xbox player. You play a second leg on PlayStation. Xbox is always first. And now, Ethan, at the minute, has got a minimum 2-goal deficit to pull back.
Now, the problem you're really facing is the play style of Mitch Haywood. He is so good at possession style play and defense.
Yeah.
So if you're going into a game 2 goals down off the bat and you have to chase that game, it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be easy.
It will be a very difficult task. But for now, we're still in this game. We've got 10 minutes to go. I'm sure Nick Sneb would love to at least get 1 goal for his teammate to make his task a little bit easier. But for Oli Ito and Mitch Haywood right now, they'll be very happy going into the second leg at 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, from Oli Ito, it's just been a very clinical play. His passing, his shooting, it's really just been really good. And it's kind of showed, and that's why it is 3-1.
Yeah, for sure.
As we have Leeds just kind of holding the ball. I think Ololito is probably okay with 3-1. I think he's pretty happy with that, right? He knows if he then goes in to playing Mitch, playing Ethan with that 2-goal lead, it's going to be fine. So we're kind of slowing it down. But Nick Sneb, on the other hand, is kind of desperate to pretty much bring it back to 3-2 because he knows how difficult it will be for his teammate Ethan. Once again, just pretty much holding it. Probably going to hold it out now. There's only a minute left. No real need to go forward. As you can see, he's literally just passing it across. Gonna run it out.
1 minute of added time. Cancelo on the ball. Finds a pass into CR7. There might be an opportunity here for another goal. Little bit heavy. Rashford does keep it in, though. Tries to drive the byline. Finds the pass up across. 1 extra more.
Oh, my God. That was sensational.
And that is why he's one of the best players in the world right now.
He's ridiculously good. He is ridiculously good. That last attack, and you see next time, disappointing. It's tough. That was just incredible. You know,
it's a tough pill to swallow for Nick Sneb, but I think that's actually something that we saw. Like, he was patient for Oli Ito. He had the ball. You know, I'm probably not going to say anything else. Plays that one pass, a little double tap pass. Rashford keeping it in, which was the big part about it. But the ability to find that byline drive with the seal move, not many players could do that.
No, it was ridiculous. It was phenomenal. It was so good. And it deserved the goal. Like, absolutely. Just great play from Ololito. He's really showing his class.
And then Ethan, when he got it into the St. Maximin, didn't panic, didn't shoot, still composed, found the extra man, and said, here, have this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're talking about 100% goals, and Ololito seems to be that specialist. He knows what he's doing. As we get a replay here, Maximin doesn't even shoot.
It's that. He could have hit that with St. Maximin, right? He just says, no, I'm going to find my CR7, my Ronaldo, and he just goes ahead and has this simple goal. All of these goals are very similar. That extra pass off across, it sounds like we're a broken record, repeating ourselves over and over and over again. But 4 shots, 4 goals.
And then 1 shot, 1 goal.
Yeah. And that's
So
100%. 100% chances.
And they were, by definition, 100% chances. And honestly, it was just great FIFA. And it deserved all those goals. They were really well taken chances.
And if you're Mitch Hayward right now, you're licking your lips saying, I have got a 3-goal deficit. He can't mess it up, surely.
No, with that 3-goal lead, he's just going to be chilling. He's an expert in holding leads. As simple as. He is that guy. So for him to be going into this game 3-0 up. Now, to be fair, Ethan is a quality, top quality player. So if anybody can do it, he's certainly one of the guys that can. So I'm definitely not ruling it out yet. But it's going to be just an uphill task. For sure.
And we have got the second leg coming up with you very shortly. For now, we're going to head over to a quick break, and then we'll go through this second leg.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Next up, we do have that second leg of the Leeds United and Crystal Palace game. The first leg ended 4-1 to Leeds, so they have a 4-1 lead going in to the second leg. Going to make it a very, very tough task for Ethan to bring it back.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a very, very difficult ask of Ethan. As we said before the break, if there is any player that can do it, it's Ethan. But like we spoke about before, Mitch Haywood, very, very good defensively. Almost going into this, Ollie Ito and Mitch Haywood had the conversations about how do we want to play it. Ollie Ito being first on Xbox. Mitch Haywood is very comfortable saying, you know what, if you can just hold on to a 1 or 2-0 lead, yeah, he's clear as day with that.
Yeah, no, he's loving it. It's his ideal thing. Now, where that'll come back to bite them, I think, is if Ollie ever loses a game. Obviously, that's not going to be a common occurrence, but if that happens, Mitch may struggle, you know, getting back into games and chasing a deficit. But in a scenario like this, where he's got a 3-0 lead going into the second leg, this is literally his bread and butter. This is what he's best at.
Yeah, for sure. I think the also difficult thing is that for Ethan, it's, well, I've got a 3-goal lead. I've only got 90 minutes to get it. You know, there's no extra time. Obviously, it will be a point if he does manage to pull it back and it goes to a draw. Does he go constant pressure straight away, or does he just go for a heavy press, or does he just go, you know what, let's just maybe get through the first 45 and see how it goes?
I definitely wouldn't go constant press off the start anyways. You can maybe do a press after press loft or press on heavy touch. Problem with constant press, you got two main issues to do it from the start that I see. One, realistically, you're going to concede if you constant press the whole game. You're going to concede even more goals. Yep. So you might not. Second issue, you cannot do 90 minutes with constant press. Yeah. Your stamina will run out. So when you turn it off then, you know, so I think you got to start off with something a little tamer, a little calmer. Hope you score first and then kind of go from there. Decide then, okay, when do you score that first goal? If you score it kind of early, then you can kind of play out. If you score maybe even before half time, you can still kind of get back into it, but that's kind of what I would be going for.
For sure. And the thing is as well, though, is that if we do see Ethan and Crystal Palace maybe grab the first goal in 15, 20 minutes, it's now only 2 goals, and that is more achievable for Ethan to try and pull it back.
Yeah, like that last goal for Leeds, the fourth really, to make it a 3-goal deficit was kind of rough because a 3-goal lead feels a lot bigger than a 2-goal lead. But yeah, 1 goal and it's definitely game on.
Yeah, for sure. So then, let's kick things off. 4 minutes into this second leg with Leeds having a 4-1 lead. Mitch Haywood, as we spoke about, going to be happy to pass the ball around. Be patient. Mitch Haywood, from speaking to him yesterday, watching him a lot throughout the qualification process. We see a long-range finesse, unfortunately, doing nothing there. Throughout the qualification process, 5 at the back.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It's great defensively. I'm not the biggest fan anymore.
I feel like Ranners isn't a big fan of the 5 at the back, and I'm sure a few of you watching maybe agree on that side. But we'll see if we do see that at any point throughout the day, whether he does want to look for those numbers. And he's actually a big fan of playing Jorginho at right back.
Yeah, a lot of people are. It's actually like surprisingly popular for sure. I mean, he has all the attributes of right back. Well, that's what Team of the Year cards give you, right? They're so good at so many things. You can really play them in a lot of places.
Same maximum breaking pass.
Oh my God. Oh, the green timed as well, but a great save from Schmeichel denies Saint Maxim. And unfortunately, Ethan does run it out of play.
So, no goal there for Ethan, but the key thing is a big chance, right? And if you're thinking about going into this, knowing you've got a 3-goal lead to chase, confidence is key. Of course, he wanted that to find the back of the net any day. But at least he knows, you know what, I've started off this game, maybe on the front foot with that chance. Well, we'll come.
For sure. And what was a bit interesting was when you slightly mentioned it, the long-range finesse that Mitch Haywood did take. That was, you know, not really needed. He could have completely just held the ball longer. Yeah. He could have ran down that clock. It seems to me that he, I guess, wants maybe an extra goal to really solidify it. Maybe he doesn't want to just time waste it out, and he doesn't want to give Ethan the chance to just attack him the whole game and maybe eventually score. He wants to play this like a 0-0 for at least the start. Maybe in the second half or in 30 minutes that'll change. But at the moment, it looks like he's actually just playing like it's a normal 0-0 game.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I suppose at times as well, that can work in your advantage, because when you know you've got that big lead and you do just sit deep, it can actually you can just struggle to get back out of that if you ever need to. And you can just allow the opponent to have that pressure and constantly keep coming forward. So maybe just saying, look, you know what? Let's treat the first half as a normal first half, and then second half, I'll maybe look to start to shut up shop.
Yeah, because it will just invite so much pressure. As you see, was going forward there, does obviously lose the ball, giving Ethan a chance to kind of just pass it out with Hullet, now over to Kante.
And the great thing is how often these players use their fullbacks as well. They're the guys that have the most amount of space on the pitch a lot of the times. They're so free out in that area. They just allow them to really transition into that final third, bring your team forward and see the constant changes of play, get it out to Cancelo and then trying to work a way through. But Salah will be the one to pick it up for Hayward and Leeds.
Goes for that true ball. Does not work. Definitely could have gone for a slower build-up, but I guess for him that was worth the risk of trying that pass because that would have been a huge payoff if it did somehow find Ronaldo.
Yeah, for sure. Seen a bit of a cagey affair to start off with. Both players looking to go forward, losing the ball in a few areas. No real other chances other than that one we saw for Ethan. That power shot across goal.
Maximum skins his defender with that scoop turn and then into a ball roll scoop. Does not find the pass, unfortunately, though.
And Ethan there is going to be very frustrated with the Cristiano Ronaldo. He was there for that pass off across and he didn't move. He stood there. He wanted him. You could see, just move, come back, show for me. And he just stood there on the 6-yard box and didn't show that support. But again, Ethan still pressuring a little bit, getting into those areas, asking questions of Mitch Hayward's defence and of Leeds.
Absolutely. And what you've actually been seeing from Ethan a lot, it's not something he's really known for, but he's been whipping out a good few skill moves. And I think the amount of skill moves pros kind of use at events always shows that confidence level.
Yeah.
When you're not feeling confident, you're not doing skill moves. You're literally going like just slow passing, left stick dribbling. But if you're whipping out skill moves, you're feeling confident. You know you're good enough to win.
And it is like a game of chess at times. You know, I move this player here, you move that player. I do this pass here, you go that way. And it can just be moving the players apart. And that's where skill moves at times, as the players aren't moving out of those positions, can just unlock it. And we saw that scoop turn with St. Maximin driving past the man, getting in to that byline area, just allowing Ethan to get into an aggressive position.
Here we see the overlapping run of Cancelo, which puts him in a great byline position. Will he be able to find that pass in? Bounces back, goes again, not going to work. Gets cut out by Varane. But like you said, these fullbacks are getting used everywhere as we see the first time over top through ball to Ronaldo one-on-one with the goalkeeper, passes it out. Man, he gets blocked again. Oh my God, the blocks that we are seeing today. That's rough.
Very, very big chance. And those are the sort of ones that you have to take. It looked like Ethan had been composed. He laid the ball off, said, I'm going to get a simple tap in here. Vieira, the slide tackle. Now what? I think we can give credit to Mitch Hayward there, though. I think that's him sliding. I do think he's read that and said, you're going to lay this along the ground, I'm going to slide tackle. And what's he got to lose anyway? The goal was almost basically done. You might as well slide and try and intercept it. And if you don't, well, so be it.
Yeah, I think you nailed the head on that.
Hit the nail on the head.
Hit the nail on the head with that one. Because, once again, that's something where you may, look at it and say, oh, Ethan messed that up. Well, no, not really. That was just really good defending from Mitch to really react to that situation.
Yeah. 38 minutes on the clock. We are still at 0-0, but 4-1 on aggregate for Leeds. For Oli Ito and for Mitch Hayward right now, they are looking very good to pick up their first 3 points in Group C. And Ethan and Nick Sneb possibly starting off the group with no points.
Yeah, but it's good interception here. Laying it through to Ronaldo. This needs to be a goal. Goes for that finesse. Ooh. Not timed. Not timed.
Not timed. That right there is such a good setup to lay yourself onto that strong foot and look for that finesse. And I'm happy we've seen it because, as I said, we spoke about them earlier on, talking about how good they are. But he didn't time it. I don't even think he attempted it. I didn't see any indication.
He did not try to time it. I guess he just thought, this is Cristiano Ronaldo. I back this foot item to score here. I'm not going to risk timing it. Unfortunately, did not pay off. And with the finesses, I feel like, especially these pros, they're so good at timing them that they should really just try to it. It might have just been a nerves thing.
Possibly. I do think Ethan, if he was looking back on that, would agree that maybe he should have gone for that timed attempt. I think if you green time it, it hits the target, definitely, and then it's all down to the goalkeeper. But as it is half-time, it does stay the same as what we kick things off with 0-0. 4-1 for Leeds. 3-goal deficit obviously still in favour of them. And it's looking like, I think as a whole, Mitch can be fairly content with that half. You know, I think Ethan has had. Really, I would class that Ronaldo chance as a big chance. I actually think that's just as good as a goal-scoring position as almost one-on-ones on FIFA. Because if you green time them, they have a very good opportunity to find the back of the net. Obviously, it did in that case. So we had the shot across goal where we green timed it. Goalkeeper made a big save. We had the one-on-one where we laid it back off across. A massive tackle from the Vieira for Mitch Hayward. And then that last chance that we saw at the end. So then, 3 chances that even if you convert the 2 of them, you're straight back in this tie.
Yeah, so are you that happy if you're Mitch Hayward?
Well, yeah.
Because you've been giving up a lot of chances. Well, you're happy because you haven't conceded.
Because he's not conceded. Yeah, he's giving up the chances and he's going, hey, I'm still cruising, so I'm good. That's the key thing. Like, yes, he's giving up the chances, Mitch Hayward, but out of the 2 right now, Ethan needs goals and he needs them sooner rather than later. So Mitch Hayward definitely, although the chances obviously came through, as we see a sloppy pass there, that's not the Mitch Hayward that we normally tend to see.
Wins it back instantly, though.
He does, Jorginho.
Ooh, and you're just seeing a bit more space kind of open up as, of course, Ethan has to go for this now. So it's not going to be a slow game. He's going to be flying.
I'm very surprised by the game plan that I've seen from Mitch Hayward here, actually.
Oh, back pose. Oh, that was such an unfortunate jump, even though he did green time the header. So he tried to green time the header, not the finesses, though.
Going back to it, I'm very surprised by Mitch Hayward's game plan here. I thought I'd see a little bit more ball holding, time racing essentially, but I think he's actually been wanting to go forward and get goals.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, especially in the second half. The first half I could kind of understand. Yeah. Second half, look, the constant press isn't even on from Ethan. Just hold it. There's no need. There's literally no reason to go forward right now. Just go forward.
It is very, very surprising from Mitch Hayward. I think as well, though, maybe Ollie Ito's had a conversation with him and said, look, I'm happy for you to play your game, but as soon as you concede that first goal, if you do, then shut up shop. Maybe Ollie Ito wants his teammate to build a bit of confidence going into these next 2 games as well, because if Mitch Hayward draws this 0-0, yeah, 3 points on the board, job done, but you also want to feel like you've done more. Like, you know, you've scored goals and you've got into your rhythm, so that could also be a factor.
Yeah, you would have had no kind of experience from trying to just build attacks completely correct. But I guess he has got some here now. He has been playing this game pretty openly, just kind of ignoring the aggregate scoreline. And lucky for him, I mean, it's worked out because he hasn't conceded. But it could have been a completely different game had Ethan tucked away those chances.
We all see Ethan trying to send centre-backs on a run, send players forward, find a way, find a different angle to ask the questions of Mitch and Leeds' defence.
Yeah, he's kind of, I feel like Mitch now in the last 10 minutes has been starting to hold the ball just a little bit more. Obviously the press now coming in from Ethan. I think Mitch was trying to get that through the hull. I think he definitely had a lot of space there.
Yeah, for sure. Ronaldo switching it out wide to Sancho. Sancho up against Cancelo. Can he take his man on? Absolutely not, because Cancelo locks down those wings time and time again.
See, I think we'll see maybe a bit more switching here. Oh, it's actually going forward. Now, yeah, he's just being a bit smarter in possession. Plays over top through ball because it was definitely on.
I mean, that's a big thing as well, isn't it? That when the constant press comes over the top through balls into the channels, getting it out to the wings is the easiest way to beat the press.
It is, and I suppose he's probably happier losing the ball in his opponent's box than here. But you see Huller going through, driven pass across, green time! First time shot with Ronaldo, but it's a block yet again.
Ethan is going to feel very hard done by in this game. He's going to feel like he's created 3 to 4 golden chances as Cancelo just bullies Salah off the ball there. He is going to feel like he's had some chances. And right now, just not his day.
It is true, but there, even with the first time shot, maybe had it been Alolito, he would have gone for that extra touch and really solidified that chance. Here, is Ethan just shooting instantly? Is he panicking? Panicking might not be the right word. Is he just shooting a little bit too much instead of creating a better chance?
Quite possibly, as we see Jadon Sancho down on that left wing, driving towards the byline, looking for that pass off, manages to find it. But that is a big, big save from Van der Sar. I think maybe now it might be a little too late. So I don't think that goal is going to make too much of a difference for Hayward regardless.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's only 15 minutes left. To score even 3 goals on the try is looking very, very unlikely. But of course, still possible with Cancelo trying that driven pass once again. But honestly, it's just not been working. It's not.
Hayward wanted the goalkeeper to come and claim that ball there and just pick that up and take it off him. But I think there was a big factor that played a part in that. Hayward was doing his best to keep the ball in play. Stop Ethan from making changes. Don't give him the subs. Don't allow him to get those new players on, those fresh legs on the pitch. The longer I can keep the ball on the pitch, the better.
Yeah, it might not even just be subs. It could be Ethan just needs to change tactics. He might not have the specific game plan set up that he wants to maybe go into. So there's also that factor. Now, luckily for Mitch, I mean, regardless of kind of what Ethan does now, it's going to be ridiculously unlikely for Ethan to get back in this game. However, that was a smart play from him. Yeah,
for sure. And we definitely spoke about as well that Mitch Hayward, one of the best players at a 0-0. Now, don't get me wrong, Ethan's had chances in this game, and this could have been a very different result should he have buried 1 or 2. But Mitch Hayward living up to our expectations.
Yeah, no, as we predicted, it is still 0-0 approaching the 80th minute. And now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of chances at the end because Ethan's going to absolutely fly forward and just throw everything at this. As he goes for that first-time shot again. But I'm just wondering, once again, should we take that extra touch?
Cross comes in. Green time in the header, but Varane not getting ahead of his man. 80 minutes on the clock. We've got 10 minutes to go. Can Ethan even find a goal? Maybe to give himself that bit of confidence going into our next few matches. Whipping it in the back stick, and that is Rashford on the defensive duties. I will be there.
Yeah, when in doubt, hit it out. Gives up the corner, but at least it's better than a goal. Crosses in, but wins the header. Does fall back to Ethan, however, on the wings. Kind of trusting everything. That actually really worked.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice ball there. Just whipping that in.
Oh, as he sends it down the byline. Oh.
Goal kick. Yeah, really, really fantastic ball there to even attempt that. Not many players would go for that. It was a kind of a sneaky sort of cross.
Yeah.
And nearly finding the man at the near post. And sometimes that's what you just need to elevate the game to that next level, to just think of things that other players wouldn't have gone for. But it is looking comfortable for Leeds now to see through their first game and to join our first winners from the group, Southampton.
Yeah, we're going to see Southampton and Leeds obviously at the top of the group, just chilling with Wolves and supposedly Palace. I assume they do end up losing this tie right at the bottom, unfortunately.
As the players just carry on making some more tactical changes. Mitch probably just sitting a little bit deeper, maybe dropping the depth a little bit, saying, you know what, attackers, let's come back on defence. You know, come and help the boys out. Come and put a shift in. We saw Rashford there coming in and, you know, knocking it away. There is 7 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I mean, just that Rashford, you know, when that header shows, he definitely has everybody and come back on defence. His depth is dropped. Everything is just get back. Let's defend this. Because unfortunately, Ethan really just isn't going to find that pass into the box at all. And it's going to be a counter-attacking chance for Hayward. Score another goal. Could come in to play later as he does square out across Ronaldo, gets a tap in. Of course, Ethan not too concerned at this stage. And neither is Mitch. Going to be celebrating a 5-1 goal.
I think the things there as well, though, is that, you know, Ethan's got all of his players on constant pressure, get her high up the pitch. We see this a lot. When you're chasing a big lead, 20 minutes to go, it either goes one or two ways. You pull back that lead and you do the greatest of comeback, or your opponent does manage to find a way through a very, very, you know, few people in defence. So Mitch, I think we're happy to score that anyway, just to get on the score sheet and feel like, you know what, I'm good going into next to it as well. I've defended great, and I've also grabbed the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, probably the last chance of the game into Ronaldo. Goes for that reverse last goal, gets the penalty. So here's a chance to at least get one goal.
Is it going to be a Panenka?
Panenka? Nah.
No, you're not feeling it?
Bottom left. Oh, I did got him!
Knew it!
Mitch would have said, not here, bro. Not happening. Not in my house.
As the players do go ahead and shake hands and say GG, congratulations to Leeds, who do go ahead and pick up the full 3 points, and commiserations to Crystal Palace, leaving the first game with 0 points. And really, it was an uphill task for Ethan.
It was always going to be ridiculously difficult, although he can, you know, take pride in that chance creation. He knows he's able to create chances. He's playing good FIFA. Obviously, maybe a little bit of extra composure to maybe convert those chances would be nice, but he was playing good. His defense was good. Like, he didn't concede until at the end when he was on constant press, right? So he didn't really concede. So he's looking good. Had that not been 4-1, you know, could have been in the first leg. The second leg could have definitely shaped up a lot differently. But I think Ethan be feeling okay. I think he knows he's playing good. As we do see, final result 5-1. It's going to be tough to take, but I think they're going to be okay. And to be fair, losing to Leeds, you know, Leeds probably going to top the group, realistically, especially after that performance. And it's top 2 to go through. So that second spot completely up for grabs. So I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah, for sure. And that now looks like this in Group C. Everyone bar Manchester United has played so far. And it is Leeds with Oli Ito and Mitch Haywood who have 1 win, 3 points, and a goal difference of 4 as we just saw that game. Our first game of the day was Robbie Wilson and Michael Fisher for Southampton, who picked up a win against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Obviously, as I said, Manchester United, no points on the board yet, but because they haven't played, we did have Wolverhampton Wanderers with Joey and Kai FIFA on 1 game played and 0 points, just narrowly missing out to Southampton. And then, as we saw, Crystal Palace, bottom of the group.
Yeah. So, I mean, later on, we will be having, obviously, a lot more games. We'll be having Southampton against Crystal Palace. It's going to be our next game. So, Palace actually playing back-to-back games. Will that help the momentum?
Quite possibly. That game is scheduled for a short while, but before that, we do have an exhibition match to go ahead and take a look at very shortly. We're back with you soon.
matchup happening behind us. We've got Liv Cook with Lisa Manley, that's one pairing. Then we've got foot header with Rosie Committer as well. So awesome to see this. Before we get into this game, let's just talk a little bit again about how women in FIFA are growing. Aga, I'm going to come to you and talk a little bit more about Focus Clan and Fabian. She's become the first ever woman to qualify for an FGS qualifier. I mean, this is a massive deal in terms of how difficult it is to even qualify for these events.
Yeah, it's an amazing achievement, really. It's so hard to qualify for that 1% of players who are coming to the qualifiers. You need to go. You need to win a lot of games in division rivals in the highest elite division, which is very tough. So I mean, it's a massive statement, I think, and very impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. There's so many of these women coming through as well. There's someone else I want to talk about from RB Leipzig as well, Lena. So she's a female that's doing the job over there for Leipzig. She's actually an under-23 player for Leipzig and has also been signed for their esports division as well. Again, it just reiterates that when you're good at football, you can transfer those skills onto the virtual pitch. Lisa, I know, was a footballer back in the day before injury put that career pathway to bed. So she transferred to FIFA.
I mean, it just, like you said, goes to show how knowing the game in real life translates to knowing the game on FIFA. There's little stuff that potentially people that don't know or watch the game in real life might not be able to pick up on FIFA, whereas, for example, Lisa or Lena know these different things. They know where to position themselves, they know where to position their players, they know what to do in certain situations, and they also have that mental fortitude to maybe be able to bounce back from a goal down or be able to fight. So I'm really looking forward to this game and seeing if Lisa shows that.
Kyle, it's one leg though, and these pairings never play with each other. So this may be the first time they've ever played with each other in a duo. How tricky is this going to be?
Well, they're both going to have to adapt very, very quickly. I have a feeling that foot header and, of course, Lisa Manley, they'll be doing a lot of the work, maybe, for Liv and for Rosie. I can see that Rosie is just taking a quick look at header's screen. She's watching, she's learning, as she says just there, trying to get some final tips and tricks before we get into this game. Do you know how to pass, shoot? Oh, good, it's all right, it's okay.
Actually,
that's all I can do, so that's all right.
Rosie was actually a part of another female FIFA event actually at Christmas time, and Maz Pacheco from Aston Villa was the captain of that, and they actually played pro clubs as well, 4v4. They did 2v2 FIFA as well. They did some skill-based games, and Rosie was on that winning team, so she has in fact got the skills. She's been practicing. She was on broadcast with me a couple of weeks ago as well as a commentator and co-host, so she knows the game inside and out. And actually, she's up to the northwest somewhere after this to play tomorrow in a match as well. So she's jumping on a train straight after this, going to put her football boots on and play for Watford as well. So busy woman over there. So FIFA to football, that's exactly what we're going to see, Tom.
What a weekend this could be for her, by the way. 2 wins, a W today, a W tomorrow. This could be huge.
Yeah, I mean...
Who have you got tomorrow, Rosie? Sunderland. It's playing Sunderland tomorrow. Wow. There we go. I should have remembered that one. But so busy weekend for Rosie. She's coming back off an injury as well. She had a little bit of a back problem yesterday. So she's here. She's going to play here. And I mean, what would that show, I guess, that, you know, we can do anything. You can go and play football at the weekend, and you can play FIFA, grind it out, 8 hours a day, whatever these girls are doing, and come here and play on the biggest stage, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like you said, it's all to play for, and literally they can do anything is possible, and it goes to show they're literally here now. Tomorrow is going to be a quick turnaround as well, and it's all to play for. I'm excited, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are, and we're moments away from that one just there. What a great showcase it is. As we've just said, hashtag things we love to see. We definitely do. And Rach, it's coming up very shortly.
Yeah, it is coming up indeed. Right now, I believe we can hand over to our 2 casters.
Oh, there they are.
For this matchup, Samantha Miller and Brandon Smith. Guys, Sam, I know you do quite a lot of these female FIFA events. How excited are you to be on this big stage with Brandon?
I'm very excited. My first time working with Brandon. He's an excellent professional, and I think we're going to have a very interesting game on our hands today.
Yeah, don't blame yourself down, Samantha Miller. You've done a lot in the space as well. But yeah, we're so excited for this one. I mean, I've had the opportunity just to sit back and just watch how big female FIFA esports has become, to be honest. The She Sports Cup's been fantastic, and from someone that's been heavily involved in that, Samantha, how big has it become? Because we've had 4 of them now, I believe, in total.
I've loved seeing the growth. I feel like we're seeing more and more women's FIFA players becoming professional. They're becoming a community, and you really feel that. I'm loving the link up between each other. They're really spurring each other on in games now, and I'm excited to see who wins this one today.
Yeah, absolutely. It plans to be a fantastic game, this one, as we said. It'll be on FIFA Ultimate Team. We'll be looking at the same rules that the Premier League players have been playing in the ePREMIER League. Let's talk about the two teams individually. Lisa Manley and Liv Cook, first and foremost, on that left-hand side of the pod you can see there. You've got professional FIFA player, former professional footballer Lisa Manley, with Liv Cook, who is a huge freestyler, massive sort of the influence that she has within the female game. She's actually even hosted a recent E-Champions League tournament I commentated on too. So someone that's just so involved in pretty much everything, football to esports. What do you make of their team coming into this one, firstly?
Firstly, I'm going to go all out and say I'm backing these two to win it. I know Liv Cook, and she's one of the most competitive people I know. She's good at everything. And Lisa Manley, I now know firsthand how good she is. I played her yesterday, and I'm ashamed to say it, but she beat me 12-0. So I saw exactly how Lisa operates. She's very tactical, and I think these two are going to be a great matchup together.
12-0. Did you put the controller down?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I lost track of the score at one point. I had to ask Lisa. I did get a player sent off.
Don't worry. I played Lisa at the media day for the Premier League. She beat me as well. Don't worry. We can both wear that same hat as losers in that. On the flip side, let's speak about the other two players. Footheader, another top professional FIFA esports player. Someone that's won the She Sports Cup a few years back now in the summer. There she's on your screen now. Someone else who's paving the way for the next generation of FIFA players to come through. She partners alongside, obviously, professional footballer at Watford, Rosie Kamita. What do you make of that team and that duo assembled together?
Well, Footheader, I've seen growing confidence. She's not been professional for too long, since December, but you can see that her level was just going up and up and up. And she was almost surprised when she won the She Sports Cup. And I like that about her, very humble. You can see that she's really growing within the space. And Rosie doesn't play too often, but she's got the footballing brain. We mentioned she's playing Sunderland tomorrow. Rosie has played football for a very long time, and she's really starting to practice FIFA a bit more now after taking part in the She Sports Cup.
Yeah, if you don't know what the She Sports Cup is all about, you know, credit to one of our superb hosts here at the Premier League, Rachel Stringer, heavily behind that movement and done a fantastic job of just giving opportunities. I think that's one thing we were speaking about on the preview to this exhibition match is there's just more opportunities now, isn't there, for females within esports?
There's a lot of opportunities, and we do have Rachel Stringer to thank for that. And the tournaments have been amazing. I've loved being a part of them. And Rosie co-hosted with Rachel on the last one, and now she's playing in it. And Footheader, I think she really enjoyed her time playing in the competition as well. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly those two gel together as a team.
Absolutely. Well, we have just heard that in the process of getting these teams built, we are going to be going to a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have this exhibition game between the two female teams. It's going to be an exciting one here at the Premier League. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few minutes when that game is ready.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, we all want to collect the best foot items for our teams. So, with that in mind, we brought together 3 ePremier League finalists to test their knowledge in what we're calling a fastest finger first style quiz called Stat Attack. Our 3 finalists today, we have Ryan from Man City. Ryan is a boing.
Yeah.
Cosmin. Cosmin's a bell. Jazz. And Jazz is a horn. The first person to make their lovely noise there and correctly identify the item will be given a point. If you buzz in and you answer incorrectly, you're frozen out. Ready, guys?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's play Stat Attack. Okay, this is going to be trickier first from pace then.
Pace 70 defend.
Jazz.
Pogba.
Incorrect. Frozen. Cosmin.
Bruno. Oh,
1 point.
I was thinking that he's a CDM or when I saw the face and the other midfielders.
Foot item number 2. Dribbling 84, physicality 62.
Must be an attacking player.
Ryan.
No, I'm out in it.
No, you're in.
Okay, no, he said no. He said no. No way.
from the nationality. Listen.
And 3 stats.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just have it in the locker.
I gotta get this one back.
But item number 3. So physicality 60, passing 81. It's defending right wing.
Morris. I knew it from the
He's
physicality.
good at
Do you know what's
this.
mad? Do you know what's mad? I didn't even know it from the pace. It was the physicality. I swear to God. Because I thought, I've seen that before.
2 to Ryan, 1 Cosmin. Jazz, you're frozen. Come
I'm
on,
getting this
mate.
next one, don't worry. Next one's
I
one.
don't think it's buzzer work.
But item number 4. Jazz, I'm looking at you. Villa, close to home.
Leon Bailey.
Woo! Jazz, tell me about your thought process then, guessing this.
He's probably the only good player in Villa's team.
I like your thought process. That's great. Let's move on then. So we've got 2, 1, 1. Cosmin, Jazz, let's get another one. Okay, number 5. Flags. Ooh!
Piarte.
Oh, it is. I was...
Oh my days!
We're here.
What was it, the flag that gave it away?
The defending give it away, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Come on, Cosmin. Gotta get on back.
Son.
Correctio! No
Just need the
further.
flag. You see what I mean? The flag, just the flag. You don't need anything else. Just the flag.
Okay, let's start. 70 physicality, 73
Is that
dribbling.
non-rare?
Non-res is where we draw the line, you know. Not a clue.
English, shooting is 67.
You guys, this is yours. I haven't, no clue.
37 pace. What else do we get?
Mark Noble.
Woo! Mark Noble, Mr. Bassan.
Big Nobes, come on. There's not many people slower than that, so...
Ryan and Jazz,
Fighting for it.
between you two, but you could upset the party a little bit here. Okay, number 8, final foot item. 70 defending, centre mid.
Thiago.
Jazz for Everton is your champion. 4 points to Cosmin's
Come
1,
on.
to Ryan's 3.
You bottled a big lead there.
What's my day today?
That, guys, was Stat Attack. Thank you so much for playing, Ryan, Cosmin and Jazz. Good luck for the ePremier League finals this weekend. Jazz, though, you are a champion at
Let's
Stat
go.
Attack. Congratulations.
Take those.
Well, welcome back to the Premier League Grand Finals. We have just had a little bit of a stop on proceedings for group play today as we've got this exciting game coming up for you. It's an exhibition match between 4 female superstars. In between, we have Lisa Manley and Liv Cook up against Footheader and Rosie Kamita. Myself, Brandon Smith, and joining me for the commentary on this one, a guest appearance, Samantha Miller. Sam, we've been previewing this game. We hope it's ready in the next few minutes. But how excited are you for this matchup?
Very, like I alluded to earlier, these are 4 very competitive players. Liv Cook and Lisa Manley, I'm sure they would have been discussing tactics just then, and Footheader and Rosie as well. And for me, it's about who adapts most quickly, because playing within a team is very different, as we know, to playing as an individual. And you can see Footheader's looking a tiny bit nervous there, but I think we're going to have a cracking game on our hands.
I was going to say, what is the biggest thing as well? You've obviously been around at the She Sports Cup in LAN person and from home as well. How big of a difference is it playing in a studio like this for these players, do you think?
Very different. I think maybe nerves get to you a bit more. You can feel how much of a big event it is. Maybe if you're in the comfort of your own home, you might feel a bit less nervous. But for me, it's important to get yourself out there, play on the big stage. And I think the players are really hyped when they see the massive studio and all the graphics. I think it just gets their adrenaline pumping and they really feel up for the game once they get into that studio.
Yeah, we have to speak about Lisa Manley first and foremost. Just came off the back of the She Sports Cup second place run there. You commentated on that one throughout. What impressed you about Lisa in that performance, and maybe just how unlucky was she in that grand final?
I was very impressed with Lisa. Lisa was part of the first She Sports Cup I did, and she lost to Gemma Davison. Gemma Davison is a pro footballer who's just joined Watford, will be partnering Rosie in the team. But for me, you can see that Lisa was a lot more confident in the last one. She got to the final, and she came so close to winning the whole thing. Ebru on the day, her tactics were spot on. She went all out attack. And I actually spoke to Lisa about the final, and Lisa said she had to adapt really quickly because ePREMIER was playing a long ball over the top. So Lisa had to go all out defensive. Lisa likes to be a very attacking style player, but she had to quickly evolve. And for me, that says a lot about Lisa, how she can deal with different situations.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, foot header has been a She Sports Cup winner within her past. I think it was in the summer of 2021 she was a winner there. I do believe we are jumping into this exhibition game right now. It plans to be a fun one. 2v2 FIFA eSports always gives a surprise or two. And what are some of those things we have to keep an eye on, Samantha, in terms of 2v2 FIFA? Because it's very different to playing on your own, isn't it, in these sort of scenarios?
It is, and you've got to be a team player. And what's good is the likes of Lisa Manley. She's played for Fulham, Wimbledon. Liv Cook still plays at the moment for a Sunday League team. She's played previously at a high level until she got an injury, unfortunately. And Rosie Comita plays for Watford. So those three players will know how to work in a team environment, and that's really important. And I'm excited to see the combination of foot header and Rosie and how they work together. But you've just got to be able to switch up your tactics quickly and really notice how your other player plays.
Absolutely, as we said, we are going to kick this one off in just a second. It will be Lisa Manley and Liv Cook kicking from left to right in that Manchester United strip. Keep an eye out for Lisa Manley controlling the red icon above the player's head. Liv Cook with the blue, and on the flip side for foot header and Rosie Comita, it is foot header with a yellow icon above the player's head and Rosie with the white. So keep an eye on those little moments of magic, or potentially the big mistakes. We're going to see it's a long ball over the top from the start, and it's an easy day for Schmeichel in goal. We are using FIFA Ultimate Teams here, as we rightly said, probably teams that are going to be similar to what we've seen in the Premier League. So it's safe to say, Samantha, expect to see the likes of João Cancelo, Ruud Gullit in those teams, Cristiano Ronaldo. The big names will feature heavily.
Definitely, I'm sure we'll see plenty who featured in Team of the Year. When I did the She Sports Cup, a lot were using the likes of Kante, De Bruyne. Obviously, you've got Ronaldo, Salah, oh, a chance there. Salah, who's in contention for top goal scorer, that golden boot in the Premier League. And you can notice that a lot of players pick the players with the highest stats, and usually around the 90s.
Yeah, one man on your screen there to watch out for. That foot birthday item, Cristiano Ronaldo. An accumulation of incredible FIFA items are available on show. Rudiger, all the way from centre-back, wants to get involved in this first attack for the duo of foot header and Rosie Comita. This could be a chance from the get-go. It's going to fall to Liv Cook of all. Out the duo. That's the little mistakes you're going to see there. If that's Lisa Manley, do you beg to ask the question, would that have been a goal?
You do, and Liv's usually very calm under pressure. She likes those big pressure moments, and I think she'll be disappointed not to take the chance. But what I found out about Lisa yesterday playing against her is that most her shots were from outside the area. She's got the confidence to shoot from distance. I'm already seeing some changes, some tactical changes in the game.
Yeah, interesting that there's been personnel changes straight away 11 minutes in. Shows that maybe the communication between Lisa and Liv maybe wasn't fully there when they were building that team. But what a chance it was for David Ginola. If you are wondering how the Frenchman makes the team, you are allowed foot heroes in these teams. A foot hero, of course, is sort of just that level down below an icon, of player that has previously played in the Premier League within the career. But look at that from the get-go. 11 minutes in, Samantha, we see the first big chance there. It was a lofted through ball from Lisa. And in the nicest way, it was a really good chance for Liv Cook to probably have gone 1-0 up there. But it goes to show just how deadly they can be going forward with their first real chance of the game.
Well, it was a lovely ball over the top. And I think that's when it comes into play where you need to be a bit more switched on. When you're playing with another player, I suppose you know if you're playing individually that you can play that ball over the top. You're alert to it to get there quick. You don't know what your player's going to do and where they're going to feed you the ball.
One thing just to keep an eye on for those at home, as that was Rosie Comita with an interesting punt of the ball out to the full-back there. Look out for the individual player movements, all right? The player switching is going to play a massive part in this game. You know, defensively, who's going forward, defensively, who's pulling people out of position. Here's another chance. Liv Cook does well, recycles in to Lisa Manley, who's controlling João Cancelo now. And you'll see that from the two pros. Who's got the skill move in their locker, the extra flick of the right stick. Ginola, brilliant pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, very nearly. 1 goal to the good. They win a corner.
Great save.
Whipped in to CR7, who will be there defensively. Anton Rudiger. Already, though, you did sort of put your hat on the line, Samantha, and you said one team would go and win this game. That team has looked like the team that's been on top so far.
They really do look like the team most likely to score the opening goal. And Liv Cook, if you just talk about her personality, she's won 5 world records. I'll just pause for a minute as we see a break go forward. It's not really been used enough there. Should have potentially been a goal. But just as I was saying, I think someone like Liv Cook, 5 world records. She did something like 217 soul taps and keepy uppies in a minute.
Chance. Off the bar! And on the rebound, it's not there. N'Golo Kante, unfortunately, not known for his air ball. His I can't even say the word. Aerobatics in the air. I'll tell you what, knocking on the door. That was Lisa Manley with that shot through and goal. And it could be the first chance on the flip side. 4-foot header. And Rosie Comita. It's going to fall to Rosie now, who's controlling Mohamed Salah. Looks for the cutback. It's brilliantly done. Firmino control. Just about possession. Kept intact. Firmino still with it, the Brazilian star of Liverpool. Trying to find a way around defensively. Sound is N'Golo Kante. And they survived to fight another day. But no, absolutely millions upon millions of followers Liv Cook has got. Rightly so off the back of her achievements in the freestyle world. The world record she holds too. Lisa comes forward, passes it in. I don't know why she didn't take the shot. She passed into David Ginola, who was miles offside.
You can see already that Lisa Manley and Liv Cook are just trying to establish the communication and working together as a team. It's just about being on the same wavelength. But Furheader and Rosie Comita did have a chance up the other end of the pitch. And for me, it's about how quickly Furheader and Rosie Comita are able to break forward on the counter-attack. Because it does look like Lisa Manley and Liv Cook are controlling the possession a bit more.
I think, as you rightly said, is how long does it take for them to get that connection in terms of in the 2v2 environment. You know, you can see the runs that are being triggered there by Lisa on that occasion with Cristiano Ronaldo. And also understanding how each duo wants to play in this one. This is nicely done on the build-up. Foot header controlling Alan Saint-Maximin, who's been making headlines in the first couple of group games here in the Premier League. Nicely done. Whipped in. Fortunately, that one goes out of play. Has been an improvement in the last 5 minutes or so.
Saint-Maximin has been a player that's really impressed me. It's his pace going forward. I like his backflip celebration. Hopefully we'll see that in the game. He's just a player with real flair about him.
Here comes Cristiano Ronaldo. Nicely done by Liv Cook. It was another brilliant chance. David Ginola just wasn't controlled there on that occasion. Did everything right, did Liv. Fortunately, Lisa just could not control the player on the flip side. This game's so end-to-end. How you want a game of FIFA to be.
Very transitional game so far.
Look at the numbers. Look at the red shirts. Chance. Salah, they're trying to literally walk it into the back of the net. And again, they come so close as the chance is still not fully dealt with. 4 minutes away from the half-time. Whistle being cued. Sancho. Back to Kieran Tierney. Pull it. Speak about total football. They're trying to play total football. Lisa and Liv. Unfortunately, there's no way through again on that occasion.
Been a very transitional game end-to-end as we're in with a chance here.
Another brilliant save. It's just not falling kindly as that one goes out of play. And that was Liv Cook, so close.
I have to say, Furheader and Rosie Comita have actually defended really well. They've held on to this game to keep it 0-0. There's been plenty of chances for Lisa and Liv.
I mean, so far at the halfway point, 0-0 somehow in this one, Samantha. I'm not too sure how it is still 0-0. They've had 4 or 5 chances. If we have to be critical of Liv and Lisa, maybe at times trying to play too pretty. Just have it shot.
It is one of those where they try to pass it into the net. And I said yesterday that Lisa was taking shots from distance. I think we need to see more of that. I think she's actually trying to be a real team player, try and find Liv in the box, pass it around a bit together. I think they just need to take shots earlier and be more clinical in front of goal.
And I think on the flip side for Liv in that duo, I think she's tried to implement that as well. It's not a case of neither of us are desperate to score on this live broadcast for today. They just want to play nice football and they want to play good FIFA and try and find a way forward. What have we got to see on the flip side from Footheader and Rosie Comita? Because let's be honest, They've had about 35 minutes there, the 45 of defending.
I do like that it's been a very tight game. It's been very transitional end to end. And you can see that Rosie Cometa and Footheader's best chance is probably going to come from a counter-attack. And they need to be quick. They need to try and launch the ball up top as quickly as possible. Maybe that's not the prettiest style of football, but I think that's how they could potentially get goals in this game. They've defended brilliantly. And like I said, Lisa and Liv need to take their chances better in front of goal.
Well said between both players and both teams there, Rosie and Liv. Also, chatting words across the studio at each other. But it's 0-0 at the halfway point here. If you have just joined us, this is the Premier League Grand Final, day 1 of 2. Of course, we're here all the way until the end of play today with group action. As we're speaking right now, the players in the Premier League finals are having just a slight break to get some refreshments on board before they get back to group play. But in the process, we've had this exciting game so far, which we can confirm, I think, Samantha, there should be goals in the next 45 minutes. Well, I hope there will be.
I hope there will be too. It doesn't look like it at the moment. There's been so many chances, very close. I do feel a goal is coming soon.
A change that has been made. Eric Cantona comes at the halfway point for Liv and Lisa. Interesting change. One of the icons that, of course, had a spell in the Premier League. Here's Coutinho. It's the first shot they've had. It's better. It's a lot better from Footheader and Rosie Cometa. It was Footheader had the shot. But if anything, it was just a routine day in the office for the goalkeeper.
Wasn't enough power and precision on the shot, but much better from them in this second half. An early chance, and you can see they're really going for it now, and it's all to play for at 0-0.
Well, they needed a better start. So far, that has happened. Nicely done. Played into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a little bit of a button press there. You saw it was time red. If it was to fall to the head of Alain Saint-Maximin, but in the nicest way, he was never winning that aerial battle against Ruben Diaz, let alone the goalkeeper.
You can see already there's battles going on. And I think it's a very exciting game. We spoke about this before the match started, and it really has been end to end, and it's been brilliant so far.
Tanganga in at fullback of Spurs. A special item in the game of Ultimate Team. Coutinho playing his football at Aston Villa. It's been a lot better. Bobby Firmino!
Just over, but much better this second half from Rosie Cometa and Footheader.
That could be an awful mistake. Well recovered there by Liv Cook defensively, really sound, but something as simple as an extra double tap on the X button could come costly there. Whether you're skipping a replay, next thing you know, you're gifting possession back to a forward. It's been a lot better. Chance! Timed it red again! It was a brilliant save regardless. But I don't know what's happened in the halfway point, Samantha, but there has been a massive change of proceedings here and just the way that Footheader and Rosie have come out in this second half.
They're almost like a new team. We didn't see this from them in the first half. Incredible, the improvements, and I think that's what happens. Oh, is there going to be a goal?
And there will be. It's a smash and grab. And it's Liv Cook.
It's like putting off football before, you're just wondering.
But it's got it. I mean, we were speaking highly of Footheader and Rosie Cometa, of how well they started, but it's the man that's come off the bench that's provided that moment of magic for Lisa Manley and Liv Cook. Liv Cook with the goal, and Eric Cantona to get this first goal just before the 60th minute mark. We said there was going to be surprises in this exhibition game, and there's the first goal of the match.
Well, Liv Cook, she always says that she's obsessed with getting better. She always wants to be the best, and she steps up in those big moments. She knows that she should have scored and could see another goal here.
Could be two. Liv with another. This time it's another icon. And it's Ruud Gullit with easy pickings.
Thank you. Liv Cook at the double, she's gained momentum. You can see that the first goal has given her confidence, and that's when you have to use that momentum. She's got herself another goal. She'll be full of confidence now, and you can see how disappointed Rosie Cometa and Footheader are. They put so much into this second half, and they've improved, but Liv Cook has just really taken her chances in this second half, and it shows you how quickly a game can change.
Yeah, after we're singing the praises of Footheader and Rosie now. 2-0 down, could be on the way to 3-0 down. It's Cristiano Ronaldo, tries to put on a plate. Could fall Carney back, Sancho. You can tell they're both Slightly biased towards Manchester United players, Lisa and Liv, with the amount of them they've got going forward, even in an icon capacity.
They're both Manchester United fans, so it doesn't surprise me at all. And Lisa is signed with Jay Lings.
Yeah, professional FIFA esports player for Jessie Lingard's own esports organisation. It's Lisa Manley. Carrying on the winning team here with Liv Cook. 15 minutes left to play. That's Lisa having some fun on the wing. With Eric Cantona, the goal scorer of the first. Is there anything back chance? Brilliant ball from Rosie Comita on the plate. Could be for foot header. It's a lot to ask. N'Golo Kante happy to get back and defend. And he's done superbly well, the French midfielder.
Don't often see Ronaldo get tackled like that, but Kante, players have spoken about, it's like having an extra player on the pitch. He puts in that much work rate.
Well, it could be 3. Sancho looking for the one more. Again, maybe falling back to old habits there, trying to overplay it. Just take a shot in that scenario of Jadon Sancho. You're already 2-0 up. Surely the confidence should be oozing in those sort of moments.
Lisa did say that she likes playing with Sancho on this game with his finesse shot. You can shoot from distance. And they do just need to take their chances now while they've got the momentum with them.
It's got to be a goal, got to be a chance at least. Rashford cut back, brilliantly done. CR7 and Ruben Dias come clashing together. It will be the Portuguese defender that just about comes out on top. 8 minutes to find 2 goals. It's quite a lot to ask. Rosie Comita from distance will take a shot. Takes a deflection out for a corner. It will go. What can we see? From this corner, whipped in towards that front post and defended pretty well.
And Ronaldo will just try and run as high up the pitch as possible, but Ronaldo's giving it away. Again, we don't often see that with a player like Ronaldo, and he keeps getting tackled. He's got tackled again by Varane.
CR7 to be the provider of the chance there. Finds Rashford eventually after it trickles its way through a few players. But they're on the verge here. Samantha of not just the big result, but a clean sheet as well from Liv Cook. Ooh! And Lisa Manley, what a save that was. Rosie Comita says, why not, from 35 yards out with the midfielder of choice into the hands of Van der Sar, and I think they are on the way to that clean sheet.
It does seem to be the case, and I think Foot Header and Rosie Comita will be disappointed if they don't get themselves at least a goal back, but it does look like Lisa and Liv are going to go on the attack again.
Could be 3. Cuts back, CR7 goes for a corner. Another chance that maybe on another day could have been 3-0. Played in towards Cristiano Ronaldo, who's met with his Manchester United teammate Rafael Varane. It's an added time of just 1 minute left to play here in this exhibition game. Will there be enough time to get the ball forward for Rosie and Foot Header to have just a consolation, if anything, defended superbly well? It will be the duo of Liv Cook and Lisa Manley that take the result here. 2-0.
1-0 doubted.
And you have to say it's fully deserved, Samantha.
Fully deserved. You can see from the start of the game, Lisa and Liv were slowly growing into it. They gave the ball away a bit at the beginning. It was quite transitional. But just after that, they picked themselves up in the second half and 2 clinical finishes.
Yeah, incredible stuff in the game there. And what a game it is in the end. 2-0. I think that's it from our exhibition match. And for now, it's over to Nicole.
Oh, all right. Are you all okay? Oh, look, I thought it was about to kick off.
Oh, I'm exhausted. You know, that was a lot. My heart was up and down. But can I just say, Rosie, how were them football tactics you talked about? I feel like who scored two? All right, yeah. All right, yeah. No, but can I say, I actually think we played better football. I'm not even joking.
Mad?
I actually think we moved the ball better. We can go again. We can go again.
Personally, it's fine.
Better football.
Does anyone have any boxing gloves right now? Who's gonna go? Okay, all right. Let's calm down. Let's chat about the game. Well, firstly, Rosie, why do you think you played better football? I mean, they've just won 2-0.
Yeah. Nicole,
I'm neutral.
You're not neutral, are you?
Go on. No, you guys had quite a few chances. You defended well as well.
No, we did. We defended well. I think we passed the ball well. No, I thought we worked well together.
Issues at the obviously first half, but yeah, no, second half I think it's better.
Sorry.
Yeah, second half was better.
Are you disappointed in me? I feel like you are. I feel like you are. I'm so sorry.
I'm not disappointed in my teammate.
You're proud of me.
I'm not.
She carried you, innit?
I mean, I assisted her, so it's fine.
Okay, so Liv, you got the 2 goals, right? Congratulations, well done. I saw your celebration. We all saw your celebration. What was going through your head? No, we loved it.
Nothing went through my head. I just react, don't I? I'm very reactive, and I'm happy. I'm very happy with the win. 2-0. I said we were going to win, and we won.
You should be happy.
Sorry, but let them be delusional in the loss. We definitely played better football.
Confidence made us win, you see.
Yeah, we were united as well. She got mad at me like twice. Not the 10 times I expected.
What were you guys saying to each other at points? Because in the break, I could see you guys talking. Were you discussing tactics?
I mean, to be honest, during the game, we was just saying, like, sort of like when it was in the goalkeeper's hands, we were just saying, like, right back, left back, just to aim it.
Yeah.
And just kept calling for the ball, which seemed to work. But we didn't really have any tactics going into it. We just went with 4-4-2, the basic formation that everyone seems to use. Is quite good defensively and attacking. So that's what we went for, and it seemed to work. We scored 2 goals. We didn't go defensive when we went 2 goals up. We tried to get more, but unfortunately.
Kept it fun. I think we played it like normal football. I was screaming at you like I do in my Sunday League matches.
You're really proud of yourself, aren't you, Liv?
Yeah, of course I am. Of course I am.
Well, congratulations, commiserations, but well done to all of you. That was really fun to watch. Kyle, Rachel, back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Nicole, so much, and congratulations once again to Liv and Lisa there. They obviously became champions of our Women's Showcase FIFA event. Commiserations again to Footheader and Rosie Committer as well. And thank you so much to Samantha Miller and to Brandon Smith for casting that one for us. It's great to have those 2 as a pairing as well. Guys, quick thought on that. I mean, we have to talk about Liv's celebrations.
Yeah.
She loved the fact that she scored a couple of those goals.
I mean, she told everyone and their uncle about it, so you can't be too upset. But I loved it. Like, it shows what it means, it shows what it meant to her, and I'm hoping to see more of those type of celebrations today.
And Aga, look at Rosie there. You saw Rosie and then Liv. Look, she's giving all the trash talk. Lisa getting excited, and they really did try and think about their formations and who they were going to have in their squads. And we saw that, didn't we? At halftime, they were talking and analysing tactics, and that's what you've got to do in 2v2 FIFA.
Yeah, you got to be transparent to each other and discuss a couple of things and celebrate. Of course, I actually love the scenes here. Super exciting match.
You can see that she's a 5-time world record holder, can't you, Liv? And how she kind of goes about her business, whatever she turns her hand or feet to, can't you, Aga?
Well, that's just the presence. I like it.
Right, let's have a look at what's coming up very shortly. Once again, though, congratulations to Lisa and Liv. But the ePremier League action does continue with these games. Chelsea taking on West Ham, Liverpool taking on Everton, a Merseyside derby just there. Southampton taking on Crystal Palace, and Tottenham Hotspur taking on Aston Villa. All of that action is yet to come, so make sure you do stick around. Tom, any of those matches you're looking forward to?
I think I was going to say Group B, but Group D is standing out to me right now. I mean, Tottenham have a lot to do. They've got to try and work their way back. But so do Villa. Villa had a solid first leg. Obviously, second leg, Watford did step up. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamic of how those 2 bounce back, whether they want to play cautious or whether they want to just go out and attack.
Let's see what happens, but we will see it all unfold in front of us here at the ePremier League. So make sure you stick around. There's plenty more action to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ePremier League here with myself, Alex, the FIFA analyst, joined with Ranners. Ranners, how are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm feeling refreshed. We had a nice long break, got some food, got some drinks, and we're good to go.
Yeah. Break was good. Hope you have been enjoying all the action that we've had for you so far today. We have played 2 games in Group C, and a reminder that we are looking at every single game today in the group, so you get to see all your favourite players in action.
Yeah, you get to see every single tie. Now, here's how the group currently stands. Like I said, we got Leeds and Southampton obviously winning their first game. Got the 3 points, chilling on top.
Manchester United, so far, haven't played. We're not going to be looking at them next. We have got Southampton v Crystal Palace coming up shortly. We will see Manchester United, who they've had a little bit of a chance to maybe watch, look at some strengths and weaknesses of all the different teams, and that possibly could play an advantage for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They aren't just going into games and just guessing, okay, this guy plays this formation sometimes online. He might be using this formation. They've seen him play. They've learned a lot of things, from people using, that Cancelo, left back, using him going up the pitch. A lot of people will now know that Kai Piva is going to be playing like that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other stuff. And that's where, obviously, the coaches come in. The coaches would have been watching these games more than the players, would have got some analysis done. And, I mean, for this game, both of these teams have already played. So both camps will be studying each other.
Yeah, and both of these teams, as you said, have played. And we have got Nick Sneb for Crystal Palace, who will be playing up first against Robbie Wilson on Xbox. Now, Robbie took a little while to get going in his first game. He did manage to bring the game back against Joey. And obviously, they managed to go through and pick up the 3 points overall on aggregate. But then we saw a different story for Nick Sneb. Nick Sneb, unfortunately, losing 4-1 to Oli Ito, which made it difficult for Ethan to come back in and get back into that game. For Nick Sneb, we know how good he is, and we know how good Robbie Wilson is. This one's going to be an entertaining game. But for Nick Sneb, what's the start going to look like?
I mean, he has to win this game, in my opinion, or at least draw. He has to really come out and prove how good he is, because against Alito, he just didn't look that good. He made him look average. Now, obviously, he still had some solid chances and stuff, whatnot, but to lose 4-1 in one leg of FIFA, that's the key thing. It's a best of one. To lose 4-1 and best of one, give your teammate near no chance to come back is really bad. But Nick Sneb, incredible player. I'm expecting him to come out all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Robbie took a little while to get going as well, so you'd expect maybe to see him raise his level. I didn't feel like he really got out of first gear in that first game against Joey.
Yeah, I think towards the end, 70 minute on, he got that equalizer, which was big. But not only did he get that equalizer, he was creating more chances there, and he really got into his game. Because, yeah, that first half especially, he did not look all that.
Yeah, so for Nick Sneb, the aim for this is to obviously just get the ball moving, do what he does best, and obviously for Robbie, kind of carry on the way that he left that last game while raising it into the next gear. But these two are some of the top UK players right now, kind of coming through the ranks.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Well, they're both extremely young.
Yeah.
Right? So they're both 16, 17. And they're just, they're finding their feet. This is both of their first lands as well. So they also have their first offline event. And so, those first games for both of them, I do think showed that it was their first offline event games. But now going in the second game, you should be seeing probably more confidence from both of them. And hopefully more clinicality, more accurate passes and shots.
Yeah, and when we think about the rivalries in the Premier League, in the real world game, this is going to be a rivalry I think that we're going to see across the board for the next few years with Robbie and Nick Sneb.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. They have so many years ahead of them. Absolutely. So it's going to be interesting. I wonder, have they played much? I assume they have. Like, they probably practiced a lot against each other, as most players will have his. So I think they'll be familiar enough with each other. So could be one of those where it's a little bit actually they actually know how each other plays, and that could affect the game, but we'll see.
Who's your money on?
I think next time.
Yeah.
Now he didn't have the best game one, and we talked about that, but he was playing a considerably harder opponent. Robbie, whilst he kind of got into his game at the end, and Joey was looking pretty solid, Ololito was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
He was so good. So that was kind of fair for next time to struggle. But anyways, straight into the game. Got Crystal Palace, obviously in that lovely home kit. against Southampton in their away kit. Playing from left to right with Robbie Wilson. Just doing a little few passes. Better. Remember last time from kickoff he lost the ball straight away? Here we're seeing some build-up play.
Already seen an improvement from Robbie going into his next match. Yeah, like we saw in the first game, was a little bit, gave the ball away too many times. A little bit nervous. I think once you get that first game out of the way and you've been on the stage, you start to kind of get into your element a little bit more and just understand the job that needs to be done. Nick Snebb, I think will start aggressive. I think he will really want to take the game to Robbie. Wants to be on top. That's how Nick Snebb strives. How he does best is being on top in the game and being dominating, really.
Yeah, no, it is. He's such an attacking player, and to be fair, Robbie is too. But Nick Snebb will want to really take the edge. I think Nick Snebb thinks he's probably the better player as well, and he's trying to make up for his first leg.
Yeah, as I do, just have a quick pause, as I believe there is some controller things that we need to sort out. And kind of as we're going into it, with Nick Snebb and Robbie, do you think there's a clash of play styles, or do you think they're both different in their own element?
Well, they obviously definitely are like a bit different, but they just both have that freestyle kind of playing. They're going to be like going at each other quite heavily. They're going to be trying to just outscore each other. It's going to be another outscoring affair from what I can kind of guess.
Yeah, it will be a very, very interesting game. As you just bear with us, just as the players get themselves set and ready while we do sort out the issues. And we will hopefully get into the action very, very shortly. And I think when we go back to Ollie Ito and Nick Snebb's previous game, I feel like Nick Snebb, didn't get going, and Ollie Ito was kind of at that next level. And for him, it's very much just about accepting, you know what, Ollie Ito played really well. Yeah, I made a mistake here and there, the last goal being a big thing. But with it being in the structure that it is, that it's Xbox and then PS, and you can't let your PS partner down, Nick Snebb will want to have a good start, of course, but I think the main thing will be do not allow what happened last time. Don't let myself go in to that next game for Ethan with a 3-goal deficit. If I'm losing by 2 goals, at least just make sure we leave it at that at most.
Yeah, I'm sure Ethan definitely, these guys have had a little break in between. They've definitely talked about probably more strategy based on that. More, okay, if Ethan's saying next time, hey, I'm comfortable. If you're the game's getting away from you, keep it to those 2 goals at most. I can then come in and I feel confident, I can definitely claw that back. Whereas as it gets to 3 goals to claw back in that best of 1, like he had to attempt to do against Mitch Haywood, it's a bit too difficult of a task.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the goal that Ollie Ito scored came out of nothing, didn't it? Like, it was down at the byline last minute, and that was just pure quality.
It came out of nothing, but it was pure skill from Olito, and it was ridiculous. I didn't see it coming at all. Like, I was just looking at it, and I was like, he's in the corner, he's not going to do too much. Whips out the McGeady spin cancel into a touch, pass the defender perfectly on the byline, to then driven across, and then take touch and do the extra little pass.
Yeah, and think about Nick Snebb as well. Quite funny, actually. I used to play pro clubs with Nick Snebb.
Oh, okay.
And pro clubs, obviously, you control 1 player at a time. And Nick Snebb's so good on the ball, like with the sticks and the skill moves and the dribbling and whatnot. And that was where I really started to see how good he was, but how pro clubs is so different into a 1v1. Because in pro clubs, you don't know what to do. Like, your teammates got the ball and they're dancing around and they're moving, and you're like, well, where do I go? Where do I run? But when it's a 1v1, you don't have that issue. And he really does shine in that sort of area. And I think we've still got a lot to see from Nick Snebb. I think, as I said, that first game was a little bit disappointing from him. But if he started to reach his gears that he can get into, he's a scary player.
Oh, no, yeah, he is. Absolutely. I think we didn't see enough shot cancels, enough high-tempo kind of skill moves that we're used to seeing, that he absolutely has in the locker. Now, that could have just been Olito's defense, or first game nerves. There's a lot of reasons, and I'm hoping he's kind of cleared that out, whatever it was, and this game we really see a great performance.
Yeah, and I think that's where Ollie Ito did a good job in stopping him from even getting into those sort of areas. It was very rare that Nick Snebb had the opportunity to drive the byline and look for those extra passes across. Yes, his goal kind of came from that, but other than that, you didn't really get that opportunity too often. So we'll be looking to try to get into that area a little bit more, I'd say. And I'm sure Robbie is aware of what he can do inside that 18-yard box and will want to avoid him getting there.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw that Nick Snebb had 1 shot in 90 minutes. That's absolutely ridiculous to hold a pro, especially somebody like Nick Snebb that has such attacking prowess, to 1 shot in 90 minutes. Phenomenal defending from Olito.
Yeah. So we will be jumping into the game very shortly. The players just getting up. We did just have to restart the match, unfortunately, due to a controller disconnection. So obviously that's the last thing that you want when you're jumping into a game. Not being able to control your players might be a little bit awkward, that one.
Yeah, a bit of a hindrance there. You know, I prefer to play when my controller is connected, personally.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I've heard that the AI on squad battles is better than you, aren't they, runners?
I prefer not to comment at this time. Hey, bro, that AI is pretty solid, you know?
Yeah, very, very solid. Very solid. Some of the runs that they can make as well. Whew, out of this world. Yeah. Out of this world. But, hey, enough of that. We shall be jumping in as the players, as I said, have got everything set up and ready. So let us know exactly who do you think is going to win this game. Is it going to be Southampton taking the 3 points or Crystal Palace, or will it be a draw? Tell us in whichever chat you are watching and listening on. Let's go ahead and crack on.
Absolutely. Obviously, we got the same setup here from Southampton, playing left to right in that black kit against Palace in the home kit. And to be honest, it's pretty much the same attack. He's just holding it a little bit, getting some passes in from kickoff. I'm telling you, this is key to just get yourself a little feel for the game. And also, your opponent hasn't touched the ball, so he's a bit angsty, but Nixnep does recover possession. And he could send a true ball into Maximum straight away. And he's knocked it forward again. Can he actually create a goal? Extra pass. Sancho back to Ronaldo. Gets a timely tackle.
I thought that reverse Elasco was absolutely going to open up that lane for the clear shot, but Robbie comes in with that last-ditch tackle just to take it away, and that was a key tackle.
Oh, absolutely. That was the thing. I mean, it's goal-saving tackle, like simple as. It's as good as the goal, as they say.
Yeah. Kante used really well there from Nixnep, just kind of showing that aggression. Kante coming out, covering off the passes to the strikers and putting the pressure on in the battle in the middle of the park, which can be so effective to get into the face of the opponent, and then obviously just being able to win the ball and carry forward yourself.
Yeah, especially with Kante, I think his pace, he can literally chase you down so fast on that Team DA item and just catch you and get the ball.
Yeah, he is very, very good at that. He can also offer a little bit in the attacking third as well. His shooting stats obviously being given a big upgrade. Sancho just on the edge, maybe trying to find the hullet. Just find Kante, forces it into the middle.
That passing upgrade, lays it up to Ronaldo, and it's a goal. Simple as.
That is extraordinary, purely because the pass didn't look like it was on into the 18-yard box. He just managed to drive it in using that driven pass, the R1X, an RBA on Xbox, and just managing to penetrate that defensive line. And as we say it time and time again, the extra pass.
Extra pass was absolutely key. Ronaldo with those first-time shots on, guess what? The foot birthday foul. So weak foot, is that it again? Easy. And it is 1-0 to Nixnep. He's obviously feeling a lot better this game. You see, he's even playing with a bit more confidence as well. I think he is definitely settled now.
Yeah, and that was obviously something that we spoke about prior to this game, that Nixnep, although outclassed in the last game against Oli Ito, if he can play his game and get into that gear early on and put that pressure onto Robbie Wilson, will make it very, very difficult. 17 minutes gone now, 1-0 to Crystal Palace, with Nixnep taking that early lead. Reece James out on that right-hand side, trying to force it back in, but Rashford just coming back and helping out on the defensive duties for Southampton on that left-hand side. An opportunity for the through ball. An interesting choice to go for the normal through ball there, rather than over the top.
Yeah, I'm stunned by that, to be honest. It was the over-top through ball was absolutely in, as Maxim nearly sneaks through once again. He's really enjoying those like knock-on touches with St. Maximum. Next time's been using them now for a couple of games.
Yeah, he's definitely been happy trying to take the players on with that. Jadon Sancho on this right-hand side. Cancelo coming over as he do lay the ball into St. Maximin on the edge of the 18-yard box. Diaz standing him up. Sancho looking to drive towards the byline. Lays it back in to St. Maximin. And then Kante on the edge.
Can he find an equally deadly pass straight through? Now reverse Lasco just dribbling a little too much, but gets away with it. Gets it in St. Maximin somehow. Yeah, I thought he was offside.
Just about offside. A good defensive line from Nixnep there. And just using his centre mids really well. Again, protecting those centre backs, trying to ensure that, look, if you're going to try and squeeze a pass in, like what Nixnep did in the attack, there's going to be a good chance for me to intercept it, or your player will be offside.
Absolutely. Got Kante. Dude, he's actually been involved in the attack a lot more, like you said. I suppose with that boost, he's actually pretty good dribbling because he is small, obviously. Coupled with that passing upgrade. Get nice clean pass here. Nice quick passing into St. Maximin. Little McGeady cancel, tries to find Ronaldo, but cut out.
Nixneb is looking really good in the attack right now. Definitely kind of finding his way into his groove, into his element. The quick changes of tempo, the quick first-time passes, one touch, then pass and releasing, and looking to send people on a run, getting the Hullet involved. And as you said, Kante being that pivot at the back and basically just distributing the ball out to the left, to the right, to the forwards. Where he needs to go, Kante's the man right now.
No, absolutely. I think also, though, you're seeing him get a lot more space than he did against Alito, so he can actually get a bit time on the ball here with Kante to find the pass that he wants to and just kind of pass it around and get the flow, whereas I feel like Alito was really cutting him off, so that's why you're seeing a lot better from Nixneb this time.
Definitely. Hullet just on the edge, finds a pass into St. Maximin, a little elastico. Varane equal to it. How quick was that? That little skill move inside the 18-yard box, that is what makes some of these players so good.
Yeah, no, it was almost too fast nearly.
Yeah.
It got like almost accidentally red because he did it just instantaneously. And Varane was just there, luckily, for Robbie.
36 minutes on the clock. Can Robbie Wilson start to put a bit more of an attacking intent into this match? Nixneb so far been comfortable, had a lot of the ball. Especially in the right areas as well. He's not just having the ball inside his 18, inside his own half. He is getting it into that final third and moving it around and distributing there. As Robbie just has a bit of time on the ball now. A very aggressive set there from the Kante. The lane did open to the Ronaldo. Sancho looking to try and take Cancelo on again.
I feel like attacking down the left-hand side of these Premier League teams. So as Ronaldo gets it in, one extra. The goalkeeper movement from Nixneb to stop that, because that was that extra pass across the goal. That's normally that 100% chance you talk so much about, but with the goalkeeper movement, equal to it.
Yeah, so that's where you use your right stick, you push that in, and then you have control of your goalkeeper. Nixneb doing that there, just moving him across, knowing exactly where he was going to take that shot and ensuring that the goalkeeper made a comfortable save. 43 minutes, 2 minutes left in this half. We might see one more attack for Robbie Wilson. Having a big chance there, but Schmeichel being the man to keep it out.
A little over the top true ball with Kante, knocks it down. Rashford on the volley, but another block.
We do go in at half-time 1-0. That was an unfortunate one because the over-the-top through ball was good there to break away, and Rashford just didn't quite bring it down quick enough. And then when he did, Diaz was there to just be like, look, whatever you do, I've got this covered.
That's the thing. You need a perfect touch nearly always in these scenarios with the centre-back foot item cards, right? That Diaz is going to hunt you down instantly. If you don't get a perfect touch and get past him, he's going to be there. He's going to be ready. He's going to be equal to pretty much anything you can do.
Yeah, so for Nixneb in comparison to the last game, I'm a lot happier going in at half-time with this 1-0. I think he'll still be wanting more, though. He'll be asking a little bit more from himself. He had a lot of the ball around on the edge of the 18. Working the ball, doing exactly what he kind of does best. Obviously, key thing is nice clean sheet to start off that half. And Robbie Wilson started to come into it more towards the end of that half.
Yeah, no, he's definitely getting back into it. It's kind of similar to the other game. He doesn't seem to start off too fast.
Yeah.
Not too great, but once he gets settled, he's good to go. As a little mistake, Cancelo there, but true ball into Rashford will get once again equal to it by Mr. Ruben Diaz. Sounds like the story of the day. Now, Schmeichel out to James. Just next time, maybe getting a little feel for the second half. Not exactly forcing it forward too fast.
Yeah. Diaz in the middle, laying it off to Kante. Both teams just looking to fill into the second half. 10-15 minutes or so. Just trying to figure each other out, see if there's any tactical changes. I would like to see Robbie be a little bit more aggressive in the press as well. We saw it there then with the attackers, kind of bringing them back a little bit and pressing the ball holder to try and stop Nixneb to get into the final third and play ball. If you can stop him in the middle and then transition over and attack, Robbie will be in a much better state.
Yeah, as you see Sancho on the right wing. Actually whips it back post. Let's go.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Purely because we always talk about players wanting those perfect chances and being predictable and doing the same thing. CR7 is one of the best players on this football pitch in the air, right? There's an opportunity to cross it, whip it in, but then also green times the header.
Yeah, no, sensational stuff. I mean, it did open. You definitely see that kind of back post cross was quite open, and he actually opted for it, which doesn't seem to happen too much at this pro level. As Ronaldo in for Nixneb, equalizes it, kickoff, 2-1, and he's back in the lead.
As quick as that. We said earlier on, goals mostly scored and conceded after kickoff, 45th minute and 90th minute. And there we have it.
Yeah, done. Easy.
Concentration? Do you reckon it's concentration that goes?
It must be concentration.
It must be concentration. It has to be. Robbie Wilson's concentration possibly out the door there. Who knows, though? Who knows? 2-1 to Crystal Palace. And Nick Snebb coming straight back in and saying, Robbie, whatever you two can do, I can do it better.
As we have Nick Snebb taking the ball back off him and starting this counter-attack. We got Kante doing that pivot roll again. Although the Rashford touches are very bad in this game, I'll be honest. He can lose the ball a lot for you.
Kante in the middle. Nick Snebb just looking to get numbers back. Sancho doing a little bit of pressing.
Oh, the quick passing here. Oh. Because Kante, I guess.
Yeah, good little change of tempo there with those little first-line passes. Kante for Nick Snebb doing the job, though. Stepping in and taking that ball away. Are we going to see a break?
I think, I think Nick Snebb here slightly slowing it down, although this is a great chance. Into Rashford. Can he do anything? A little speed boost in the ball roll scoop. And here's the next Snebb we're seeing. Oh, my! What was that pass? What was that pass? The driven pass across. I did not see that. Little tap in. Goal.
I kind of feel like there, what's happened is Robbie Wilson has just looked over and said, what can I do? what can I do? Because we spoke about Nick Snebb and how he can play and what he can do. You're about to say Nick Snebb's about to slow it down. But he didn't. He broke. He countered. He gets the ball into Rashford. Rashford does some dances, does some little skill moves, and then a driven pass across. I don't think there's many players that do that.
No, it's ridiculous. It's
the pass off across, yeah, 100% they go for that. But the way he was with the dribbling and baiting in the defenders and then to find that driven, just out of this world. And that's why he's one of the best players in the UK right now.
Absolutely. It's just ridiculous. I just can't even fathom how you can do that. Because my brain wouldn't process it fast enough, He just whips out all these little fancy little turns, little touches, little skill moves, just creates that lane. And then to see that pass in the milliseconds you had to then even do the driven pass, find it sensational.
And that's where the older age of me and you is showing, because our brain wouldn't process that quick enough, would it?
Nah, I want to be 17 again,
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Either way, a few things there coming in from Nick Snebb. Just coming through and actually making a few tactical changes. So bringing on some fresh legs, getting ready to see out this game. We saw him tweaking with his 4-2-3-1. I wouldn't be surprised to see him switch into that very soon. Purely just for the sake of, you know what? Last game, I put my teammate in an awkward position. He had 3 goals to chase. Now I want to try and at least give him a good opportunity in that next one. And a 3-1 lead is absolutely fantastic. If you can take that in and say to Ethan, you've got a 2-goal deficit, do what you need to do in the second leg, they'll be happy.
No, absolutely. I feel like Nick Snebb would definitely be happy if this was a full-time result. The question is, how good is he really at holding that kind of lead? Because he normally does just go forward, go forward, go forward. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually does try to slow the tempo.
I think that's where, especially being at our first live event in many years, and sometimes, for these players, it's been their first live event altogether, this is where you learn. This is where the experience starts to come in. If Nick Snebb now can see out this game, you've already got a very mature player developing on the hands.
Yeah, you have lots of online experience, but like we said, just to be at that live event and feel it in person, to have the light shining down on you and whatnot, it is a completely different. You can sometimes forget about what's happening, but here we have the reverse Lasco, and then there's a big shot into a roulette, and he turns back on St. Maximin's left and scores. And that's just Nick Snebb. That is Nick Snebb.
It's a very difficult one for me to sit here and really say to you, how can you do that? Because that is just... we spoke about how he can be so good on the sticks and asking the questions of the defenders. And Robbie, again, sat there and looking at it and going, what can I do? Literally, what can I do? If you go and step in and try and win the ball, as we do see a chance lay off across.
So the blocks are coming in. You're seeing a lot here with Robbie's chances. He's not going for that extra thing. He is taking a lot of shots that just get blocked.
Yeah, he is. And going back to that, if Robbie tries to step in and win the ball, Nick Snebb will just go, nope, I'm going this way.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a game of cat and mouse. And in the end, the space opens up. St. Maximin on that weak foot, just smashing it past the goalkeeper. And if they had a talk before this game, and Ethan said, whatever you do, do not put me in that position again, sort it out. It certainly worked.
Yeah, he got the reverse goal line. He's falling up this time, which is pretty nice. As we see a little speed boost from Lucas. Driven pass into Mr. Bobby Firmino, who tries that reverse pass, but does not get this shot off.
Using the speed boost really well there. Just being like a normal dribbling speed, and then using the L1 and releasing that and combining it with the sprint, and just allows you to break away. And a real good way to just get past an opponent without taking it either way. You know, you can just go straight on the line that you were on, but bang, you get that speed boost.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're just trying to play catch up and get back to you. See, we're nearly approaching the 90th minute already. Only 3 minutes left in the game. See next time potentially hold for that last attack.
Yeah, you would imagine so. And again, when we go back to Nick Snebb and experience, this right here has been a mature performance, especially after a very difficult game in that first leg against Oli Ito against Leeds, which obviously Leeds came out on top with. To bounce back as good as this is a real statement.
No, it really is. Especially because of how good Robbie is. As we just haven't been answering the ball. Oh my God. Nearly too fancy with it there. It was almost too fancy. I would like to see maybe, you know, a little more respect shown almost for that last chance. But we do have Nick Snebb coming away with that huge victory.
I am very surprised to see the lack of a reaction there from Nick Snebb. I thought he'd give himself a bit of a, you know, a bit of a pat on the back maybe, but a bit of a celebration to be proud of that. But maybe they've got a job here to do, and that's what they're focusing on.
Job's not finished. Huh?
Job's not finished. Was that
first leg?
Kobe Bryant?
Kobe Bryant.
Job's not finished.
Job's not finished. What's there to be happy about, huh?
Yeah.
You can lose second leg 5-1, and then what?
And then what? Yeah.
Yeah. So job's not finished. Next snap locked in. Now.
I do think if they did go ahead and lose his second leg, though, Ethan might have something to say about that.
Yeah, that would be rough. That would be, to be fair, then they would be finished. But yeah.
Have you had a little think about? So obviously, all these teams have got 4 games to play, right? As we do just go ahead and get ready to jump into that second leg. And before we do that, they've all got 4 games to play. Have you had a little think about how many points a team is going to need to get into that top 2? Have you thought about that?
Yeah. I was kind of thinking about it. I feel like it's just going to be 9 because I think, right, you got 4 games. I do see teams winning 3 out of 4 games.
Yeah.
I do see that. That would be my guess. And obviously you are taking points off the other teams. That's just a guess. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I could agree with that. So you're basically saying that you can have 1 loss, and other than that, you got to win. No room for draws, nothing. And I think draws will be, there'll be few and far between, actually, across all groups today. I do think you will see more, well, obviously you're going to see more wins anyway, but I don't think draws are going to be that common, especially with the players wanting to ensure that they're making the maximum points, as we see the result from the first leg, which was 4-1 to Nick Snebb on Xbox against Robbie Wilson. Michael Fisher has got a 3-goal deficit to get against Ethan.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable. Like we said, Michael Fisher can score goals. Now, earlier, not the best performance out of him, but we'll see. Ethan didn't exactly score too many goals either, so
as long as he doesn't concede any, he will be okay. But we will come to you with the second leg of Southampton v Crystal Palace just after this short break.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Myself, Ranas, with the FIFA analyst Alex. We got the second leg coming up of Southampton against Crystal Palace. We got Robbie Wilson. We have Michael Fisher against Ethan.
We had Robbie Wilson.
Yeah, we did.
He obviously just played against Nick Sneb. And that result, maybe I didn't expect it as big as it was, you know. How Nick Sneb took control of the game and really turned it on. You know, we saw what Nick Sneb can do. Michael Fisher has got an absolute mountain of a task here.
Yeah, he does have a big task, especially against Ethan. You know, it's not against somebody who's like maybe considered a lower tier player of these pros. It's against Ethan, who's really, really good. As we do get started into this game, Crystal Palace's Michael Fisher playing in that yellow kit.
Crystal Palace's Michael Fisher.
I take it all back. Crystal Palace's Ethan. I'm having a mare. You know what it was? It's because he was on the left.
Yeah, right, I'll give you that.
It threw me off.
Yeah,
it threw me off.
I'll give you that. It's Crystal Palace's Ethan.
Yes.
Up against Michael Fisher for Southampton. Ethan in the yellow kit of Southampton and of Crystal Palace. You threw me off.
Yeah, okay,
you threw me off. You threw me off. Anyway, let's get on to the FIFA, shall we?
Oh, beautiful first time driven, but just couldn't get it out of Ronaldo's feet.
Yeah, Sancho on the ball for Southampton. Does get pressed heavily from Kante. Ronaldo choosing to go out wing to Rashford. Be interesting to see how Ethan plays this game. I personally feel like Ethan's going to want to get more goals.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like he is really attacking, really going for this game. I don't think, once again, even with that big lead, people really want to just sit back for the whole time and invite that pressure. They do want to just play their game for a little while at least, and then maybe as the time progresses, they'll decide to opt for a more defensive possession-style tactic.
I think as well, though, this is where something like Ethan would look at this and go, I have got that big advantage, great. But also, I think Ethan, the type of player that he is and how confident he can be, he backs himself to win this game regardless, even without that deficit. So why not go out there and just carry on playing my game? You know what? Yeah, if I go a goal down, then maybe we'll change it. But for now, let's just try and see if I can get a 1-2-0 lead and carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the big thing with that is, imagine Ethan does score first. Makes it 5-1.
Yeah.
Now that is pretty much game, set, match. So that would be absolutely huge. And he's really setting himself up for that.
Both players at the minute just finding their feet in this game. Seen a few little loss of possession in the middle of the park as both players trying to press, trying to be aggressive, trying to win the ball and be dominant on the ball. Rashford out on his left-hand side, just sending the Cancelo on that overlap, but decides not to play that out towards him. Hullet going forward as well. Losing the man in the middle, something you do have to be mindful of. If you do send a runner, being careful if you don't use them, because the last thing you want to do is get caught there when Hullet's at the other end of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his defensive presence is huge. Obviously, 6'3" with solid interceptions, and he will really be missing in midfield if you send him forward. Well, we do have Cancelo actually attacking here. A lot of players actually using their fullbacks a lot in this tournament. I feel like it's something you don't see too much at just a casual level. As we see a bit of skill there. Won't actually go out for the corner, heads it back, and safe hands for Van der Sar.
Go back to your point about the fullbacks and using the fullbacks. Yeah, players, you know, at times can be guilty of not using them because everyone's so scared to use them and get caught and then get hit on the counter themselves. But having that extra man in the attack, on the overload, on the wing, can generate so many extra chances.
Yeah, I think the best way to set it up is to not have them on balance, still have them on stay back. But when you feel it's appropriate, just use L1 or LB on Xbox to just manually trigger them to actually make a run.
Yeah, definitely. Or in other cases as well, where like here, Reece James just charging forward. Like you can carry the ball 10, 15 yards with that fullback, crossing the halfway line and then passing it on to your more advanced attacking players. Varane then at the back. So far, 26 minutes in. Crystal Palace and Ethan just looking for a long ball down the wing. Cancelo matching that every step of the way. Been a slow start to this match.
Yeah, nobody's been too outstanding. There has been some kind of cheap giving away of possessions, but I think it should improve. I mean, Ethan obviously is not too fussed about that, but Michael Fisher would be a little concerned with how kind of his attack is building up. He's not really been threatening whatsoever.
Has possibly got a chance coming up here. CR7. Varane
An easy tackle. And
Varane just mirroring it. Sticking him out towards the wing. Not being in an aggressive position on the edge of the 18 there. Been a little bit too far away from goal.
Yeah, see, Ethan just doing a few little side passes. Nothing too crazy. But of course, every minute that drops on that clock is absolutely perfect for Ethan in absolutely no rush.
Yeah. While we just see these players move the ball around, try and figure each other out, what's been your favourite formation so far this year?
This year? Ooh, you know what? Probably just a 4-4-2. I feel like that's pretty solid. From a fun perspective, I think the narrow is still more fun, but 4-4-2 is just solid. You can do really anything you want to do with it just because it is so balanced.
Yeah, I know Aggie on our caster's desk who's been analysing the players prior, getting an idea of who's the strong players. 4-4-2 being a big one, especially in the UK scene. We have seen a lot of 4-3-2-1 across the world, 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. But 4-4-2 I think is a very staple across a lot of these players here today.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. From just even watching a lot of these UK boys that I would just know personally and watch them a lot, yeah, mostly do use the 4-4-2. I feel like 4-3-2-1 a bit more popular recently, especially with that kind of one overlapping fullback.
Yeah, definitely. Ethan's using some of these over the top through balls quite well actually, which is catching Robbie out, just allowing him to get in some advanced positions. But St. Maximin can break Michael, there. 43rd minute. Michael just trying to find a way in. Can he grab a goal before half-time? Remember, the deficit is 4-1. 3 goals for Michael will get him a point, but both players will be wanting 3 points on the board. Good little pass off across. Goalkeeper Van der Sar, you spoke about him, Ranners.
Yeah.
Being so crucial for you. That is a huge, huge save there.
Yeah. I believe he went for the extra pass as well, I think is what he went for, which was definitely the right idea. Unfortunately, Van der Sar was just so close. He was able to instantly pretty much get down to it, do enough to kind of deflect it away and stop the chance.
Yeah, definitely. So then we do go in at half-time. If you're either player, Ethan is the happy man right now. He's fine with that, 0-0. Obviously, Michael, I mean, how soon do we start looking at a constant pressure, a high press? He's going to get 3 goals.
It's now.
Yeah.
It has to be now, right? Ethan playing that 4-2-3-1, going to be really defensive, really compact, easy to hold the ball. But Southampton's Michael Fisher really has to just send for this game now and try and throw absolutely everything at him, because he didn't get that goal before halftime, which he was really hopeful for.
Yeah.
Because 3 goals in one half is going to be a difficult task, and he didn't even create that many clear-cut chances, let's be honest. So I'm not very confident, but we'll see what this second half entails.
You let us know exactly who you think is going to have the better half in the second half. With, as we said, with Michael having a mountain to climb. 3 goals in competitive FIFA. Hard to get as it is, but to get 3 goals against Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan's such a great defensive player, so experienced. Every chance he's get nowadays, he's probably just going to do, smart passes. He's just going down the line, just not taking too many risks, little skill moves to create space.
Like here, you wouldn't be surprised if he recycles it.
Yeah. Like he's in no rush. Why would he be in a rush? He's winning the game. And that's just finished. Unfortunately, that pass does get cut out, but he gets it straight back. That's where maybe you see the inexperience of Fisher. Loses the ball very cheaply, very easily against somebody he knows is running down the clock against him.
I think as well for Michael's so used to, with the year that he's had, he's used to winning. He's used to being in the lead. It's not very often that he has these positions where, hey, you know what, I got 3 goals down to come back from. And it's a very difficult thing to do if you're so used to winning. As we get a chance here for St. Maximin.
Yeah, although to that point, I mean, as Ethan just the extra pass, it's just perfect, it's clinical.
Ethan with a nod of the head to Dan, to Nick Stebb and say, game, set, match win, we're good. 3 points on the board.
Yep.
That is, again, I know, if you've been watching the stream from the start, me and Ranna's talking about it and repeating ourselves over and over and over again. But that extra pass off across, the composure to just be able to do that and ensure that you're creating that chance, absolutely out of this world. Ronaldo now, though, lining it up. A very interesting choice there. Did he try to go near post for that? It didn't look like
he
finessed
must
there.
have, because there's no way. It was way too near post for him to have possibly gone far post with that classic finesse where you would try to bend it far post. And it was green, but it was still straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah. A disappointing shot there for Ronaldo and for Michael of Southampton.
Yeah, the only thing I could be thinking is potentially he anticipated Ethan moving his goalkeeper as he gets a chance here into a little Nikiti spin, but it will be cut out.
Oh yeah, definitely. If Ethan's moving his goalkeeper, again, you know, these players playing against each other on a regular basis. Michael knows that, so he's probably trying to bank on the goalkeeper movement to go in at that near post to then obviously get, you know, much more simple goal. Mind games at the highest level.
Yeah, it really just is he going to move the goalkeeper? In a lot of shots, I mean, you got the finesses where you're probably going to move them because otherwise they do go in with these high-rated foot items with a green type finesse. But then also, even inside the box, you'll see a lot of people move their goalkeeper. But if you shoot it where the goalkeeper originally was, you obviously will get an easy goal because he's obviously moved out the way for you.
That's indeed. So some changes then. Saint Maximin just going out to that wing position. Rashford coming off for Lucas Moura, and Sancho slotting in at that centre attacking mid. I'm assuming Firmino may be coming on. No change for Firmino. Sancho is going to stay in at that centre attacking mid. The 5-star, obviously being so useful there. 64 minutes in, and I don't mean to be a negative person here, but you would imagine that this game is done.
Yeah, it's not looking like there's much hope here for Southampton. Although, never say never, I guess.
Could say never say never in FIFA.
True.
Yeah, always chance. Always chance. I thought you were going to give me a bit of Justin Bieber then.
I know, that was what I was thinking.
He gave me the look across the...
I was do it? Who knows? But no, I'll refrain for now, don't worry. As Michael Fish just once again not being able to really find that final pass.
Press.
Great press. And even there, you know who that is in net? You know who that is?
See, was that more so the Van der Sar, or was that the Salah?
Oh, true as well. Dude.
Salah being on the weak foot. I think the only way he was going to score there was possibly looking for a chip or maybe taking it round the goalkeeper. But Van der Sar coming out, closing down the angle as quick as that. And again, a heavy press from Michael, winning the ball high at the pitch. Salah on that weak foot, tries to drive the Diaz. But Diaz does really, really well to match that.
Yeah, you're seeing this crazy press come in, but it does leave open these two balls. The shot cancel coming in. It's clinical, it's composed, and it's 6-1 on aggregate to Southampton. Now that is game set match.
Definitely, and that, you know, when we talk about top-level FIFA players, we had a similar situation for Salah. All right, got in. You know, obviously Michael chasing the game, knows he needs a goal. Maybe just rushed the shot. You know, Van der Sar came out, closed it. Maybe could have gone for the chip. But if you look at what Ethan just did, that little shot cancel, yes, he had a lot more time to think about it. But that's the sort of thing that really helps you ensure that you grab those goals. Great shot cancel, takes it past the goalkeeper, and a simple tap in to definitely put this game to bed.
Yeah, just that tiny extra bit of composure is the difference between scoring a goal and not. So here we'll see Ethan getting another goal with another room pass just across. And that's really the press is just going to result in a lot of those goals.
Interesting that Ethan has got a Team of the Year Ronaldo in there instead of the foot birthday one.
Yeah, you know, I still prefer first time, but it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation with him. See the thought process behind that.
Yeah, I suppose a lot of people do just, you know, prefer the extra pace because obviously it does have extra pace, extra dribbling. I mean, it has every extra stat, but a 4-star weak foot, and so you know it depends how you play. If you are doing like maybe a more true ball orientated, that extra tree pace, I think it is,
could be crucial.
Could be really important, you know.
I think as well though for this, when we think about it, for Crystal Palace, Nick Snebb and Ethan, this is again a statement to come back and go, you know what? Yeah, we were the worst off team against Leeds. You know, Ollie Ita really turned on against Nick Snebb, but to come back and win, not only just by winning by 1 goal. To have a 7-1 margin. They are now saying, because theoretically, Leeds, Southampton and Crystal Palace were the favourites for the top 3. One of them was going to be missing out, right? Now, what Southampton have got to do is go and beat Leeds.
Yeah, and that's looking like the hardest thing to do in this group is take down Leeds. And after this performance, you would not be confident on them doing that. So honestly, it's really bad result. I was seeing a nice little true ball over the Hulley. We actually green times the shot, but it will be saved.
And we do say all this as well, Ranners. We still haven't seen Manchester United play in this group yet.
That is true.
Could they be a dark horse?
I think they could. Realistically, I don't see them getting out of the group, but I do think they're going to be better than people expect.
Yeah, quite possibly. Well, as we do look to round up this match, that is going to be game, set, match 1. Crystal Palace with a 7-1 win over Southampton. Congratulations to them and commiserations to Southampton. Michael Fisher had it very difficult in that game. You know, having to come back and chase, obviously, a big deficit, it was always going to be hard.
Yeah, it was similar to Ethan when he had to chase it against Leeds. It's just so difficult in one leg to claw back 3 goals. Because not only do you have to score 3 goals, you have to score 3 goals without conceding.
Yeah.
And to do that is just so difficult at this level. Everybody's so good. And ultimately, Michael Fisher just was not able to.
Yeah, so that will give Crystal Palace their first 3 points on the board. And as it does come through, 7-1 was the final score. Obviously with Crystal Palace dominating. Ethan doing what he needed to do, really. As I said, I didn't think he was going to sit back and just soak up the pressure. I think he knew, you know what, on my day, I can beat Michael Fisher. Let's go and get some goals and let's make a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just showed his class. He showed his experience throughout. Just really clinical. As we will be taking a look at now the updated group. You got Leeds still, of course, on top. But then Crystal Palace finally getting their 3 points on the board.
Shaping up nicely.
Yeah, really nicely.
Shaping up very nicely. Our next game, obviously, we are going to be seeing Manchester United in action, which I'm really looking forward to. You know, having a chance to look at the Real HP and Poacher, who they've been watching these games now. They're getting an idea of how everyone's playing and whatnot, and they will want to come out, and they know if they can go ahead and get a win in this first game against Wolves, against Joey and Kai FIFA, they've got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. To be fair, Joey and Kai, they looked pretty good first game.
Yeah.
They did look pretty good. So if Manchester United can actually take them down, it's actually going to be a really good result, and that could actually prepare them on a pretty good momentum run.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting one, but we will head over to a break and we will bring you Wolverhampton Wanderers versus Manchester United very soon. Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League. You're joined by myself, Alex, also known as the FIFA analyst, and Conran, also known as Ranners. Ranners, you good?
I am. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm excited to see what Manchester United can bring to the table. We've obviously seen every other team in the group play. Manchester United, this is their first game. Will that help them that they've got to see the other teams, how they play, and nobody knows how Manchester United play? Or is it everybody else has experience? They've played now, they've kind of got those nerves out. But Manchester United, this is still their first game. Will they be a little shaky? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, so Joey and Kai obviously had a little break from them being on first game today. They've had a chance to get the practice games in again, you know, assess. We spoke to Joey, didn't we, in between one of the breaks, and he kind of explained how they were a little bit unlucky in that first game, and Kai actually played really well and was very disappointed not to come away with 3 points.
Yeah, Kai's looking good. I'm expecting him to have another good game here in that second leg. However, first leg, Joey also impressed me, I'll be honest. He was looking really, really solid. Obviously, in this game, he's playing that first leg on Xbox against the real HP, and we haven't seen HP play. Well, I haven't personally. We don't know too much about him, but he could be a real dark horse.
So, the real HP, from what I've been told, 16 years of age, always plays on Xbox. Very in his own meta, let's say. Meta, you know, everyone plays a similar way at the top level. And some players, they just go off a little bit and go, you know what, I'm going to play this way. And real HP possibly being one of them. So it's going to be interesting how a bit more of a veteran like Joey deals with that. Is he prepared for it? You know, as you said, you haven't seen too much of real HP being over on Xbox, and predominantly a lot of the players, you know, being PS players. Is that going to be a surprise? Is that going to be something that the real HP can maybe even get a win over Joey? And then obviously his teammate, Poacher, very, very long known player in the FIFA scene, and a very good player on his day.
Yeah, exactly. He's another one of those players that really has a lot of attacking prowess. Maybe he can suffer a bit defensively, but I'm expecting him to definitely have an attacking flow. As we see, camera pans over to real HP, chilling. Looking a little forward to this game. Doesn't look too nervous.
Do you know what the crazy thing is, Runners?
What's up?
The 05 is when he was born.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We're so old, bro. I get it. Wish Joey put in his age, his numbers, then we wouldn't feel so bad.
yeah, then we wouldn't feel so bad, would we? No, definitely not. So, but yeah, we saw Joey earlier on. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the real HP comes out. I believe his brother's to the side of him as well. And I just want him to go out there, enjoy it, play his game, and then who knows what happens. There's no pressure on him. This is his first time at a FIFA event, first time at what we class as a LAN event, which is when we're all here together at the same place, playing in front of each other rather than at home in your own comfort. And to be able to be here, he just wants to go in, play the way he's played. He beat some very good players on the way through to this event, and just perform.
Yeah, and we start straight off into the game. Got Joey with kickoff, as Wolves playing from left to right, and then Manchester United in their classic, famous red kit.
So we'll get a bit of an understanding of how this game is going to pan out and how the real HP wants to set up. It looks like a narrow to start it off.
It looks like a narrow, but it looks like a narrow that defends as narrow.
Yeah.
Which is a rare sighting nowadays. So that's going to be interesting how that plays out. Now, to be fair, that still does fill the center and makes you really solid defensively. However, Joey, nearly gets a lucky bounce to score that in. He was really pushing that back line of HP really deep into the box and then exploited it by playing the driven pass in and then that extra pass to the side.
Yeah, he did really well to push that defence back, generate a chance. A good block. Maybe a little bit fortunate for the rebound to come back to Ronaldo the way it did, but you'd expect Ronaldo. I'd be interested to know. Was that FUT birthday Ronaldo or Team of the Year Ronaldo?
That's what we need to know, because if it was Team of the Year and on his left foot, it's one of those.
And we'll have a conversation with Joey after and say, look, if you had the FUT birthday one there, you would have scored. St. Maximin on the ball in the middle for Wolverhampton, just laying the ball back to Rudiger and switching it out to the right-hand side. Kyle Walker driving forward, trying to find their way into that final third. Now, very narrow kind of approach, obviously, as we said originally. It does seem like already there's been a bit of a tactical change on the side of Manchester United. It looks like we've moved over into a 4-4-2.
Yes, now is that the narrow switching to a 4-4-2 defensively and I was wrong initially, or is he full going 4-4-2? That's something we'll see throughout the match. As HP, you've just seen him kind of give away the ball quite cheaply. Nice pass in. Unfortunately, Joe's taking an obviously blocked shot, but maybe he was just hoping that it somehow went true.
Yeah, a few losses of transition now with that ball, giving Joey a very good chance. St. Maximin drives forward, takes on the Ruben Diaz, and Diaz just popping up behind for a corner. 2 opportunities there given to Joey from the real HP, losing the ball.
Yeah, you're seeing maybe lack of experience here. It's just some poor kind of passes out from the back, just giving easy chances to Joey, who luckily with HP, Joey hasn't capitalized on those chances yet, but that's something he really needs to iron out of his game.
Yeah, and that's something as well that we talk about top players have to take, and sometimes that can be the difference. You've just been given 2 golden opportunities and Joey's not capitalized on it. Next thing you know, real HP could be down the other end and he could be 1-0 up, and then the game changes.
That's true. Joey will be actually quite disappointed to have not scored yet, based on kind of how it's been playing. But defensively, Joey does look extremely solid. So we'll see, does HP have anything to kind of unlock that defense?
St. Maximin, little reverse elastico, taking on the Vieira. Real HP just trying to find a way into the dangerous area, into the 18-yard box. Happy to recycle if needs be. Just comes all the way back.
Bit of patient play, bit different.
Yeah.
He was just passing forward initially. Now he's kind of getting some time on the ball, getting a feel for the game.
And then St. Maximin laying it back to Hullet with the nutmegs, managing to go through Rashford. And Vieira just hustling and doing well. We've got a chance to break now for Joey. Sancho on the ball. Ronaldo making the run. Chooses not to go for that, but does go out wide towards Rashford. Both players just slowing it down a little bit now as they start to work each other out.
Yeah, it's becoming a lot more cagey affair than it was in the initial 15 minutes. I think maybe both of them probably thought to themselves, okay, we need to be a bit more disciplined on the ball. They've opted to slow it down.
Joey going for the cross. Hullet on the end of it. Varane putting everything on the line. It does fall to St. Maximin. One more across from Ronaldo. Mendy gets a hand on it, but it isn't strong enough. And it is the foot birthday. Ronaldo slotting that one in.
Yeah, great finish. Once again, it feels like every shot for Ronaldo is falling on that left foot. So it is great for Joey that he does have that 5-star week for foot birthday Ronaldo item.
Yeah, definitely. And a little bit lucky with the way that came across. But we spoke about it. Real HP giving away the ball a few times. Probably deserved at some point to concede. A little bit unfortunate with the Varane coming across and not getting on the end of the header. But that is enough for Wolverhampton Wanderers to go 1-0 up. Roberto Firmino out on that right-hand side. Now it's just going to be an interesting one to see how he bounces back. Can we find a way in? Or do we just go into half-time at the 1-0 deficit?
No, I reckon he's definitely going to be chasing this goal.
Hullet on the edge. Just trying to get rid of the Vieira. Manages to go back to Kante. A little bit of room here for St. Maximin. St. Maximin trying to find a way past the Hullet. And that's not a battle that you want. Hullet versus St. Maximin. There's only one winner.
Literally only one winner, and it's not St. Maximin.
Definitely not. Joey just looking to switch the ball out to the left-hand side. Hullet working his way forward, linking up with CR7. Hullet on that overlap on the top side, works it in, ball roll, back into Ronaldo, tries that one more pass. Ricochet does come back, the ball still with CR7, lays it off to Jadon Sancho.
Ooh.
The near post, Mendy equals to that. The near post angle always going to be difficult to hit that one in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, Joey just runs it out of play accidentally. That's unfortunate.
40 minutes gone in this first half of this first leg between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Manchester United. Joey taking a 1-0 lead through Cristiano Ronaldo. The real HP with his first time at a FIFA event. Trying to find his way into the game, into the groove. Still not had an attacking threat, I'd say, from the real HP right now.
Yeah, which is worrying as we approach nearly half-time and you've really not seen a goal threat. Is kind of worrying, but it's not been the worst performance either.
Roberto Firmino linking up with Kante. Kante just trying to find a pass into the strikers. I think he wanted that across to Roberto Firmino, but Jadon Sancho not getting on the end of it. Just managed to win the ball in the middle of the park, and that should be half-time. It is indeed. Joey happy enough with that 1-0 lead, but we've been here and seen this before, haven't we?
We have, but to be honest, it feels a lot different, right? Now, granted, there's definitely time for HP to get into it, and obviously it's his first game and whatnot, but he's really just not looked like he's been able to get anything kind of in and around the box. He's fine building, his transition's getting a bit better now. He's not giving it up instantly like he was in the first 15 minutes. However, he kind of gets into maybe that final third just in there, and then just can't really break down Joey's defense.
I think what it looks like to me is very much a player first in at the their event, as we've already spoke about. Just being, I'm so scared to go forward and try something, and I'm scared to lose the ball, so I'm just going to pass it side to side to side to side and never penetrate. It's like me when I match up against Tex in Weekend League. I don't want to do anything. I'm scared. Get me out. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting a little bit here.
Yeah, no, it is true. And like we said, we always talk about how many skill moves a pro is doing. Now, I did see like maybe 1 or 2 reverse elasticos out of HP, but to be honest, he's not really been doing much. Like you said, side-side passing, little dribbling, nothing really too crazy at all.
No, definitely not. So then, Real HP to kick us off in the second half for Manchester United, chasing the 1-goal deficit. Hullet picking up the ball from a João Cancelo tackle. Joey just happy to bring the men back, sit deep. João Cancelo plays that pass forward to CR7, takes a little touch up, the ball bouncing around. Manages to try and dribble on the left stick, but Vieira is there to get a very, very easy tackle in and possession to Wolves.
Yeah, kind of every time HP gets the ball in that area, you're really not scared for Joey. You feel like he's going to, see out this attack quite easily. He's going to win it back at some stage, and never that HP is going to get that real chance.
Kyle Walker pressing heavily up against João Cancelo. The overload on the bottom, chooses to go through the middle. Saint Maximin linking the ball up with Rashford. And Kyle Walker now for Joey. Goes for that early cross. Varane there to intercept that. Rashford trying to get on the end of the cross, but it just wasn't high enough over the defender. Saint Maximin in the middle of the pitch now for Real HP and Manchester United. He really needs to step it up a gear and look to take the game to Joey. Mo Salah waits for the run of Firmino. Goes for the finesse. Bang!
There it is.
There it is. That is why you have to respect the Mo Salah finesse. We spoke about it and saying it, he doesn't make everyone's team. The 3-star weak foot, the 4-star skill moves. But you know what? The Real HP says, I'm not getting into the 18-yard box right now. I'm going to try a pot shot. And if you don't buy a ticket,
you never win the raffle. Nah, absolutely. But we've talked about these finesse shots. And, I mean, we've seen maybe 4 to 5 attempted, and we've seen 2 goals. Yep. That is a high conversion rate. People are just not shooting them. And it's so effective.
Ruud Gullit linking up with Saint Maximin now for Joey and Wolves. Vieira being that pivot in the middle, distributing the ball out to the more advanced players. Always happy to receive the ball back. The Real HP not bringing back those strikers or centre attacking mids to help defend, just doing it with the centre mid in Kante, Gullit and Firmino. Joey laying that pass. Jadon Sancho with the Elastico. Got that one extra pass. Varane with an absolutely huge tackle. Joey taking it just that little bit quicker there. The Elastico working very well. And that was a big opportunity.
No, it was. It was really cleanly pulled off. But the recovery by HP can't be underrated. He did get back there to cut out the danger.
Definitely. 66 minutes ago. 60 minutes gone. 25 minutes left in this first leg between Wolves and Manchester United. The Real HP so far finding a little bit more of a groove. Goes to that little double tap pass out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo.
Will we see another finesse?
Chooses to lay it back off to Ruud Gullit. Gullit linking up with João Cancelo again. Just loses the ball, but João Cancelo just does enough to keep hold of that. Gullit now 35 yards out on the left-hand side. Kante again receiving.
A little pivot roll as always.
Just a left stick dribbling just to try and see, you know what, are you going to bite? Can I try and find that pass? Gullit taking it out towards that left wing. Takes on the defender, drives towards the byline. Kyle Walker just about there to intercept and take that away.
That's why Kyle Walker is my right back. Just that recovery speed, it's like real life. He recovers so fast. Even if you beat him, he's going to catch you instantly.
The pace, the strength. Ruud Gullit being sent on a run here. Joey possibly looking for another cross. Does lose the ball in a very dangerous area. Gullit is not here to break up the counter. The through ball is on. Saint Maximin is in on goal. Diaz chasing. Saint Maximin all the way to the byline. Greens it. That angle. Schmeichel always going to palm that one away.
Yeah, I feel like he had to go for some sort of cutback at that angle, especially with Saint Maximin. I don't think, even with that new card, his finishing is just quite good enough to score.
And a very dangerous play there. We spoke about it earlier on. Joey sending the centre mid on a run, not finding him, losing the ball, and then bang, as quick as you know it, we're possibly in for one of the best chances of the game so far.
Nah, absolutely. It was on this left-hand side as well. as Hullet did get sent, and that counter-attack did come true.
Into the 18-yard box now for Wolves. St. Maximin dancing on the penalty spot. Varane with a big, big interception. 80 minutes gone, 10 minutes to go. Will we find a winner in leg one, or will it stay as a stalemate? Cancelo linking up with Hullet, baiting in that Rashford. We've got a crossing opportunity possibly to go for it, but chooses to recycle and come back. A very dangerous position to lose the ball there. Rashford to break away now for Joey and Wolverhampton. Varane choosing to go for the slide tackle. Doesn't win the ball, but nothing does come of it.
He did get to recover back in time. You're seeing, once again, HP back in that now, but now in the default setup with the 3 centre mids defending.
Kante with a massive, massive interception there for the real HP. An opportunity to break, though. Salah finding Cristiano Ronaldo, who is going to wait for ongoing runners. Vieira presses. Ronaldo turns back. 86th minute. 4 minutes to go. The experience so far from the real HP has been a good one. His first ever pass into Salah, goes for that green time, power across goal, but it is blocked. But so far, for the real HP, for his first LAN event, his first game on the big stage, I think he's settled in.
Yeah, you're right, actually. It was similar to Robbie Wilson. He's really got into it the second half, because after that first half, it was looking very bad for him, but he's looking quite good now. He's getting going. Every shot he seems to take is green.
Yeah.
So that's a big plus as well.
1 minute at a time. Vieira for Wolverhampton Wanderers and Joey. Real HP goes to the offside trap. Hullet just lays it back out to João Cancelo. They have to go forward. He whips that one into Hullet. Hullet in the 18. Manages to find Jadon Sancho. That extra pass again from Joey being exceptional. The run was sent with Hullet. That's what he tried earlier on. It didn't work out. He got caught on the counter. But he then finds the man and he grabs what is a crucial, crucial goal in that first leg.
No, absolutely. And that extra pass, like, one, you need the vision for it. Number two, you need a composure to, instead of just whacking it with Hullet in a good shooting opportunity, you change that 90% chance to 100% chance.
Yeah. So then, it is Wolverhampton Wanderers who take the first advantage in this 2-game leg. 2-1 to Joey. And I think, you know, if you're Poacher, you know you've had a conversation with the real HP, you know, getting to know your teammate. Because not all of these players, let's remember, not all of these players have played together before, know too much about each other. The real HP and Poacher coming together to represent Manchester United at the ePREMIER League. I think Poacher will be saying, do what you can, give me a chance in every second leg. And Poacher, I believe, will back himself against Kai FIFA to possibly bring that back.
Yeah, I think Poacher definitely, a 1-goal deficit. He can chase that all day. I think he's going to definitely be up for the second leg.
For sure. And I am looking forward to bringing you Kai FIFA versus Poacher. Wolverhampton Wanderers versus Manchester United. Me and Ranners will be back with you after a short break.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Group C. Up next, we got the second leg of the Wolves and Manchester United game. Al, who you taking in this one?
It's a difficult one, purely for the simple fact of we've not seen Poacher play yet. We spoke about Manchester United and saying, the first game wasn't until this afternoon, and the real HP, I think, put in a good performance, had some chances, started to get into that game more in that end of the second half. Poacher, a very, very good player, very experienced, but the way Kai FIFA played this morning, I thought was exceptional and was very, very unlucky not to come away with a win. I think it's a hard one to call because we've not seen Poacher yet at ePremier League. Poacher could have rocked up this morning, had his Weetabix, and he's here to dominate. We don't know. I think if Kai FIFA plays the way that he did in the first game, I think we could see a Wolverhampton win.
Yeah, no, that Kai FIFA from earlier was so good. I was completely shocked. I think you were too. He was way better than I expected. He really showed up, and he's performing. I think one thing we're talking about is you can even see it from his facial reactions. He looks so concentrated in these games. He does not react to stuff. He's just focused. He's just getting his job done.
Yeah, definitely. And the player locks that he used, out of this world.
No, really, really good. And personally, I find them quite difficult to use, to kind of utilize effectively. Obviously, I can do some basic stuff, but Kai seemed incredible with them. And kind of how he was attacking with Cancelo, especially at that left back, really just opened up the pitch, and the stuff he was able to do then with the player locks was really helpful.
Yeah, he did really, really well in that area. But a reminder that this is the second leg. It is currently 2-1 to Wolverhampton Wanderers, so Manchester United have got a 1-goal deficit to pull back. If it remains a draw at the end of 90 minutes, the match is a draw, 1 point for either team. Obviously, if there is a winner, it is your traditional 3 points for that. And the way that the group's panning out, 3 points here for Manchester United would really open things up.
Oh, that would make the group so balanced that anybody could really end up going through.
Yeah, because we remember is that Wolverhampton have already played one and won 0 points. So, right, if Manchester United get that win, that will open things up with that extra game kind of still to be played on Manchester United's side of things. But we kick things off. Man United kicking from left to right. And first of all, Tanganga at right back. First time we've seen him today.
I mean, he's good, to be fair, but is he who I would be taking? Absolutely not. But, I don't think it's that big of a disadvantage, if it's even a disadvantage at all. And like you said, we're going to see some team variety. You're going to have players that maybe certain stats they prefer or just how they feel in game. That's what they're comfortable with.
And also, I am seeing a Raheem Sterling, a Kevin De Bruyne, a Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And I think I'm seeing a Phil Foden.
I'm lost for words.
Yeah, Foden? Oh, it is.
I'll be honest, I'm lost for words.
Yeah, I don't know if you at home could maybe explain things. Poacher has definitely gone with a very, very unique team here. Cristiano Ronaldo, or Jorginho, sorry, a ball over the top already though. Ronaldo coming on to the end of that, just takes a poor touch, and Diaz does enough. Kai FIFA will be a little bit disappointed that we didn't get that. It's Roberto Firmino out in that left attacking mid position for Poacher.
So that's an interesting lineup. But at the same time, the players aren't bad. They're just alternatives. All these items are still really, really effective and really, really good in game. But it still is a bit surprising.
Very surprising. Jadon Sancho whipping that one in for Wolves. And we've got Ronaldo just on the end of that. Lays that back off. Ronaldo slots that in. That was Varane that laid that ball off from the corner. And that is going to be first blood to Kai FIFA, increasing the lead to 3-1. Over Manchester United. That kind of just came out of nothing. The corner came in, it bounced around, Ronaldo got on the end of it, they didn't clear their lines, and Varane picks it up, passes it off to CR7 and says, look, I think you'll finish this better than I will, so let's give the ball to you, and he does what he does best.
Yeah, that was something I really liked, is that he definitely noticed it was a Varane, and he was thinking, okay, this is not who I want to be shooting with, let me just play it off to Ronaldo, and he can find that bottom corner.
Tanganga on the right-hand side now for Manchester United. Let's see how they bounce back. Poacher has got the work all cut out for him. Raheem Sterling out on his right-hand side, driving all the way to the byline, trying to find CR7. Kai FIFA just doing enough to force him backwards. Kevin De Bruyne now shimmying past Hullet, but Ruben Diaz just gets a foot in. Sterling again, though, picks up the loose ball. Tries that double tap pass and João Cancelo intercepts.
Yeah, just another solid defense from Kai FIFA on that play.
Sterling with a big press. Manchester United winning the ball, going straight up to the final third. Foden trying to link up. Hullet absolutely schoolboy versus big Manchester United team. That was a bit of bullying, that was.
Yeah, not a fair matchup.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, we've seen that Cancelo out wide with the player lock as well.
Again, we spoke about those player locks earlier on. Kai FIFA uses them so well. We're seeing a direct play style from Poacher so far. Foden looking to break away, just carrying it past the halfway mark. Trying to get past Hullet, but not an easy man to get past. Hullet just intercepts that ball. And possession with Kai.
And that's what that Hullet really provides for your team, though, as well. Obviously, like you mentioned, Hullet missing out on the team of Poacher, which is a very interesting play, considering how good he is.
Definitely. Sancho now for Kai. Just laying the ball back to Vieira, pivot in with Hullet. Jorginho intercepting Manchester United to break. Ronaldo waiting for the run of Foden. Chooses to go out to the wing towards Roberto Firmino. Firmino versus Jorginho. Whips that one in at the near. A very optimistic ball there. Mendy comes out and claims very comfortably. Questionable one.
Yeah, very ambitious. I would have definitely liked to have preferred to have seen maybe a cutback and just kind of rework the chance, as cross just really wasn't on.
Kai FIFA now with João Cancelo. Laying the ball back to Ruben Diaz on the halfway line, who switches it out to that right-hand side. Using a little player lock with Jorginho and the Jadon Sancho. Jadon Sancho, quick reverse elastico. But possession over to Manchester United and Poacher. Poacher looking to drive forward with Tanganga. Rashford tracking back on the defensive duties and just about doing enough. And the player lock losing the ball, unfortunately, for Kai.
Seeing that possession stat, 63% for Man United. But, of course, they are losing.
Nothing as of yet. Possession doesn't always result in winning games. Jorginho laying the ball back to De Bruyne. Manchester United just advancing into the final third. Hullet marshalling away. Jorginho out towards the wing. João Cancelo drives. An offside trap there from Kai. Overlap. Roberto Firmino driving the ball line. Ball rolls back in. Foden, Ronaldo. And Diaz with a last-ditch tackle. If he didn't get that tackle in, you were almost guaranteed a goal there for Manchester United and Poacher, but he's starting to ask the questions.
Yeah, now Poacher's build-up play is just rapid. The passing is starting to be a lot more accurate, pinpoint. It'll pass this first time a lot of the time, and it's really becoming a problem for Kai FIFA.
Sterling lays it off to Foden on the centre circle. Ronaldo loses possession to Ruben Diaz. We have got Kai FIFA on the ball driving with Jadon Sancho. Little ball roll on the middle, lays it back off to Hullet on the edge of the centre circle. Double tap pass, and Rudiger is there.
Rudiger, every time. Sensational centre-back.
Sterling losing the ball. Rashford now, though, for Kai and Wolverhampton. Tries that double tap pass again, but Manchester United to break. 42 minutes on the clock now. And we do see Firmino breaking away on that left-hand side for Manchester United and Poacher. Ronaldo making his way into the 18-yard box. Chooses to go back to the halfway line, possibly looking for a little bit of patience as we close in on the end of this first half in the second leg, I should say. 3-1 to Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah, we're seeing the last attack here from Poacher. Try get an equaliser.
A good pass in the middle. Ronaldo lays that one off to Foden. Jorginho with a huge block. The extra pass possibly being an option, but the quick change of tempo, again, you mentioned it earlier on, Ranners. Poacher using that so well. And that is the end of the first leg. Poacher with his back up against the wall.
Yeah, he's had a pretty attacking, pretty solid half. I think he has created a lot of chances. I think his passing, like I said, it's been really fast, a lot of one-touch, and it's causing problems for Kai. I think there is going to be goals. If I'm Poacher, I'm actually still quite optimistic about this game. I'm 2 goals down in aggregate, sure, but I'm creating chances, I'm playing fast, and 2 goals is not a ridiculous comeback.
Definitely not, and we've spoken about it before that games can go one of 2 ways. You know, it can be really slow, depending on how the player wants to hold the ball on Kai FIFA side of things, and you can play a lot of chase ball. Or you might see Poacher just take it up 2 or 3 notches, and if he gets a goal in the first 10 minutes, everything's to play for.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say he really has up until arguably the 75th minute to get 1 goal back, and then you can constant press, team press, and you'll get more chances, and you'll have plenty of time.
And the interesting thing there is we've already seen some tactical changes from Poacher, just going through, making sure that he's got his ultra attacking, his attacking tactics set up. So when the time comes to go to that constant pressure, that is definitely going to come out. Jorginho switching the ball off now in the second half. We have Kai FIFA on the ball for Wolverhampton Wanderers, laying off that ball in the middle and working his way. Using that 4-3-2-1 really well. Manchester United do manage to win the ball with a big tackle in the middle of the park. De Bruyne now to carry it forward. Jorginho linking up with Firmino. Firmino just about keeping the ball. De Bruyne trying to find a way forward. Goes that over the top through ball. Firmino, one more to Ronaldo, and that is a massive, massive goal for Manchester United. 1-1. That, I said, if you get a goal in the first 10 minutes, you can back Poacher. He's now 3-2, 1 goal down. Carry on doing what you're doing. Wolverhampton Wanderers and Kai FIFA will not be happy to concede that early in the second half.
Yeah, you also got a lot of big momentum now behind Poacher, even though he is still losing.
Hullet, a dangerous attack here. Ronaldo inside the 18-yard box for Kai FIFA and Wolves, and that is straight at Van der Sar, who will be very, very glad to see that palm his hands. Like the pun there, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Rudiger now for Manchester United. A straight, instant comeback from Kai to say, look, you may have got a goal, but I still have an attacking threat in my locker. Unfortunate not to find the back of the net, but Poacher needs to be wary.
Yeah, I still think Poacher's momentum after that goal now is really going to get going. He scored it so early. You did predict the first 10 minutes, got it within 5. I was giving it up till the 75th, so now I'm really think he can do it.
Foden out wide to Sterling. Sterling on the top side of the 18-yard box, driving in towards the ball line, comes back to Foden. Foden, one more. I think he may have had the angle to shoot there, but Poacher tries to lay the ball backwards to almost nobody, and a let off for Kai FIFA.
Yeah, that was definitely not the right option. I don't know what exactly he was looking for, but definitely not that. As we see Wolves once again, maybe trying to slow down the tempo just a little bit, because of course they are still winning.
Quite possibly. Vieira now for Wolves. 62nd minute on the clock. Linking up with Sancho. Direct pass into Ronaldo. Ronaldo just with a turn back. Diaz to marshal that and just about do enough. Hullet now. De Bruyne intercepting. Really good from Poacher to intercept that. Reading the play very well. An opportunity to break. Goes that over the top through ball. Foden versus Ruben Diaz. And Phil Foden up against Diaz. You know, when we go back to the team selection, it's just not really a debate to have, is it?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the Phil Foden. Like, I can kind of see why you'd use somebody like De Bruyne. Still a very good item. But that Foden compared to, like I say, Maximum, Sancho, what have you, just really seems quite underpowered.
Vieira trying to force one through into the middle. Jorginho just about does enough, but Ronaldo will come on the end of that. And now Poacher and Manchester United will be grateful to see that ball come away. Out on the left-hand side now with João Cancelo. Substitutions are going to be warming up. Players are going to be getting ready. You've got some possible good substitutions for Poacher, given that he's not started them. We could see some good players coming on, which may make the difference. We have 20 minutes to go. 1 goal for Poacher would take this to a draw.
Yeah, like you said, there will be no extra time. If there is an equaliser and it ends that way, it'll just be 1 point for each team at the end of this second leg.
Kevin De Bruyne. Can he do what Kevin De Bruyne does best? He finds that pass forward to Ronaldo. João Cancelo just getting an interception in for Kai FIFA. Rashford making that run away. Really, really good defensive play from Sterling to press high up the pitch and get just about enough on that. But unfortunately, doesn't lay off a good pass, and it is Wolverhampton Wanderers on possession. 75th minute. Now, this isn't something that Poacher's going to want. The pause has been queued for a very, very long time, and Kai FIFA will be purposely trying to avoid that for as long as he can.
Yeah, it's just such a poor pass there. He really could have had a great counter-attack.
Ronaldo, can he find that through ball? He finds that over the top to Foden. Diaz, a very calm and composed header back to Mendy.
See, we're approaching only 10 minutes remaining now in this second leg. If Poacher's going to score, it's going to have to be soon. But Kai, another mistake, and loses the ball.
Another mistake from Kai, but it wasn't capitalised on Poacher. Poacher trying to go forward that little bit too quick. Raheem Sterling laying that ball back to Jorginho now. For goals going to come, it needs to come sooner rather than later.
Kai again gets away with it this time, however, but the mistakes are piling up. I think the pressure of that constant press is really getting to him.
The play a lot there from Jadon Sancho. Poacher just holding, doesn't want to commit, doesn't want to pull that player out. He presses at the right time. João Cancelo wins the ball, but Vieira and Hullet clamp down. We've now got Ronaldo driving in towards the 18-yard box. He's got a runner in the middle. The goalkeeper comes out. Ronaldo, he's umming and ahhing. He doesn't know what to do. And that is an absolute bottle right there. Ronaldo, a golden chance. Could that come back to haunt Kai FIFA? Jorginho now for Poacher and Manchester United. 85 minutes, 5 minutes to go. Will Wolves hold out for the 3-2 win, or will Manchester United snatch a draw at the last kick of the game? Still no substitutions for either team. The ball has not gone out of play. Phil Foden, Firmino plays that ball back to Jorginho. Last attack now, possibly.
The smart build-up here from Poacher. He knows he can't lose this ball.
Jorginho tries that one over to De Bruyne and wins the ball in the middle. Sterling. And again, Hullet just about managing to do enough. There is 1 minute of added time. Ruben Diaz gets that forward. Every man get up the side of Wolverhampton Wanderers. And that is going to be game. Whew. I don't know how there wasn't another goal in that.
No, that was getting so close to there being extra goals at the end of that game. Obviously, you had the ball. Like you said, it was a ball. Kai could have sealed the game there, and the problem was Poacher still had time to equalize, and he was lucky he didn't, because that would have been absolutely terrible for Kai after he did bottle such a golden opportunity to seal the game.
It was absolutely massive, but Wolverhampton Wanderers will be very happy with that. After their first game, just about missing out and not getting any points from that, they'll be really glad to get their first points on the board, which is a massive, massive 3 points. But for Manchester United, first game in the ePremier League. 4 games, obviously, to play in the group. They've ticked off one. They've got 3 games remaining. Yeah, not the result they wanted, but confidence to build on.
Yeah, they're looking good now. The issue is the 3 remaining fixtures are 3 good teams. Now, as it stands, I mean, you potentially have a chance against Southampton. They're not looking as strong as maybe we would have predicted. But when it comes to Leeds and Crystal Palace, it would be extremely difficult. And not only do you probably need a result, you need a win. The draw is not going to help you, really, realistically.
No, definitely not. But just to recap for you, the final result, Wolverhampton Wanderers 3 and Manchester United 2, with Joey and Kai FIFA on Wolves side and the Real HP and Poacher on Manchester United side. So, commiserations to Manchester United. And obviously, congratulations to Wolves. So how does that leave us then, runners?
Well, it leaves Leeds still chilling after 1 game on top. Got Crystal Palace in second, of course. Wolves in third with their first 3 points. To be fair, they could go on now and have a nice little run. Southampton, they're obviously with 3 points as well. So you do have the top 4 all on 3 points. And then Manchester United, after that loss, of course, at the bottom.
Yeah, so we will see how the remaining fixtures and games come up. Obviously, remember, we have got lots of games to get through today. We are watching every single game in this group. So once we come up to our next match, which is going to be one that I am very excited for, Crystal Palace versus Manchester United.
Yeah, this is where I think Crystal Palace need to win this game if they want to claim that they're a top team in this competition. But for Manchester United, they need a bounce back. They just lost to Wolves. If they don't get a result here, they're in big trouble. So this game is going to be really important for both teams.
Definitely. And we will come and show you this game once we are all set and ready. But for now, we're going to have a quick break and we're back with you for an absolute beautiful fixture very soon. to the ePREMIER League with myself, Alex, also known as the FIFA Analyst. I'm joined by the lovely Ranas. How are you?
I'm good. I would like, you know, a coffee, but it's fine.
Not giving you coffee, eh?
No, it's crazy. It's crazy, but we won't talk about that.
No, we have got instant coffee. We have, I promise you. So, we've had quite a few games already today. Obviously, as I keep reminding you, the ePREMIER League have been very good in wanting to show you every single player, every single team, which is something that we don't always get at FIFA events at times. So, you know, games can be played like off camera and whatnot, and you miss out on the action. But we've not got that. We've got every single game in Group C with you today. And obviously, they get to see mine and your lovely face. So
that's the real side.
That's probably the bad part, really.
Oh, bad. Okay, cool. Anyways, here's a Group C. Got Leeds, Crystal Palace, Wolves, Southampton, and Manchester United. Obviously, everybody on 3 points except Manchester United, who just recently lost before the break. Leeds also are on 3 points, but they're the only team that's on 3 points that has played only one game. So, of course, they are the current favourites.
Definitely. And Manchester United is our next game against Crystal Palace. And this for them, I don't mean to sound too critical, is basically time to shine or go home.
Absolutely. But then at the same time, I'm coming from the Crystal Palace perspective. They have to win this game as well.
Yeah, and I think if they win this game, they can feel confident that they'll make the top two and they'll go through. And that's, again, the reminder, we have our 4 groups, which top 2 from each one go through to the knockouts. And that is where these players do want to go ahead and get to. We spoke about Real HP, who you can see on your screen right now. 16 years of age, first time at a FIFA event. Just narrowly got beaten in the first leg of the previous game that we saw. But I think he really started to come into a bit more of his element.
He did, but this game, he's not gonna be chilling, because he's gonna have to deal with the force that is Nixneb, who coming off a 4-1 win, by the way. So as you see him there getting ready, he's looking ready to go, and I think he's gonna take HP all day.
2 players of a very similar age, and Nixneb, yes, as we said, really turned it on in the last game that Crystal Palace did play. So, for the Real HP and for Poacher, and for example, who's coaching them, the conversation would have been, just keep the scoreline respectable. Give us a chance in the second leg.
Yeah, you really do need to give Poacher a chance here. If you get absolutely blitzed by Nixneb, like we said, in these best one games, it's just so difficult to make the comeback. So hopefully, he can at least keep the game tight and put on a competitive matchup.
Nixneb already finding his way into that 18-yard box. St. Maximin just losing out with a last-ditch tackle for Manchester United. Crystal Palace kicking in the left to right in their yellow away kit. And Manchester United, well, I don't really need to explain their home kit. You all know what that looks like. As Cancelo just about wins that battle with Jadon Sancho. So let's see how this game pans out. Nixneb will be looking to be on top. And let's see how the Real HP deals with that. Jadon Sancho on the ball. Lies that little pass in. Kante is there to intercept it. A crucial interception of that. St. Maximin was through in on goal. And you would back him to finish that should Kante have not been there.
So if you were Poacher, would you be happy going into your game, say, 1-0 down?
Against Ethan?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one. I mean, at the end of the day, they want Real HP to be taking the lead. However, they understand the task that is at hand. Real HP needs to just keep this here to 1 goal. If for Manchester United to have that chance against Crystal Palace, and this is no disrespect, by the way, to Manchester United and their players, Crystal Palace have some very good talent in Ethan and Nixneb. And they understand that. So that's how they approach this game. So yes, I believe if it was a 1 goal, I think Poacher would be happy enough with that. Roberto Firmino now for Manchester United finds that driven pass into Jadon Sancho. Just forcing his way into that edge of the 18. Goes that green time finesse. And that is a big save from Schmeichel. And I like that. Letting Nixneb know early, hey, look, you know what? I'll hit it from range. If you back off and you don't pressure me, I'm going to go for that finesse.
Which just forces Nixneb now for the rest of the game. And he set the tone early. He set it very early. He's going to force him to have to press him and close down those finesse shot angles, dragging defenders and midfielders out of position, allowing HP to then maybe play some passes inside and create better chances.
Yeah, for sure. And it will be a big factor in this game for Real HP if he is going to get a result. Nick Sneb now with Reece James. Hullet just coming over for Manchester United, getting a tackle in, unfortunately not winning the ball though, and just out for a throw-in on the halfway line for Crystal Palace. Rashford on the ball, finding it forward. Quick change of tempo there from Nick Sneb, just sending the St. Maximin on the run, pushing that defensive line really deep, giving himself more room. Kante finds St. Maximin, dances around in the middle. Kante loses his man, finds Jadon Sancho. Lovely, lovely skill moves from Nick Sneb, and that is 1-0 Crystal Palace. And that is Nick Sneb at his best.
Literally. Nick Sneb is just ridiculous. When he gets into the box, Tim Scummers like that, creating the space on the biggest stage, just completely unfazed. Pulling out Scummers, doing what he does best, and yeah, 1-0 just like that.
And the difficult thing is there, right, is the 5-star from Sancho. Having the ability to go on either foot makes that a real difficult scenario for the real HP to defend, and Nick Sneb finding that composure to take it past. So let's see how the real HP bounces back from that. 1-0 down, 20 minutes in. Still a lot of FIFA to be played in this first leg. And let's see how the game is going to pan out.
Yeah, it's just really that scenario, though, with all these FUT birthday items. Is so many 5-stars and just makes defense so difficult.
That it does indeed. Kante just trying to get an interception, but doesn't get there. Kante finds Ronaldo, goes that finesse on the edge. A little bit of a snapshot, maybe. We like the finesses here in the commentary booth, but wasn't really the right sort of time to take that with the block coming through.
Yeah, we like them, but they need to be on. Nobody's going to be blocking them, and we can actually line it up and get it correctly. Don't just shoot it if it's going to get blocked.
We're around with a switch of the ball now to Cancelo. Nick Sneb just making his way past the halfway line. Ruud Gullit linking up with Kante. Just some nice intricate passes. Just seeing what's ahead, what's forward. Finding the pass into CR7 inside the 18-yard box. This is where Nick Sneb shines best. Finds the pass into Sancho, and it is on. Is just about offside.
Yeah, I feel like he had known. There's no way he would have passed that back otherwise.
Yeah.
But it was good build up until that point.
HP now for Manchester United. Cancelo taking the ball forward, linking up to Gullit. Gullit with a great turn to shimmy past Kante. Ronaldo now. And that is a big loss of possession for Manchester United in the real HP. Cancelo caught out of position. Varane covering the St. Maximin. Rashford taking Gullit all the way, but a poor mistake from Nick Sneb.
Just runs it out of play. Such a shame. Great counter-attack opportunity goes to waste with just that little heavy touch running the ball out.
30 minutes gone. A lot of the play coming down this bottom side of the pitch, the left-hand side for Manchester United right now. A forced pass into the middle. Ruud Gullit for Crystal Palace to break it away. A good through ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Plays it over the top to St. Maximin. St. Maximin gets through. Can he have the composure? He just lays the ball back and a 1-2 again. And a big block. Nick Sneb there. A big choke, really?
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times now from across the games. A few players getting... not completely messing up the chance, but kind of overplaying, waiting too long, and then when they finally decide to do something, it's too late.
Composure, sometimes at the highest level, plays a massive part. Will it come back to bite Nick Sneb that chance?
Remains to be seen. I mean, HP, his only real threatening shot was that finesse shot that he kind of did earlier, but other than that, not being...
A great driven there into Ronaldo. Ronaldo goes for that finesse again. Schmeichel, maybe some goalkeeper movement there?
Potentially, but also that finesse didn't look as great as I've seen finesses. Obviously, it was untimed, but it didn't seem that threatening.
St. Maximin breaking away now for Crystal Palace. Gets inside the 18-yard box, goes for the step over, shimmies back in, comes back off across and looks for the pass. You could argue the shot position was there a couple steps prior.
Absolutely. Now, the thing is that because it's St. Maximin? And St. Maximin shooting just isn't that good on that. Well, no, sorry. On the COD stats for that foot item, he does have good shooting. But I feel like in-game, it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah, you can find that at times with different foot items. Just, you're not always fully confident in the player's ability to put it inside the back of the net. But Nick Sneb, I think he'll be okay with going in at the 1-0 lead, obviously. But I still think he'll be frustrated that he's not took those 1 or 2 chances.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, and then maybe potentially Ethan. You know, late on in that second leg, the scenario could be a bit different to what he would have hoped it would be. But, you know, a lead is a lead, I think. And I think you can never be unhappy with 1-0 at halftime.
Definitely. So, let's see how the Real HP bounces back from that. Still 45 minutes to go and to play. Nick Sneb on top. A few chances here and there that he maybe in a different game does bury. And the Real HP has to ask more of Nick Sneb.
You need to start creating a lot more chances. Obviously, like I said, just a couple of finesse shots really mean all there is. Not too much happening in the box, whether that's Nick Sneb defending well or HP not doing too much in an attack, I'm not too sure. But Nick Sneb probably is going to score more goals before this game is out.
Quite possibly. So then, as we kick things off in the second half, Real HP has a mission to do in this second half, and it is purely get a goal and give Poacher the chance in the second leg.
Yeah, he should like keep pressing on here and try to get the goal. He really has been struggling though to create chances, and that's a worry. It's not like he's been creating the chances and not converting them. He's not even got to that stage where he's had the chances really to score.
And we're getting a lovely view of the players' cameras as we can see the foreheads of both players who are very much in the zone, locked in. Are you a sit close to the camera type of person, Ranners?
Not that close. Not that close. These guys got a little too close for my liking, but yeah, I'm definitely quite close.
Yeah?
Quite close for sure. I do like a little lean forward, little, you know, get ready, but I want to be able to see, you know, a bit off. My eyes get sore.
St. Maximin driving the byline, little ball well scoot backwards. Reece James now just trying to find that way into the box. Kante. Nick Sneb looking to punish and get that second goal. Kante with the patience, just shimmying past the Hullet. Good little bit of dribbling there. Finds Ruud Hullet on that left-hand side. He turns back. He's trying to open up that lane in the middle. A really, really good press in that area for the Real HP, who now can look to build an attack of his own. Switches the ball out to the left-hand side to Cancelo, who takes on his man, using the 4-star Elastico, working well. Ronaldo and Hullet. St. Maximin now for Manchester United. They need to find another gear. They need to generate more chances. Ronaldo dancing. Reverse Elastico. Can he break past the Hullet? Can he find his own Hullet? That he cannot, because Kante there time and time again.
Yeah, just once again, kind of at the end, he really doesn't do enough to trouble Nick Sneb. He can get it there comfortably, but he really can't convert that into a goal-scoring opportunity. And Nick Sneb is going to be really happy with that. He's having a... he's not troubled at all defensively. He's very, very comfortable.
30 minutes remaining in this first leg now. Nick Sneb just moving the ball forward. A little bit more of a patient sort of play style now from Nick Sneb. Happy to change the tempo though when he can. Little shot cancel, finds the St. Maximin. Can he go for the shot? He can indeed. And that is 2-0. Perfect build-up, slow build-up, but then change the tempo. That first-time pass into the final third, getting up against those centre-backs. And we've said it prior, that is where Nick Sneb shines.
Yeah, it's so true. And honestly, that change of tempo, like you mentioned, is crazy. Because you get a false sense of security if you're defending against that. You think, okay, he's playing slow.
Rashford now to break away for Crystal Palace. Can he put the game to bed? The green time chip. And if you're going to chip Mendy, you need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 for 6. Not an easy task. Not an easy task at all.
Definitely not. Mendy matching that chip there from Nick Sneb. 2-0 to Crystal Palace. And they're going to be very happy and content with that result. Now, if you are the Real HP, are you thinking about the second leg and just saying, let us shut up shop and make sure there's no more for Nick Sneb?
I guess I wouldn't be shutting up shop. I'd still be trying to get something, but I wouldn't be risking anything at the same time. I'm not going to be pulling players out to press. I'm not going to be really over-exerting.
Kante now being pressed by the other Kante. Real HP really struggling to find a way into a dangerous area. Does find one there, though, with Sancho. The overlap from Roberto Firmino. Can he take on the Cancelo? What is he going to do? Is he going to drive byline or is he going to cut back in? He's got no support from the team. He's having to dance and turn and may need to go back to the fullback. Chooses not to use the fullback and is just still dribbling. That right there, what was the purpose? Runners.
Yeah, I think he's just struggling. It's simple as. He's just not able to get past the defense, and he's just waiting. He is being patient, but the chance is just not opening up. He's not being able to pull off a really good passing sequence or, say, skill move sequence to create an opportunity here. Nixneb has just simply outplayed him.
Definitely. 15 minutes ago, we see the players come in with a few tactical changes. No change of formation yet, as it looks like. And let's see if there is going to be any more goals in this first leg. Let us know exactly what you think. Who do you have to win this entire leg? Crystal Palace, or can Manchester United do a comeback and a half? Because that is what is going to be required. An absolute mammoth task if it stays this way.
It is true.
Cancelo driving down that left wing now for Crystal Palace. Lays it back off into the Rude Hullet. Roberto Firmino just looking to pressure. And a poor pass is going to be intercepted. But Vieira heavy on the press. St. Maximin looking to drive. The ball bounces around. And finally, Manchester United break away.
You're seeing Nixneb extremely confident in this matchup. The fact that it is late in the game, he is 2-0 up, and he doesn't want to give his teammate a 2-0 lead. He is pressing for this third goal.
St. Maximin linking up with Ronaldo. Ronaldo with a ball well scoop on the edge of the 18. Lays it back off to St. Maximin, who drives into the 18-yard box, but comes back out, looking to find a way past the Kante. Little La Croqueta cancel, but intercepted by Kante again.
Almost felt like he was nearly doing too much there. I think he had a chance a bit earlier. Could have gone forward, but kind of pulled it back. Tried to do a lot of skill. Didn't work out for him, but I suppose it did for the other 2 goals. 5 minutes left remaining. HP still searching for at least 1 goal to give Poacher that chance in that second leg.
HP indeed, with his back up against the wall. He's needing to find 1 chance out of nothing. St. Maximin on the edge of the 18 now. Can he force a way through? Can he look for that long-range finesse? What is it that he's going to do? Hullet lays it off to Jadon Sancho. Salah just at the byline now, forcing his way through. Lays it off across, and St. Maximin and Ronaldo, neither of them were interested in that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how neither of them showed, but that's just, you could give some of that credit to Nixneb's defense. I feel like he had set up that he kind of forced HP out wide, and it was what he wanted.
Coutinho now for the last tap for Crystal Palace. Paul well scoop, lays that pass off across. Nixneb, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. 3-0. And it's the same story in the last game for the real HP. He conceded in the 90th minute. It was unfortunate. He's done the same again, and now it just makes the task for Poacher so much harder. You can see the reaction. He's frustrated. He's annoyed. 2-0, still a task. You concede 1 more in the 90th minute.
Yeah, now, to be fair, I actually don't think it was a lack in concentration, which you could attribute it to. That goal was just really, really good for Nixneb.
I mean, again, we spoke about it. Nixneb, when he's at his best, he's one of the hardest players to defend against because he has that ability to just change things in a way that like no other.
I wonder if he played Ololito later in the game and it wasn't first game, would it have had that different result? Because obviously Ololito's defense is great, but I feel like Nixneb has really grown into this tournament and has started playing a lot like we're used to seeing him play.
Quite possibly. Sometimes players start off a little bit slow, and then as they get further and further into the tournament, well, that's the best time to shine, isn't it?
It is, especially going into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Exactly. So just a reminder for you, Nixneb picking up a 3-0 win against the real HP 0-5 in the first leg. We do have leg 2 coming up very shortly, which is Ethan versus Poacher. Poacher with a very, very big ask to make his way back in and get Manchester United a point or even 3. Will we do it? We'll find out after this short break.
Welcome back to the Premier League Group C. Myself, Conran O'Ranners, with Alex, the FIFA analyst. Up next, we got leg 2 of Crystal Palace against Manchester United. Ethan Higgins representing Crystal Palace up against Sam, aka Poacher, representing Manchester United. Now, after Nick Sneb's impressive performance in leg 1, Poacher is going to have a 3-0 deficit to try and come back against in this second leg. So once again, similar to his first game earlier, he is really up against it.
Yeah, very much so. And that is the thing we spoke about with regards to the system, you know, the format that we have here. That it's always Xbox that plays first, which for some players, that's really going to work in their advantage. The more experienced Poacher is relying on the very new Real HP to come in and perform in those first games. And right now, it's going to be a struggle for Poacher.
It's quite unfortunate, and it's a real shame from like his personal perspective, is that every game he's going in with a 3-0 deficit, and he's going to be frustrated, and he's never going to get a chance to play his normal game because he's instantly chasing constantly, and it's really painful. But even for his teammate to let Poacher down, it is going to be a bad feeling as well. So overall, they're just not having a good time here.
But we say it time and time again, FIFA, miracles can happen. We've seen it all before.
They can. And if you get 1 goal in the first half, then you have 45 minutes to chase 2 goals. Very, very achievable.
But the way Ethan played in the last game, Poacher has got Mount Everest to climb, and then Mount Everest again, and then Mount Everest again.
Yeah, and he has to climb Mount Everest while not conceding. So,
yeah.
Good luck.
So it's like my beloved West Bromwich Albion being told to go and beat Manchester City 4-0.
It's doable, but it's not happening.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
You let us know, wherever you are watching, in the chat. Can Poacher of Manchester United claw out a massive result? Can he put it out the bag? That is what we need to know as the players are getting ready and getting set up. As you can see on your screens, we've got the lovely pods. Obviously, the ePremier League here, hosted in London. We have 4 pods on the main stage where each player plays from one particular pod in each group. Group A, Group B, Group C, which is ourselves, and Group D. You've got the area for the coaches, for family, whoever the players have chose to bring with them. It's a great setup, isn't it?
It really is a class setup, to be fair. I do like having like the coaches with the players right there in person with real time they can be with them. You obviously got the players opposite each other as well, which kind of just adds a little extra spice to the event, and it's really, really cool.
Yeah, and that being in front of each other, the pressure is felt more. The reaction, your opponent could be celebrating, or you're struggling. It's crazy. It's great, but that's what we're here for. FIFA esports, the top players playing against each other, showing us why they are the best in the world. Manchester United looking to kick things off. Offside, unfortunately. 3 goals down to Crystal Palace. The second leg is underway. So let's see how Ethan starts off this leg, but giving away the ball with Varane on that right-hand side. Firmino has picked it up. I'm just looking to recycle back to Jorginho, and I'm curious. I was looking to see if maybe Poacher had a change or two, given the recent team, but no. He stuck to his guns and said, this is what I know works, this is what I want, and he stuck with it. Raheem Sterling putting a bit of pressure on. Cancelo's gone on a run. Saint-Maximin through the middle, the dink ball over the top. Saint-Maximin to bring it down. Diaz is just there. Tanganga picks up the ball, and Poacher will be very happy to see himself in possession.
Yeah, sticking with his unorthodox side here. I think you did mention changing players throughout, but I'll be honest, changing your team mid-tournament, from my experience, is not the play. You got to stick with what you're comfortable with, and it's what he's practiced with, is what he's played with loads. So to switch it up just after 1 game, I don't think would have been the play.
We will see how Poacher deals with it. Ronaldo drives the ball line with Crystal Palace. Goes to that double tap pass off across, and Van der Sar just about gets his hands on that.
You know, we're seeing the same Ethan that came out the other game. Whilst he's up 3 goals, he's still playing this like it's a 0-0 affair. He's just playing this his normal game. He's not holding the ball. He's not time wasting at all.
No, Ethan very much known for great defence, but also great attack. A very well-rounded FIFA player who has a lot in his game, but also keeps things simple. Likes to move the ball, pass the ball, little dribbling here and there, drives the byline. A very well-rounded player. Kante being sent on the run there. Is he going to look for that little over-the-top through ball? He is indeed. Diaz up against Kante, and Diaz is going to win that battle. Kante now caught out of position. Can Poacher capitalise on this? He chooses to go out towards that left-hand side. Some quick tempo football. The ball being moved around. Left-hand side now with Cancelo. Cancelo driving forward. Looks like driven pass into Firmino. But Reece James cuts it out. Possession with Palace.
Yeah, Ethan just looks solid. Looks solid defensively. Should be okay at the moment anyways. Although, we're seeing a little bit of possession from him. Once again, you can just do this and force Poacher to press you because you have time all on your side as he does get dispossessed and gives Poacher back the ball.
A slow start to this one so far. Crystal Palace just in the centre circle. Ethan looking to work the angles, work his way into a shooting position. Hullet now. Ronaldo. Ronaldo with a little fake drag coming back into the Hullet. And a break possibly for Poacher and Manchester United. Ronaldo, he's got some room at the top of the screen, and Hullet is there to take that ball away. That was possibly a good opportunity for Poacher to break and try and penetrate that defence. Crystal Palace now, Kante linking up. Player lock in the middle. Ronaldo goes, he plays that through ball, he hits that across goal, and that is a massive save, but the rebound is there, and even greening it, just to be sure.
Yeah, we're going to talk about him greening an open goal. Is that the vibes that Ethan is coming with today?
I'm not going to lie to you, Ranners. I've seen Ethan once or twice tweet about greening it and saying, oh, I should have greened it then, shouldn't I, when he misses an open goal. Instead, there, he's taking no chances.
No, it's true, it's true. You can't say you should have greened it and then not green it, you know? So he talks the talk, he's walking the walk. I respect it.
The player lot, though, coming absolutely crucial into do that through ball, timing the through ball to perfection. And then the shot, all right, the goalkeeper was equal to it, but the goalkeeper palms it straight out to an attacker. Sancho, right place, right time. And now Poacher, what already was a difficult task, has just become so much harder.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to concede that first goal as well. If he could have scored, he at least had a chance, but Ethan now with a 4-goal advantage and looking on the top of his game.
How can Poacher respond? De Bruyne trying to force it through. Jorginho does get the ricochet, falls into Foden. Foden laying it back to De Bruyne, tries that first-time pass out wide. And it just seems right now that Poacher's not settling. He's trying things that I think if he looks back on that, he'd be very frustrated that he's even attempted that pass.
Yeah, no, Poacher's not playing this game. He's just not, because he's so desperate to score goals that he's just sending it forward really fast, and it's actually making him not score goals because he's not playing like he normally does.
And do you think that's where as well that as we do get a chance here, Ronaldo just... Okay, Kante, I mean, I was very confused on what even happened then, to be honest.
Yeah.
Diaz and Kante looked like they were just...
Yeah, I don't know.
Falling over each other. Kante with a big chance, though. Let's not disregard that. Lays that back out to Sancho. Goes for that first-time pass. And nothing from that. A good opportunity. But going back to that point, and I think that's where the leg one, leg two, Poacher's going into these games knowing he's got to score goals. Like, you know, obviously to win a game of FIFA, you've got to score goals, right? But when it's 0-0, a 1-0 does the job. He's got 3 goals to score just to get a draw.
I would have loved to have seen, and I hope we do sometime in this tournament, get to see Poacher play a 0-0 game. Yeah. Like a game that's a draw going into the second leg. Because I feel like we're not getting to see Poacher properly on display here, and it is a shame.
Ethan laying the ball up to Ronaldo, but Poacher is there. Can Poacher get a chance before the end of this half? 44th minute, lumps it up to Ronaldo, who is offside. And you spoke about it, Ranners, and you said about the wanting to go forward. There, possibly a prime example. We have got an opportunity for Crystal Palace. Rashford coming all the way, reverse Elasco, Rudiger. I feel like we haven't mentioned Rudiger since the first time this morning, actually. I don't feel like too many players have been using him.
Yeah, we've only seen him once or twice. A lot of Varans. We're seeing a lot of Varans. Of course, he is faster, and with the true ball danger, I can see that argument. But for me, Rudiger is still just a more solid defensively.
Yeah, Rudiger is a very, very solid centre-back. So, 4-0 on aggregate to Crystal Palace and to Ethan. Poacher with a very, very difficult task. And I know we keep repeating that, but it is the one leg and the two leg. Your teammate playing the one leg for you and you having to do the work on the other makes it a very interesting format. Correct me if I'm wrong, we've not really seen this too much before. Here and there in different tournaments and whatnot, but certainly not at ePrem.
Yeah, it's not a very popular format, and yes, in ePrem specifically, we have not seen this before. It has been in previous years an individual event, so you would have had an Xbox side just play out and a PlayStation side just play out, and then you had that, of course, cross-console final where you had the two winners of each play against each other. But this new format does make it more of a team event, absolutely. And it is nice because you got like both players on the same club playing together.
Yep.
So it really does give that team element, and you can really get behind your club a lot easier.
Ronaldo laying the ball over the top to Jorginho. Jorginho looking at the back stick to a Foden. I mean, the cross may be a little bit optimistic, even with it being Foden. Going to be a difficult one to get on the end of it. Ronaldo at the near. Lays it back off to Jorginho, though. Jorginho goes for the shot across goal. A big, big block. And that was a very well-worked corner technique.
Yeah, I like that. But
Pullet wins the ball. Lays that ball off across. And Poacher, you can see the reaction. Disappointment. An opportunity.
Really was. That pass, I think that pass let him down.
St. Maximin to break through now for Crystal Palace. The over-the-top through ball. Can the La Croqueta just forces that one back out wide, actually. Rashford drives the byline, beats the Hullet with ease. Back into Sancho, and Diaz just gets a tackling on the edge of the 18-yard box. And that was an opportunity again.
Seeing some quick, once again, passing, but it's actually accurate.
Double tap pass now to Ronaldo. Poacher on the break. Can he find that sweat off across? He does, and he manages to squeeze a goal in. Back to 3-goal deficit. Can he claw back? It is 1-1 in this game. Overall, Crystal Palace 4-1 up, and that goal just... You can see the through balls are coming through. He's getting into those channels and managing to get past the defenders and just squeezing that one through. A little bit of lady luck on the side, but it did the job. Rudiger now has a big task to try and come over to Rashford. There is a free man in the middle. The fake shot.
What a miss.
I think that was a rugby conversion.
3 points?
I don't know if anyone wants to tell Ethan, but we're playing football, not rugby.
Yeah, oh my God, that is tough. That flew. That flew. There's no other word. That flew. It flew.
A little bit of a Carabao Cup final vibes there.
Yeah. We don't talk about that.
I'm sorry, you're a Chelsea fan, aren't you?
Yeah. Anyways.
Back to the FIFA we are. And we've got some tactical changes coming through as the players look. Obviously, for Manchester United and for Poacher, he's trying to find his way back into the game, trying to get back on aggregate. And for Crystal Palace, he's still not, shut up shop. I think they've got the 3-goal deficit there. They're good. They're chilling. But fresh legs can play a massive part in FIFA. Reminder for everyone at home, you're used to seeing a 30-second timer at the bottom, so you have to be a bit quicker with your subs and your changes. The pros here do get a little bit longer with obviously so much on the line.
Yeah, you get a longer clock, but also you have unlimited pauses. So anything you need to do, anything you need to change, any issues or whatnot, you can just keep pausing, and you do have that time.
Hullet now for Manchester United on that right-hand side. De Bruyne driving it forward to Sterling, linking up, getting the strikers involved very well here. Jorginho into Ronaldo, manages to squeeze that through past the Kante, goes for that finesse. Van der Sar equal to that very, very quickly.
I don't know if you noticed, but I believe Hullet is playing right back?
I did see it on that right-hand side. I think he's actually in... we'll try and figure it out in a minute. As Ronaldo and De Bruyne linking up, a snapshot. Varane with a big, big block. And the defence is gone. We've got a massive chance here for St. Maximin. Ball roll past the goalkeeper. Where did the defence go?
I don't know. Not there. They were gone. Maximin was just chilling. Ethan played the true ball.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't really get excited to start off with because I thought there was going to be a defender there. And next thing you know, St. Maximin was in on goal. And, I mean, again, you know, yes, the game may already have been done, but the composure from Ethan for the ball roll past the goalkeeper. As we see another little layoff across, a very, very big save there from Van der Sar. Going back to it, the composure there, just to ensure, you know what, I'm not going to rush this chance. I'm not going to give the goalkeeper a chance to try and save it. I'm just going to walk it past him with a simple ball roll.
But that's what you really get with Ethan, isn't it? That experience, just a high skill level. He's always going to be really solid in those opportunities, as opposed to a few other players who have kind of been bottling one-on-ones here and there, big chances. I feel like Ethan will not do that.
No, very calm and composed performance from Ethan. Yes, Poacher managed to get a goal, but you can see that the players are flying forward. You know, Ethan will capitalise on that and get a goal here and there, but obviously with more men getting up into that 18-yard box, the chance of conceding just comes so much higher. As we see Foden come through and grab a goal, could there possibly be some form of comeback? Both players cracking straight things back on. We have 15 minutes remaining with 3 goals. Lucas Moura straight from the kickoff. Little ball roll, takes it away, tries to look for that double tap pass back off across, and Diaz is there.
15 minutes for 3 goals. It's possible.
It's a goal every 5 minutes that we need for Manchester United. If you're Poacher, if you're real HP, you need goals now. Sterling laying that ball back to Hullet. I think Hullet is in that right back position. De Bruyne and Jorginho. Jorginho's not really the man that you want there. He hasn't got the skill moves to find his way. There is going to be a foul. And I mean, real life, Cristiano Ronaldo here, you'd be backing your chances. Chooses to go short. De Bruyne, ball roll. Ronaldo driving into that 18-yard box. Just takes on the defender, but is forced backwards. And De Bruyne now. Again, you know, we spoke about this earlier on, Ranners, and we were talking about as a big press comes in. I'll go back to that in a minute. Jorginho on that left-hand side. Roberto Firmino. Bit of patience. Going back to it, you said about earlier on. Poacher knowing that he's down on these goals and he has to bring it back in that second leg. You can see that constant, I want to go forward, I want to go forward, I want to go forward. Do you just feel like if he maybe did a better job of trying to put that aside and just play his normal game, we'd see a real Poacher here?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
A true Poacher?
And I would love to see that. I feel like he went too attacking off the bat. He saw 3 goals he needed and instantly just flew forward the whole game. So it just led to none of his chances really being well worked and composed.
Well, 4 minutes remaining, and we were discussing that while we had that Lucas Moura having a big chance for Crystal Palace. But Ethan just doing what he needs to do to see this game out, knowing that he's won. And that is going to be Crystal Palace moving on to 6 points.
Yeah, puts them in a very nice position. Obviously top of the table, but you got to keep in mind that not everybody has played as many games.
Ronaldo just managing to get on the end of that. He is offside. The ball bouncing around there. I think Poacher will be glad to see this one out and just go, yeah, let's put this one behind us. You know, I think he's given a good effort, but as we said at the start, it was a difficult task. And like you said, he needed, 3 goals to get back into it for a draw, but he also needed to not concede, and that was probably the hardest thing.
It was. Against somebody like Ethan, to not concede, very rare occasion, especially if you're pressing like you have to if you're trying to get goals. And we see the draw for this leg leads to a 5-2 win over the 2 legs for Crystal Palace over Manchester United.
And that is a big, big win for Crystal Palace. They'll be very happy with that. We were having a chat, you know, off broadcast and talking about how many points we think will be needed across the different groups and everything. And we're kind of agreeing that 3 wins out of 4 gets you guaranteed through. 7 points across some groups might be enough as well, and maybe 6. But for Crystal Palace, knowing you've got 1 more game left, one more result that you need to get, they'll feel confident about possibly advancing.
Yeah, they will. They're also looking to take on Wolves, who are a solid side, but they'll definitely back themselves to get a result against those. So they should be feeling extremely confident.
Yeah, that they should. And to Manchester United, backs up against the wall now. They have 2 matches remaining. Back-to-back losses there. You know, they just played before this, just played again, and they will be very, very disappointed with their results. And yeah, they've got a lot to do to even have a sniff at seeing through to the knockouts.
Yeah, especially with one of those games being against Leeds, how they performed earlier, that is a really, really tough task.
That it is. A reminder of the final result. It is Crystal Palace 5, Manchester United 2. Nick, Sneb and Ethan moving on to 6 points in our group. And the real HP and poacher for Manchester United, unfortunately, 2 games played, -4 goal difference and 0 points on the board. We still have a lot of games to bring to you for the rest of today. Leeds United have only played 1 so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing Ollie Ito and Hayward.
Yeah, well, you're going to get to see them up next against Southampton, playing against Robbie and Michael Fisher, of course. But for now, we're going to head to a break, and we'll see you guys later.
Welcome back to the ePremier League with myself, Alex, also known as FIFA Analyst, and we're here with Ranners. Ranners, you well?
Yeah, not too bad. You know, a little break, and now we're feeling good for the next matchup.
And we have an absolute beautiful matchup, don't we?
We do Leeds against Southampton. I'm expecting Leeds to come out and perform as well as they did in the first the first game that they played today. Alvarito was on crazy form, and then Mitch showing his class in that second leg to see out victories. And I wonder, can it be kind of a repeat this time? Will Alvarito get that win over Robbie and then hand it over to Mitch to see out the game?
It will be an interesting one, which we'll go ahead and jump into it right now as the players are just getting ready, getting warm, getting the controllers all set up, and hopefully no controller issues as we have had in the past with one of the players not changing his controller, so we ended up crossing it instead of shooting.
Yeah, had it on alternate settings instead of classic. That's a killer. Like we said, he didn't go into his settings.
Yeah.
Like we talked about, and just a little mistake.
Yeah. Ollie Ito for Leeds played obviously in the first game for against Crystal Palace and did very well. Very, very well. Now he's had 2-3 hours break. Do you think there might be a little bit of rustiness? Might take him a little while to get back going again.
It's interesting. The reason I would say no is because how fast he came out on his first game. He came out and he was just really instantly on his game. I think he's one of those players that, you know, he's experienced. He's a top player. I think he just knows how to turn it on as soon as he needs to.
Well, the thing is as well, he arrived in the UK 9 a.m. this morning. Was on a flight, right? He was playing in a tournament last night, travelled over. To be able to land 9 a.m., get to the ePremier League, have a quick warm-up game, and put the performance that he did was absolutely phenomenal. So, like you said, yeah, he seems comfortable at being able to kick things off very, very quickly. So, Southampton in the black kit from left to right, and Leeds in their traditional white kit from right to left. Robbie Wilson, who has started off a lot of his games a little bit slow, needs to have a good start here against Alvarito.
Yeah, as you see him just getting dispossessed quite fast from his kickoff. But yeah, if he doesn't know what he's doing fast, Alvarito is that guy who will punish you.
As we already seen, working into that 18-yard box, CR7 just looking to try and find the St. Maximin. But Robbie coming in with that last-ditch tackle. We will have, I would assume, a bit more of a slower start to this game from Robbie. Alvarito is not the type of player that you maybe want to try and go toe-to-toe with in the quick tempo, aggressive sort of play.
Yeah, it's just not going to end well. Like, it's so difficult to take him on. And I wonder also because of, like, Robbie will have seen what he did to Nixon, right?
Yeah.
He'll know he won 4-1 against Nixon, who's a really, really good player. Will that make Robbie just play really cautious and defensive because he doesn't want this tie to get away from him?
And don't forget, Robbie played against Nixon from Crystal Palace, and Nixon turned it up and did really well. And Nixon was the one that lost to Alvarito quite heavily. So to be able to have that will play him the mind of Robbie Wilson, I'm sure of it. But so far, defensively, so good. Not giving Alvarito any clear-cut chances.
Yeah, not too bad. Just Alvarito kind of passing it in the general direction of Kante. And then when you pass it to Kante, it gets intercepted.
It's like he's got a force field around him, isn't it?
I'm convinced. I'm convinced he does.
And the ball just absorbs and goes to him, and he's like, yep, thank you very much.
Oh, and he can make those tackles as well.
And he can make the tackles. And he drives forward.
Oh, what a sensational item.
So I saw that Kante in real life, the way he defends so good and reads the play, is that when the ball goes up in the air and plays over the top, he banks on when people are going to take bad touches.
I've seen this.
Yeah, and that's what makes his positioning so good.
Yeah.
And obviously that translates over into the virtual pitch with Kante being here, there, and
everywhere.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, the chemistry. That's 100 chemistry if I've ever heard it. Oh, dear.
Have you not seen my teams that I build on Ultimate Team? 100 chemistry does not exist in my
really?
world.
It's like that?
Yeah.
Oh,
97.
No, 97 is fine. It rounds up.
95. Yeah, I'm good.
Right, yeah.
The lowest I've had this year so far is 88.
Okay, I wouldn't go sub 90. I would not go sub 90. I'm not a fan of that now. That's a little too much for my liking. How'd you even achieve that? You got to have people on like 5 chem for that, surely.
Chemistry's a myth.
Ah, okay. Right.
So it's all in the heart. All in the heart of the player and the team.
Just passion levels. Is that the only like measurement? Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, I have a conversation with these pros and just tell them that it's all about passion. You know, which I agree with.
No, it is. It is.
Anyway, back to the FIFA. 25 minutes gone, and a slow start from both sides, but the respect is there. Oli Ito knows what Robbie Wilson is capable of.
So here's the other outside of game factor that we have to account for. I don't know if you noticed it there. Alito was yawning before the game. And of course, like you said, he had that early flight. But guess what? If your flight's at 9, or if you land at 9, you got to wake up early. You got to wake up very early.
Well, you have to be at the airport 2 hours before.
Exactly. And he was coming from Sweden, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is an hour ahead. Time difference. So, all that taken into account, this is only his second game of the day.
And he's been up at least 12 hours now.
When it comes to his 4th game of the day, he's going to be so tired. So that could be a reason for maybe his pace kind of slowing down a little bit this game. And then that coupled with Robbie just not wanting to concede and letting down his teammate.
Yeah, and I think that is a big thing for Robbie. We do reiterate the same story. For these Xbox players, you just want to make sure that you're giving your teammate a chance in that second leg. You know, we saw it with the real BP in the last game for Manchester United. Poacher, 3 goals down. It's a big ask.
It really is. So, I mean, as it stands, 0-0, not too bad. Chilling, and he'll be happy, I think, so far.
Oli Ito just found that pass off across to Ronaldo. Goalkeeper did enough. There was a pass extra there, was to Sancho, but Ronaldo just getting a little bit caught with the ball at his feet. Goalkeeper getting something on it. And Oli Ito, really, that was a big chance.
Yeah, it was really from nothing, and all of a sudden, it looked like a really clear-cut goal-scoring opportunity. And lucky Ferrari, he gets away with it.
Hull it now for Robbie Wilson. Passing that ball out to Sancho, who's looking to take on the Cancelo. Cancelo, not the easiest of fullbacks to get past. He has the pace, he has the strength. He has a little bit of everything. Hull it now, 40 minutes gone. Just loses out, trying to find that pass into St. Maximin. Sancho is there, and we will see a break. And over the top through ball played, and Diaz just positioned himself ahead of the St. Maximin and stopping that counter-attack in its tracks.
Yeah, you're really seeing this quite slow build-up from Robbie that I've never witnessed before. And I wonder, is that just a tactical change, or is it just a play style change?
A great press there from Kante for Oli Ito, just winning the ball on the centre circle. So maybe the last attack falls to Oli Ito and possibly the goal. No, a sloppy pass. We don't see that from Oli Ito all too often. And now it's over to Robbie. Rashford driving down the line. Varane's caught out. Not the position where you want Varane. Ronaldo gets into the 18-yard box, slays that ball off across. And that, 45th minute, is a huge goal for Robbie Wilson and his teammate.
That is a great goal. That was, like, from start to finish, that build-up was incredible. Does a pass across. Composer takes a touch. It didn't even shoot the first time. Took a touch. Found his spot. Goal. 1-0 Southampton and on stroke halftime, of course. Makes it really interesting. Really interesting. I love when the underdogs get a lead.
His teammates there. Just Michael Fisher just having a word in his ear and saying, good. Keep doing what you're doing. Oli Ito's had one chance. Didn't capitalise on it. You've had one chance. You've took yours. And now you've mentioned it maybe. I just saw them when we went to full camera and we've seen Oli Ito. He looks a bit flustered maybe. A little bit tired.
He does. He definitely does. And that's going to be worrying because it's only going to get worse as the day progresses, like I said. So we'll see, because even with like the tempo of his play and the sloppiness, he's making a lot more passing errors than we've ever seen him make. It's really just showing.
So for Robbie Wilson, he will be very happy to be 1-0 up 50 minutes into this first leg. But if you want to beat Leeds, you want to beat Oli Ito and Hayward, you need a few more.
Realistically, you do. But at the same time, I'm sure if this goes 1-0 full time, Michael Fisher is saying, thank you very much, Robbie. Thank you. I'm good to go.
Southampton on the attack with Robbie Wilson. Kante again with that heavy press. Doesn't choose to go for the over-the-top through ball. Goes for it with a second man, though, instead. Ronaldo just sneaking off into that offside position. And a good defensive line from Robbie. James on the ball now. We see a lot of these switches, but they do the job.
See, we're seeing a lot more switches from Robbie now. Remember, he would just knock it forward and kind of lose it.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing, okay, let's be smart. This is a live event. This is the ePremier League. I need to be more careful with the ball. This isn't just a game of champs.
Little double tap pass, Ronaldo. And Diaz again there for Oleito, who just isn't going. He isn't getting into that gear that he needs to be in attack right now. Salah tries to ball roll past Cancelo. You're going to need more than that to get past that man.
Yeah. I wonder, should players attack down the left side and attack that right back more? Because obviously, everybody has Team Dia Cancelo at left back. Maybe that right back is an easier person to kind of take on.
A very valid point. Cancelo being so difficult to get past. I feel like so many times today we've said about the man defending. But St. Maximin linking up with Sancho. One more again. Ooh. Rashford, a poor shot. And Varane at the last man for Oleito. That's got to be a wake-up call.
Absolutely. But you see Kante just outjump Ronaldo in midfield, by the way? I thought that was for sure going to be Ronaldo's win. But yeah, like, I would like to see Robbie there probably taking an extra touch, maybe try a shot cancel or something to really get that clean open shot.
Oleito now with St. Maximin driving in towards the byline at the 18-yard box. He ball well scoops and he goes backwards. He finds Kante on the edge, not the man that you want to. He lays it off to Hullet. Hullet on the finesse, and a poor effort that Schmeichel will just say, you know what, I'm going to put that behind for a corner and we'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, also once again another untimed finesse. Surprised to see Oleito not timed.
CR7 at the near post. A red timed header.
Oh, that's always going to miss, so that is unfortunate.
Right then.
Little pause, little couple changes. I mean, if I'm Oleito, I'm changing something because I'm not playing like I should be playing right now.
So if you're Oleito, what are you changing right now? This is you sat there with a controller.
I'm switching formation. Yeah. I'll be honest. I'm going to my backup formation, my secondary formation. I'm trying to get a goal here because what I'm doing right now is not the Oleito that everybody knows. He's just not creating chances. He's not creating good chances, which is very rare to see. Especially against Robbie, who did concede those 4 goals against Nixon, right? So it's not like Robbie is a really, really good defensive player.
Yeah.
Obviously, next time's goals were good, but Oleito has just been poor. It's just been sloppy. It's just not being what we've known to see from him.
20 minutes to go in this first leg between Southampton and Leeds. If you are just joining us, you are here with Group C at the ePremier League 2022. Group C has had some twists and turns. I think most results as a whole have been as expected. And we are on our second game for Leeds and our third game for Southampton.
Got just Oleito kind of just trying to get some passes in. Oh.
Ronaldo, a lovely through ball. He goes for the player lock and lays that ball back to St. Maximin. The scoop turn goes for the near post shot, and Varane does enough. A very good defensive line there from Robbie.
Yeah, it was nice to play with the player lock. Got the pass off as well. Then just kind of shot. Wasn't really on. Just went for it. It's something, once again, we don't see from Oleito. Normally, he really does work that extra pass or maybe even an extra skill move to create a better chance. But it's just, we're not seeing it. We're just seeing a shot when there's 3 defenders kind of standing in front of him.
Just saw a possession stat come up there. And Robbie Wilson has nearly doubled Oleito's passes. So it is very much a game of chase ball right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually wouldn't have guessed that without seeing that stat. I suppose it sounds about right.
And that just shows the maturity coming through in Robbie Wilson here after a bit of a rough start to the Premier League. Moving in to the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, even, I mean, in the same day of a tournament, it feels like he's matured so much and he's kind of like just got so much experience. Just even from 2 games earlier.
Definitely. We have Oli Ito working his way forward. St. Maximin tries that pass into Ronaldo, but it is covered.
Just now, Robbie, I mean, he's just going to be chilling. He's happy with the 1-0, bro.
Game management at its finest.
The last attack, potentially?
Last attack of the match is what Robbie Wilson is playing for. He's saying, you know what, Oli Ito, I've had the better of you on this game. I'm happy with my 1-0 lead. I'll pass it over to my teammate. I'm going to play for that last attack. The little ball roll backwards, finding the Reece James. And it's all about ticking the clock down. Pull it to Kante. Will there be another one in this game, though?
It's been a lot of 90 minutes.
Ooh. Rashford just gets past the James. Has to come back, though. Kante forcing that, and that is not the time that you want to be losing the ball if you are Robbie Wilson. A big tackle there, though. The over-the-top through ball. Ronaldo is in. Varane, can he cover? That is unbelievable cover from Varane. And Robbie Wilson, very lucky there to not have that opportunity given to Oli Ito.
Yeah, Oli not happy with that result. Obviously would have backed himself to have won this game. But, you know, in saying that, you got Mitch Haywood, who's still a great player. And it's a 1-goal game, okay? It's not some huge lead that we've seen in these other games. It's no 3-0, so it is a 1-0. Still, either team can walk away with this victory.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've been missing a little bit in this group so far. A lot of teams have been fairly dominant. You know, the first leg kind of going in favour of one team. Obviously, if you are Southampton, Robbie Wilson, you are very happy that you've just beat a player of Oli Ito's calibre, 1-0. Now you're passing it over to your teammate, like you said at the start, and going, a 1-0 lead up against Mitch Haywood. You'll take that.
Yeah, no, a lead against Haywood is just going to be really helpful. And I feel like Fisher needed that. If Fisher was chasing this game now against Haywood, it would have been a very difficult task. But with the lead, I think he can pretty much play his game. You're not going to really be time wasting or holding the ball or playing super defensive, especially on a 1-0 lead over 90 minutes. There's no way. It's just a little extra boost. You're still going to just play your normal game, but you have a little extra goal in your back pocket.
That you do indeed. And Michael Fisher will be very grateful for his teammate on that. And Mitch Haywood, he didn't have much to do, obviously, in the first game. He beat Ethan 1-0. You know, he scored in the last minute to get that goal. Obviously, Ethan, chasing the game, needed to be more aggressive and come through. It's going to be interesting now to see, because you've gone from having that comfort of, you know, 3 or 4 goal lead to now, actually, I've got to chase this game, and I've got 1 goal to get. And it'll be very interesting to see how Mitch Haywood, England E-Lion International, how he does. So just a reminder, 1-0 is the current score after leg 1. We will have leg 2 coming up very shortly for you. And who will come out on top? Southampton, or will it be Leeds? Find out very shortly.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Group C. Up next, we got the second leg of Southampton against Leeds. We got Michael Fisher against Mitch Haywood. And it's a 1-0 lead for Southampton going into the second leg. What are we saying, Alex?
I just don't know what to expect, if I'm honest with you. Runners, it's been a very... I'll be honest, it was a slow game, right? It was patient, and you can appreciate that at times in FIFA esports. Yeah, not every game is the most entertaining and back and forth, and there's goals. But if you are Robbie Wilson, that is a mature performance against a very, very top-quality player in Oli Ito. So, saying that, this is going to go one of two ways, I think.
Okay, tell me.
I think this is going to be the game of the day, or it's going to be a snooze fest.
Okay. Excellent. I hope it's game of the day. Now, we'll see. Now, you made a great point, though. The way Robbie just played, I'm really proud of him. I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
Is what I am. That's the best word for it, because that was really just a mature professional performance out of him.
Do you want to know what I think it's going to be game of the day?
Tell me. I'm listening.
Michael Fisher, very good attacking player. I'm not too sure about the defensive side. I think we'd agree he's probably better in the attack.
Yeah.
Mitch Haywood, very good defensively, but he's got to come out and he's got to score. All right? So I think it's going to be game of the day. I think it's going to be goals.
I understand the reasoning, right? You give the bad defensive player a lead, so then he's going to still be going for it. And then the defensive player, well, he has to go for it. He's losing. Let's see what we got.
So we have got Leeds 1-0 down in this tie. 90 minutes of FIFA coming up. And Leeds kicking left to right, Southampton right to left. Again, the players locked in, zoned in. And Mitch Haywood, for the first time today, has questions to be answered.
And he's got deficit to chase here. It's going to be interesting, actually. But to be fair, actually, we need to know and we need to point out how he played against Ethan. He did play normally. He was attacking, you know?
And it's funny, isn't it? Because we spoke to Oli Ito after it and said, how come Haywood didn't just chill and hold the ball? And he said, I told him to. He didn't. He just decided to play FIFA.
Yeah, Oli told Mitch Haywood to just hold it, and he didn't.
Chance coming in on that 18 days after St. Maximin. And that is a huge, huge chance for Michael Fisher and Southampton. That would have made it 2-0, and that would have really put them in the driving seat. However, Schmeichel said, not today.
That's just such a huge save. That would have made it 2-0 Southampton really early on, and then Mitch would have been in trouble.
Ronaldo inside the 18. Kante just getting in that tackle. And it is nice to see that even still, with Michael having that 1-0 lead, he's going, yeah, you know what? I'm going to score some more.
Yeah, but does that also reflect on his lack of confidence in his defense? He wants to get more goals because he doesn't back his ability to just keep a clean sheet.
Sancho out on that left-hand side, driving in towards that byline. Mitch Haywood, can he find a little double tap? He circles it back. Good left stick dribbling. St. Maximin just runs away ever so slightly from that central position, so he's going to have to go again. Brilliant dribbling here. He's ran out of second-man press on Michael Fisher. Lays that off. The pass? No? Manos? Should he pass it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he should have passed. You know what bothers me about that? He was so composed.
Everywhere else.
Perfectly, but the whole build-up. He went back so many times. He did all this, that, the other. Does the pass inside. And then he just literally needs to hit X once. Just pass across. Boom, we're chilling. No, I'm just going to shoot after all that, and it's going to get blocked.
I'm sure you can have a word with him tonight. Tell him.
I'm gonna VOD review.
Yeah?
That only that clip.
Okay.
And just shout. Because it's not acceptable.
Salah now on the right wing. Looks to drive in on the inside. Does beat the Cancelo. Manages to take him on. Gets into a good position. Cancelo recovers so quickly there for Michael Fisher and Southampton. But you can already see Leeds intent. Byline. I want it.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Mitch. Other than that, not doing an extra pass, he's really come out to play this game, and I like it.
Hullet gets that ball in behind the Jorginho. Rashford up against Diaz. Recycles back, doesn't choose to go for the cross. Hullet now, 25 yards out, linking up with Kante. Manages to find that pass in the middle to Rashford. Lays it one off to St. Maximin. He goes for the shot. Does fall back to Sancho. And again, Vieira is there. And that is enough just to force Southampton away ever so slightly. Kante now. Hullet looking to press, protecting the middle as best as they can. Kante and Salah going for the tag team. Southampton do get into a decent position. Doesn't go for the pass to Ronaldo, but goes back to Kante. It's patience. I like it. The pass there to Sancho is on, though. The turn, the shot. And that is going to be a corner, a little deflection. We thought for a minute that may have been finding its way into the back of the net, but it does not. Sancho now. Edge of the 18. Hullet. Probably wanting these players just to get back into positions and not get caught on the counter from the corner. As you see Varane move back. Rashford now on the left-hand side, looking to take on Jorginho. Goes all the way to the byline, but Diaz is there for Leeds. And now the break is on for Mitch Hayward.
Yeah, that was pretty good patient build-up all throughout that play from Southampton. But it's something you don't really see from Fisher. He normally doesn't do kind of slow patient build-up. He just kind of flies at you. So once again, maybe they're realizing a bit of possession is useful in live events.
That it is. Kante now for Mitch Hayward. For Leeds, they need to find a way. It's a really, really good press from Southampton. And Hullet is looking to break. You've got to run him at the top of your screen. He's going to use it. He does. Sancho.
You're just seeing really Kante, though, break up nearly every attack. He's just sensational.
Kante doing what Kante does best. Ronaldo. Driving out towards that top side. Goes to that driven pass off across. One more. And that is 2 for Southampton and Michael Fisher. And Mitch Hayward now has a massive, massive task ahead of him.
Yeah, we also need to pay attention to the clock. We're actually close enough to have time, and the clock is going to start really working against Leeds here if Mitch can't get a goal shortly. Honestly, I think he's still kind of okay. You know, he's been pretty positive, but Michael Fisher's been looking great this game.
A good double tap pass there, finds it into Ronaldo, and a big, big tackle from Varane in the last minute.
Yeah, you just, I don't know. I wonder, has Mitch Hayward now lost a little bit of composure? You know, he just kind of went for that shot anyways and got tackled. He was playing a lot better, I felt, earlier before he conceded.
3 minutes to go in this first half. Can Southampton possibly grab one more, which would ensure a very high chance for them to pick up the whole 3 points here? Cancelo taking on Jorginho again on that left-hand side. And that is going to be the last break. And referee blows the whistle for the end of the first half. Mitch Hayward right now. Well, it's difficult.
Yeah, just even there, it was a bit interesting that Michael Fisher even went that early. I know it was close to the 45th minute, but he actually did kind of risk the counter-attack. Had it been 45 minutes plus 1, that counter-attack actually would have got played off in time. But gets away with it. He's chilling. It's 2-0 on aggregate at halftime going into second leg. Southampton, they're feeling good.
We can already see the changes coming through now from Mitch Hayward on Leeds. Bringing on Roberto Firmino for Kante, taking away that defensive beast for a more attacking-minded player. I think we saw a few changes there on the left mid and the right mid. If this is you, Ranners, and you're playing, how do you approach this next 45 minutes?
I mean, for now, I'm still playing as is. I probably have press after possession loss on, I want to say. But other than that, pretty much the same. Maybe switching formation if I'm not feeling like I'm not creating enough chances. But I think Mitch has been okay, chance creation-wise. Defensively, he's been pretty okay as well, other than the goal obviously he conceded. But that was just good play from Michael Fisher. And I reckon there's still a lot of time. You don't have to constant press just yet. I think constant press from probably the 70th minute, you should be good to go.
If you're tuning in at home and you're thinking, well, what's this constant press that we're talking about? What's that? Explain it.
So you can do it in your custom tactics, or you can do team press, which is also very similar. But essentially what it does is when you don't have the ball, and when your opponent has the ball, your whole team, the AI and everybody, will just fly and man-mark everybody and just press them, leaving them essentially no space to dribble or pass. You can tackle them, get the ball back. Of course, this does leave you vulnerable.
Saint-Maximin at the near. Wow. That is a huge, huge chance for Saint-Maximin and for Mitch Hayward. And that is going to sting.
That was so close to being a goal. Once again, I feel like St. Maximin's shooting all day has been letting people down.
Yep, we've said it. We've said it before, and we'll say it again. St. Maximin, yeah, the item is good on the shooting stats, but sometimes you just don't have that confidence. And that's the other way around. If that's Cristiano Ronaldo, we see a goal.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the difference. That's why if I had that St. Maximin, I would personally be playing him as a winger. A lot of people playing him cam, or maybe even striker. For me, nah, I'm keeping him as a winger.
Hullet in the middle now for Southampton and Michael.
Yeah, just seeing a little patient play here. You know, you don't have to go forward. Yeah, just back and forth.
I'm just admiring the game of chess. The players looking to move people out of position, generate chances from that, as we do see a sloppy pass there coming out. And it is with Southampton again. Kante just on the centre circle, driving it forward. The defensive line is very deep right now for Mitch Hayward. And we see the ball out on the left-hand side with Cancelo. The ball just back and forth and back and forth. And I like the look of that. I don't like the look of that, so I'm just going to go back and recycle. But for Michael Fisher and for Southampton right now, every 5 minutes taken off the clock is a win.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're still not seeing
a chance now to put the game to bed. St. Maximin, the other end, on his weak foot. We see that one rifle in. Mitch Hayward had one 10 minutes ago on the right foot. St. Maximin there on the weak foot, the left foot, and he slots it.
Yeah, just I guess he was that much closer in on that occasion for Michael Fisher. But just as I was saying, maybe it's time for Mitch Hayward to go on that constant press now. He finds himself 3 goals down and has no choice but to go on that constant press. So I'm sure we're going to see that right now.
And the thing is as well, though, is that, 2-0 down with the constant press, you've got some time. 3 goals, it's just a lot to ask with 30 minutes to go.
Oh, absolutely. It's brutal. But doable.
How many times in your career did you pull back big goal leads?
Not that many. Not that many. But I was always just better at keeping leads. Yeah. So if I had a lead, even if it was like 1 or 2-0, I could definitely hold it out. But
Mahrez on the edge of the green time. Finesse, a big block there from Kante. That would have been a goal-scoring opportunity if the block didn't come in. And over the top 3 ball there. And that is okay as well. If we lose the ball in the middle for Michael, opportunity for Hayward to counter on it. So what does he do? He just goes to the bit of the, okay, I'm going to put this up the top. If I lose it, it's not too big of a deal. My players are back.
Exactly. No need to risk it. Just play it forward. That's big interception there, actually.
You can see the constant pressure is on. We've got 2 defenders at the back. A big, big tackle from Diaz on St. Maximin. And Leeds, this is not the result that they were after or what they wanted, but it does leave this group wide, wide open.
Which is actually really, really good. It's going to make it so interesting to see really who is going to progress. It's funny because, you had Leeds beat Palace, Palace beat Southampton, and now Southampton beat Leeds.
Yeah. Sancho there goes to the near post, banking on the goalkeeper movement from Mitch Hayward, but absolutely nothing from that. So no goal. Just lose the ball with Vieira, but Hullet just doesn't do enough to take that away.
Somehow retains it.
Press was great there from Michael and Southampton. And it is just all about the game management right now. Seeing the time off the clock. And a similar story, not as much in comparison to the previous game against Oli Ito and Robbie, where Robbie had so much more passes. A favour about 40 here right now. Extra 40 passes for the side of Southampton and Michael Fisher. And that's purely just taking time off the clock.
Yeah, we're down 10 minutes now remaining as well. 3-goal lead. Leeds yet to even register 1 goal in this entire tie.
A good through ball there. Jadon Sancho is on goal. Can he finish it? He can indeed at the near post. Jadon Sancho calm and composed for Mitch Hayward. Thinking about the goalkeeper movement there, possibly coming across. The through ball was timed to perfection, and already Michael Fisher has lost the ball from kickoff. Is there a twist in this tale?
What a comeback this would be. He unfortunately messes up here, and Sancho is in.
Sancho is in for Southampton. Michael Fisher.
Oh, opting for the possession play.
He's actually put himself in a bit of a corner here, though. Manages to come out of that really well with the dink ball over to Varane. Hasn't got the switch on. He's going to have to be very careful here. As Mitch Hayward does win that ball, there is 4 minutes left. Ronaldo, Sam and the bars are low. They've been heavy on the press. The overload ball side is on. If he needs a comeback, he needs a goal now. And that is not what he wanted from that attack.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much sealed the game. Not going to be that much time left as the pause does come in. I think 2 goals in 2 minutes. A little ambitious.
I mean, back in the day, you used to be able to score from direct kickoff, lay it back to you, man. Bang,
just
goal.
chuck it forward. Nice.
But although we do see at times the long ball from kickoffs, more so in the 2v2.
Yeah, in
can work.
2v2 it can work.
But let's give credit to Southampton. The performance here against Leeds has been a different gear. And I mean that not so in the way, as we see some lovely little left foot dribbling with Jadon Sancho. A good layoff across, and that is a goal. It's just a little bit too late.
It is, unfortunately. And that's where that 1-0 first leg was the decider.
Yeah. But going back to it, from what we saw there from Michael Fisher and Robbie Wilson, who are known for being so good in the attack, yeah, they got the goals, but it was the maturity of that. All right, some goals at the end there, but whatever. They got the job done. You know, the constant press and whatnot, we know about that. But that was just a side that I personally haven't seen from them.
Yeah, no, it's the first time I've ever seen it from them as well. And I'm liking this new Southampton. You know, that changed literally this game from their first 2 games. They've changed. They've really probably gone back and thought, okay, how's everybody else playing? What are we doing wrong? Oh, we're passing it forward loads. We're losing it loads. We're too attacking. We need to actually just be smarter. We need to pick our passes better. And guess what? They did that against Leeds and beat them.
And one of the favourites, Leeds were to top the group and to possibly win the whole thing. And that right there is a great, great result. Gives them the 3 points they'll be very, very happy with. And now it's just going to be interesting to see how we go on further from that.
Yeah, I mean, that just splits the group open. And that's my favorite thing about this result, is it opens it wide open again. Because it did kind of look like Leeds, okay, they played so well, and they beat Palace, who Palace are on 6 points, and they beat them. So it looked like Leeds probably going to win most of their games, if not all. And then it was really a fight for second place. Now, they've lost. It's really anybody's game.
Yep, and you've got Crystal Palace and... as we just quickly recap these ones before I jump into that. Sorry, the final result is 3-2 to Southampton. Leeds picking up their first loss. Obviously, they're only their second game played. We'll be seeing them again in action very shortly. And as we said, a massive, massive result for Southampton. That moves them onto 6 points in the group in total, which they can be very happy with going in. They've got another game against Manchester United as well for the side of Southampton. As we take a look at the group overall, as I said, 6 points Southampton. Crystal Palace also on 6 points with 3 games played, 2 wins, 1 loss. The loss obviously coming in to Leeds. Now, Leeds catching up. They've played their 2 games and they've got their 3 points. Their loss coming in just there. They've still got that game in hand, which will be played this evening. And Wolverhampton Wanderers 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss, 3 points. And then unfortunately, Manchester United currently sat on 0. But how open is that group?
It's getting really interesting now. Obviously, you got the top 2 on 6 points, but 3rd and 4th, whilst they're on 3 points, have played 1 less game than the top 2. So they really have a chance to get up there. With it being only top 2 go through, it's really, really open. Of course, next up, we do have Leeds against Manchester United. Alito on the Xbox against the Real HP. And then on the PS5, we have Hayward against Poacher.
So that is a brilliant matchup that I'm really, really looking forward to bringing you very shortly. How, if you are Leeds, how do you bounce back from that?
Well, I think you know you're good players. I think that's the advantage, is they're both experienced players. If you weren't, you might be having questions and whatnot. I think Alito especially is going to come out of the game and be like, yeah, I didn't perform how I would have liked to, but I'm a really good player. Maybe I know what went wrong. Do a little bit of analysis, come back in fresh. Hayward, he played well. He was chasing the game, and he played well, and he drew his legs, so he's going to be feeling okay as well. And then they are playing bottom of the table Manchester United, so they're going to be confident that they still will obviously say they're the better team.
For Manchester United, you know, we understand it's probably almost impossible for them to qualify. You know, we've already got 2 teams on 6 points, so kind of almost out. But I think it's more so about, you know what, we may be out, obviously playing for placements as well, for prize pool across different places. You get different amount of money, whether you're first, second, third, fourth or fifth in the group, obviously as you advance through on the top 2. Do you go in and say, you know what, just go and play football, just go and play FIFA, go and enjoy it?
Yeah, I feel like you do just go for it. I mean, once again, the problem is you got HP up against Alito. And if that ends badly again for Poacher, he's just going to be chasing the game as well. It's going to be very, very difficult. But we'll find out more when we return after this break for that game.
Welcome back to the ePremier League with myself, Alex, also known as FIFA Analyst. I've got the lovely Ranners next to me, and we're bringing you all the action from Group C here today. We've had some fantastic games of FIFA, haven't we?
We have. But not only that, I just love how the results have put the group, right? We got 3 teams just chilling, kind of showing the top 3 teams, but guess what? 2 go through. The top 2 teams of the group head into the quarterfinals tomorrow, and it's just shaping up really nicely.
It is indeed. To just give you a recap of Group C, if you are just joining us, Crystal Palace with Nick Stebb and Ethan as their players. They have won 2 games, lost 1, putting them on 6 points with a goal difference of 5. Southampton, Robbie Wilson and Michael Fisher, same wins and losses, with a goal difference of -4. Leeds, who we just saw in action against Southampton, 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss, goal difference of 3. But Leeds, you know, we put down as probably the favourite for the group.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to be fair, I mean, we were surprised by that Southampton result against them to beat Leeds. Now, we knew Southampton was good. We didn't think they'd beat Leeds, though, but they showed up, had a lot of just maturity, and did get the win. So that leaves Leeds, you know, almost chasing now again. Now, they are playing right now, up next, playing against Manchester United. And now the good news is, if you're a Leeds fan, even if you're supporting Leeds, you're comfortable in this matchup. You're feeling very good. You think you are the better team. Obviously, Manchester United have lost their first 2 games. So going into this one, it's going to be a tough ask. What are we thinking?
Well, you've got the experienced player in Oli Ito, one of the top players in the world right now, up against the real HP, one of the newer players to the scene, let's say. His first time at an event here today at the ePremier League in London. And all I'm going to say is Oli Ito wasn't the Oli Ito that we know in the last game.
No.
So I think he's had a conversation with himself and his coaches and his team to just try and spark himself back in. And I hope he can do that. We discussed about, you know, him flying over early this morning, and people don't understand that, you know, focus is such a big thing in FIFA that if he is, I heard he got up at 4 a.m. this morning, and we're now at nearly 6 p.m. So he's been up 14 hours playing high-level FIFA after 14 hours on a big stage. That's got to be some ask.
Yeah, all that traveling coupled with he would have had to play practice games as well. So he's doing a lot of stuff, and he's definitely feeling the effects of it. You can visually even see the effects. And then obviously in the gameplay, he was struggling. Now, who knows? Maybe he had some caffeine, maybe got a coffee or whatnot in between. And hopefully he's perked right back up and can compete at his highest level in this game.
But when we're talking margins for the real HP, who, you know, we won't mind us saying that, isn't as good as Oli Ito, these are the sort of things that could actually play a part. And if there's any time that you're going to be able to beat him, now's the chance.
Yeah, that is true.
But we will go ahead and kick things off. Oli Ito for Leeds, kicking from left to right, and Manchester United with a real HP 05 kicking from right to left. Now let's see how this game pans out. I'm expecting Oli Ito to at least try and be a bit more aggressive, dominating in the attack. And I want to see more from the real HP. We saw a goal from range with that finesse. Other than that, I don't feel like we've seen him get into enough areas inside the 18-yard box.
Well, we haven't seen him score another goal. He scored 1 goal in 2 games. It's rough. But I just want Poacher to have a chance, second leg. And for that to happen, HP has to keep this close. A win would obviously be great. Realistically, you're hoping for a draw or maybe a 1-0 loss.
That we are. For us, ladies and gentlemen, though, we just want a nice game of FIFA, entertaining, action at both ends, and the ability for the second leg to be wide open. Let us know who you think is going to be crowned the winner of this match between Leeds and Manchester United, which, we'll say, in the real world, quite a bit of rivalry.
Yeah, no, it is. Obviously, Leeds not as good as they once were, but in the last couple of years, they've kind of come back to a bit of form.
As Ronaldo gets into the 18-yard box, looking for that pass up across, finds St. Maximin, the scoop turn. And I was questioning Oli Ito and maybe struggling to get into the rhythm and the groove, but that is phenomenal.
You not see it on his face, he's back locked in. He's ready to go again. Clinical, first real time in the box. as we have a technical issue. But first real chance in the box, and hits him with the run and scoop turn, shoots it near post, gets the goal, 1-0 to Leeds.
Talk to me about the scoop turn. So again, people that are sat watching this, most of them probably not as good as these players, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're casual players. All right, they might understand a few things here and there. But if you're thinking about getting inside the 18-yard box and generating that space, what's the purpose of the scoop turn? How does it work in that scenario?
So really with the scoop turn, it just kind of gives you that extra bit of speed. It also sells kind of the defender. You can get away and create that gap for the shooting opportunity, because a lot of times if you're just left stick dribbling, unless you have maybe a 5-star weak foot player, you can't really sell the defender that easily, and the gap maybe isn't there, and your shot gets blocked. With something like the scoop turn, maybe an elastico, reverse elastico, it just creates a bigger gap, and you can get that shot uncontested, and then all you have to beat is the goalkeeper.
So, there we have it then. Just get scoop turn into game, reverse elastico, and you'll beat the defender and have a much higher chance of finding the back of the net. For anyone that is wondering, how do we do a scoop turn? It's a 4-star skill move when stood still, and a 5-star skill move when you are running, when you're moving at speed. You use a fake shot, so if you're on PlayStation, square an X, and then push the left analog stick where you want to exit, essentially. And that works effectively and can be used for a lot of players to generate that space and time. So just bear with us while the referee, the admin, sorts out the ongoing issue in the game. Obviously, these players always have to make sure that they've got everything the way that they want to, and if there is an issue, it's always best for them to flag it up and get it sorted instantly. But for Oli Ito, that's a start he can be very happy with.
Yeah, no, he did need to really bounce back after that game. Not only, you know, he can be tired, whatever, confidence not going to shake a lot because of how big name is, but it's still going to be hit a little bit, and you're going to, a little nerves kind of creep in now because you kind of give up the 3 points. You want, you know, to really get yourself back on the board, and you need to beat Manchester United. So to go 1-0 up this early is going to be a good confidence boost for that Leeds United team.
That it will. And for the real HP, not the start, obviously, that he wanted, given the recent results and making it difficult for Poacher. It's difficult, isn't it, in the sense that, you know, if your teammate's the one that's almost letting you down in that first leg, there's going to be a bit of friction there. Like, you know, these players obviously are here to win, and they're here to win together. And you can't help but feel, come on, man, you know, let's try and do better. Now, all due respect, it's very difficult for real HP against someone like Oli Ito. But doesn't mean that Poacher's not going to be sat there a little bit frustrated to see him 1-0 down this early.
Yeah, it's always really unfortunate, especially after the past 2 results, to then this early in this game also be losing. The only thing you can really say is that's just how it falls sometimes. You know, you don't get to choose your teammate in this event. It's kind of who qualifies. And HP just hasn't been performing to maybe how Poacher would have liked a teammate to be.
That's just how the cookie crumbles.
It is.
Yeah. Difficult one, though, to take, right?
Oh, it is rough, but unfortunately, nothing Poacher can do about it. He just has to back his teammate. I think you got to keep confidence in your teammate. If you're going to, you know, turn on him and then just make it just spirals and it gets worse. I think you have to stay positive. You got to keep saying, okay, let's keep going, bro. Keep going. Stay focused. Keep at it. Because if you start complaining or you start, you know, crying about it, it's not going to help anybody.
Yeah. And a reminder, you know, I don't want to sit here and, you know, it sounds like we're being, real HP's not as good as Oli Ito and whatnot. Like, obviously, he's a fantastic player to even get this far, right? But given it's his first LAN event, you know, the players that you are coming up against at this level, they're not easy ones to play in your first LAN, right?
Yeah, no, like, we're not saying he's not a good player. In the grand scheme of things, he's still a ridiculously good FIFA player. Don't get it twisted. However, Ololito, he's won so many events. He's been at top level for so long. So much experience. Such a good player that it is hard for HP. To be honest, you could put most players there against Ololito and they're going to struggle.
Yeah.
You know? So it's just how it goes, unfortunately. It is also a really difficult group. I don't think we maybe pointed that out enough. The group was stacked. It had 3 really good teams, and then the other 2 teams are not even that bad, and only 2 go through. So obviously there was gonna be rough times.
Yeah, as I think we're getting ready to jump back into the game in just a second. Apologies for the delay there. And that is us resuming from the 12th minute with Leeds having that 1-0. Leeds having that 1-0 lead. That's never not been said before on commentary, has it?
Probably every game ever that Leeds get a leader.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to this game. HP, I want to see something from him. I really, really do. See, I really like my underdogs, and he's a little too much of an underdog. He's just not winning, and it's not what I want to see. I would love to see an equalizer.
Well, let's see how he settles back in after going 1-0 down against one of the best players in the world. Real HP on the ball now with Jadon Sancho. Jadon Sancho trying that driven, and the difference is as well, although Poacher, more experienced and more qualified player, let's say, the team difference. I mean, 2 Manchester United players here. HP using a normal team. Poacher on the other side does it his own way.
Very unorthodox, he doesn't follow the trends, I guess. I do also wonder, I would like to ask.
Great pass in the middle. Oh, big interception from Diaz.
I would like to ask, is it just because maybe he has a lot of these cards at home in his own Ultimate Team? Like he has all these foot items. So does he then, is he just comfortable playing with them?
Quite possibly. I mean, I know, a good friend of mine, Dragon, that when he gets to these events and he has all these items available, because they have all the items in the game available to them to pick from, right? That even Dragon will carry on using whoever up front, the less traditional. Back in the day, instead of having a big Cristiano Ronaldo up front, he might have had Jermaine Defoe. It's all down to personal preference at the end of the day. Most players tend to go with their bread and butter. That's the best player available. That's what I want to go for. As we see a chance here for Ronaldo, just going for that little ball roll, trying to get it past the Diaz. The reverse elastico finds his way into the 18-yard box, chooses to go back out though with a Hullet. A double tap pass in, the offside trap, and it lays it off. That is a capitalisation right there on a massive mistake from Oli Ito.
HP gets a great goal, but we talked about it earlier. This is why I don't offside trap. Okay. You can be really good at it, which Oli Ito is. He's obviously really, really good with the offside trap, but he wasn't in trouble and he conceded.
I thought Oli Ito was lining up with finesse and... Oh! Wow!
What a
Mendy,
save.
take a bow. That is a absolute... That's as good as a goal, that there. That is unbelievable. Lays it off across Salah and unfortunately offside. But going back to that goal, the offside trap from Oli Ito, you'll see him using it. You know what the crazy thing is now, though? He made a mistake with it, right? Does that change his mojo with the offside trap for the rest of this game? Is he going to be a little bit more hesitant? Or do you think he just carries on the same?
I feel like he probably carries on the same, and it's just like it's a rare occasion for him.
The double tap pass, he is just about offside.
That was close. That was close. But I think he'll probably keep it the same because he's just so used to it, right? It would completely mess up his game style to change.
A player lock, Ronaldo managing to take that in. Goes that little pass across to St. Maximin. The goalkeeper just about did enough. It is offside. A very well-worked opportunity there for Oli Ito. But we asked about how does the real HP bounce back? How does he get back into this game? He answered our questions.
And now the tempo has really changed.
St. Maximin driving forward. Lays it back out to Firmino. Top side of the 18-yard box. Cancelo just doing enough to win that ball back. Oli Ito to break. He's got the runner in Ronaldo. He does go for that over-the-top through ball. He wasn't on that player switch. Ronaldo in. The goalkeeper comes out. He goes with a chip. And Ronaldo puts it wide. I would have guaranteed that a goal.
I can't believe it. I was convinced that was a goal. It was going to be 2-1 Leeds, but no. He actually hits the chip wide.
What did you make to the over-the-top through ball and the tracking with the defenders?
It was non-existent now. there was no tracking. And that's something you're seeing, like, no offense to HP, but a top player does not let that happen.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Cancelo being aggressive there on that press. He just manages to win that ball. This is an opportunity for the real HP to possibly grab a goal just before the end of half-time. Laying the ball off to Firmino. Is the experience going to come in to see this out till the end of the half? He lays it out to Hullet, possibly the finesse. We've seen him do it once or twice already today. He goes for it. Van der Sar is there. And that, if you're on the side of Manchester United and the real HP right now, you're happy with that.
He is actually came to play this game. He is playing great. I really like just kind of how he's been sending it. He's been playing just a lot better. I don't know. I feel like it's starting to click. It took 2 games, obviously, that didn't go so well, but this game, he's really starting to click now. He's actually looking like a good player, really bringing it to Alito. Alito is struggling, bro. Like, honestly, HP has had some great attacks.
That he has, and we asked about how is he going to come back into this game, and he answered us straight away. He came back with that goal. Obviously, the mistake maybe from Olito with that offside trap, but he still had the composure to lay that ball off across, ensure that simple tap in. However, we have 45 minutes left to go in this first leg between Leeds and Manchester United, and I'm very excited. I feel like we're going to see an upset here. I got a feeling.
Over too late, like full-time result. You're thinking,
yeah.
You know, oh, okay.
St. Maximin driving into the 18-yard box. Varane just standing him up. Varane with the legs intercepts that ball. And now we see St. Maximin drive forward. Ronaldo, quick 1-2. He goes that over top through ball. Was that the right decision?
Absolutely not. It was not. So when it comes to those through balls, I'm sure you'll agree, you need to be shoulder to shoulder with the defender. You can't do it when the defender is so much further back.
Yeah. If you want those through balls, you need to give your attacker the advantage on the run. As Kante drives it forward to St. Maximin. Some room to break through the midfield line now, up against the defence. And the step overs, I don't know. Again, when we're thinking about class and what you need to beat these sort of players, do you feel like the skill moves are just lacking a little bit right now from HP?
Yeah, I mean, especially a step over. You've not seen, obviously last year it was different, but this year the step over.
Ronaldo on the edge, drives it in, goes for the finesse, and that is going to be a rebound. St. Maximin. We said about this earlier on as Olito takes a 2-1 lead for Leeds United. Sometimes take a pot shot. He did right there. He got a deflection. Keeper saved. It hit at the woodwork. It did everything.
Yeah, you never know where the ball's going to end up. Sometimes you just got to hit it. Maybe gets deflection, gets saved and rebounds, hits the post, rebounds. So many different things that can happen. And, you know, Alito maybe not playing his best FIFA, so couldn't work 100% chance, and so he just shot it, and guess what? It ended up being a goal.
Real HP has already been behind once in this game. He came back and he got an equaliser. He finds himself behind again. Is the Real HP going to find a way back in to at least give his teammate Poacher a chance? He goes for the near post shot. Maybe banking on that goalkeeper movement.
Once again, potentially predicting goalkeeper movement out of Alito. It really is just mind games.
Kante breaks away now. Tries to find a through ball through to Salah, but Walker equals it. João Cancelo now for Manchester United. Left-hand side. Cancelo with some good feet.
Just being a little patient.
Driving towards the byline. Good dribbling. Good little composure. Finds that pass off across. Can he find one more? He dances with Hullet. And that is a fantastic shot. But Van der Sar parries that one behind. He'll be very glad to see that go behind for a corner. Ronaldo at the near post. Greens the header. But Hullet just as good as Ronaldo in the air. Cancelo on the edge. Goes to the ball roll. Manages to find a St. Maximin. St. Maximin the ball roll. And we talk about his finishing. That is disappointing.
It's just not there today. This St. Maximin is not that good at finishing, and it's let down players time and time again. Now, I know, when it comes to dribbling, you could argue that's the best dribbling card in the game. You could actually argue that, but his shooting is just not there, and so many people are playing him in attacking positions.
St. Maximin now on the edge for Olito. Finds that pass in. Kante just does enough. And we see a break now opportunity for the Real HP. Salah's making the run. Carries on working out towards the top side of the pitch and looking to recycle. And going back to it, St. Maximin, absolutely, the finishing has been a little bit lacklustre. He is on the ball now though, 20 yards out, finds a pass off to Firmino, someone that you trust more inside the 18-yard box. Tries to force through the pass, and we will see a corner as a pause is cued. Manchester United wanting some changes, as well as Olito for Leeds.
I'm just loving what I'm seeing out of HP this game.
Yeah.
It's a completely different player.
Where was this 2 games ago?
But, I mean, the scary thing is Manchester United could have been actually a top team if he was playing like this in the other games. He could have been
also as
right
well,
up there.
we bank on Poacher being just as good, right? Poacher hasn't shown us his class. We've argued maybe it's because he's having to chase games every game. But yeah, absolutely. Maybe could have been a different story for Manchester United for Poacher and Real HP. The ball gets whipped in though from the corner, trying a little corner technique. Firmino will climb that on the edge. Just dancing around. Everyone settles back into their positions. Firmino still with the ball. Oli Ito cannot get it off him. Little 1-2 between Kyle Walker. Good pass into Salah. And Diaz is there.
Yeah, you're just seeing so many kind of offside traps. Olito pushing up his team really compact and just making it so difficult for HP to kind of pass it around and create chances.
76 minutes. I mean, do you start thinking now if you are Real HP, given the recent results? Yes, he's on top, and yes, you want that goal. But defensively, you have to be sound now for these last 15 minutes. He conceded 2 goals in 2 games. Well, 1 goal each game in the 2 matches in the 90th minute. He cannot let that happen again, can he?
Yeah, he definitely can. The difference between 2-1 and 3-1 is ridiculous. Also, this game, I don't think you can let up. I think he's really creating chances, and I think he should keep going for it. But at the same time, please do not concede again.
Good pass off across Saint-Maximin. Curse of the commentator.
Yeah, I do that sometimes, you know. Not bad. As we see Leeds take a 3-1 lead. Alito gonna be extremely happy with that, especially with how he's played this game. Now, for HP and subsequently Poacher, heartbreaking stuff. Really is.
Yeah, and I think this game we've definitely seen more from HP, so he could be very happy and proud of that. He needs to just remain composure now, though, for the last 5 minutes. You know, don't give up another goal. Do get your numbers behind the ball. Yes, if you can get a chance to score, great. But let's ensure that we give our teammate Poacher at least a fighting chance.
Yeah, the difference between 2 and 3 goals, I feel like, is substantial, especially in that one leg that they're going to have.
Do you want to know what the difference is?
Yes, Al, what's the difference between a 2-goal lead and a 3-goal lead?
1 goal.
I knew it.
89th minute now. Leeds looking for that last attack. Oli Ito. Salah on the edge. Just dancing. Really good footwork there. Finds the pass into CR7.
We said it. You said it every time. Every time he concedes in the 90th minute, he loses by 3 goals. What? 4-1, 3-0, 4-1. Every game, 90th minute goal conceded. Poacher is not going to get a chance at all. And now you have Mitch with a 3-goal lead going into the next leg.
It's tough.
It is.
It's tough. But you never know. This time next year, the Real HP could be back again in the ePremier League. And they might use this as a big learning curve.
As a personal kind of experience for HP, absolutely. You're getting your first live event experience. You're getting to play in person. You're getting a tournament experience as well. Sure. But for Manchester United and specifically Poacher, it's been a really unfortunate event.
Yeah. It's a difficult ask to come back 3 goals in pretty much every game, which that makes it hard. It makes it difficult. But Poacher, you know, we keep saying it. Although he's got the goals to come back, you know, it's a difficult ask, of course. In the games that he has played, I still don't believe we have seen enough from Poacher.
Yeah, he's given up the ball a lot because he does send it forward so much. I still argue, had he gone into these games at it being level, would he have played with more composure and subsequently, you know, got better results? I think so. But as it stands, as he played those games with the 3-0 deficits, and like he's going to have to do here again, he has just literally lost it.
Yeah. And we will see whether Poacher can overcome a 3-goal deficit shortly after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ePremier League here with myself, Alex, also known as a FIFA analyst. I'm joined by Ranners on the commentary, and we are bringing you leg number 2, I should say, between Leeds United versus Manchester United. And we saw a positive display from a young Real HP player for Manchester United. But the result is still the same.
Still a 3-goal loss leading into the second leg. And once again, Poacher tasked with trying to make a really, really difficult comeback. Now, as opposed to his other games here, he has to try and make that comeback against one of the best defensive players in the world, in Mitch Haywood.
And if you are Poacher, you've obviously had a chat with the coach, example. He's coaching him this weekend. How do you even get yourself back up and ready for this?
It's one of those where I feel like the only positive is you've got no expectations on you. You've got absolutely nothing to lose. You just go for it. And that can be really helpful sometimes when you have no pressure. So that's the only positive, and you can at least go out and play. Because everybody expects you to lose anyways. At least try to win.
Do you, if you are Poacher right now, understanding that, you know what, qualification is probably not going to happen, right? I've got a 3-goal deficit. We've seen him try and chase the games in his normal formation and normal play style. Do you change it up? Do you maybe go 3 at the back from the start and try and just catch Mitch in a completely, something he's not used to?
Yeah, I would love to see him switch it up. Because, I mean, he's tried chase 2 3-goal deficits before, and it hasn't worked. So I would love to see him using different tactics.
I mean, for me, unless Mitch just has a blunder here and does really, really, really bad, which probably isn't going to happen, the comebacks that you only ever see in FIFA come from a drastic change, a formation change. And I'm talking not going from a 4-4-2 to a 4-2-3-1. I'm talking going from a 4-4-2 to a 3-4-2-1, a 3-5-2, a 5 at the back. Just something that to completely go, you know what? This is different, and I'm going to catch you out on that.
Yeah, you can catch a lot of people out with formation changes.
Green on the finesse, and he manages to find a goal already. Manchester United, I mean, the Green finesse, I was about to go, a good attempt. It got blocked, it falls to the main man. And, all right, scrap what I just said about changing formations and whatnot, because it's 2 goals, and now we've basically got the full match to play.
It got blocked by Ronaldo, who essentially took a touch from that and banged it in. I do feel like the finesse could have probably gone in by itself. It was green timed, a good angle.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 1 goal. And that is exactly what we needed. That is what we needed.
Exactly. To spice up this tie, that is exactly what we needed. But remember as well, Oli Ito got that goal last game where he took that gamble of the shot. It deflected, it did all this, it did all that. Maybe a little bit of karma.
That is true. A little balance in the force.
Yeah. The world works in a mysterious way. It gives and it takes.
It giveth and it taketh.
That's it. Perfect.
But yeah, we do have a lot of time now and 2 goals. So now we really get to see, was Poach's attacking mistakes because he was down so much, or because he's actually just maybe a bit nervous?
That we will find out. But he seems to be settling in well this game so far. Moving the ball around, sending runners left, right and centre. And also, I'm just double checking, has there been a change in anybody? We've still got a Foden, we've still got a Sterling. He's sticking to his guns.
He's still got a De Bruyne.
Yeah.
I think it's the same. I think it's the same.
I just didn't find that crazy, really. You got all the Premier League items in the game, and somehow, no, I mean, no disrespect, Raheem Sterling has made it into the team, which I think he's probably the only player that's playing Raheem Sterling this weekend. He's good off the bench, struggles a little bit in the starting 11.
Yeah, that foot item is not going anywhere near my team, I'll tell you that much. But fair enough, each their own. And like we said, it is all about personal preference. That's what makes Ultimate Team really so good, I guess.
That it
really
does.
Just mix it up.
A big, heavy press there from Manchester United. They haven't won the ball. The defensive line is all over the place, but Tanganga just does enough. Rudiger now needs to get back and cover that run from Ronaldo. And De Bruyne is there to cover that pass off across. I think we could see from that the pressure, the press is so much more there from Manchester United and Poacher right now.
Yeah, he's really going for this game.
Sterling, is he going to make me eat my words? Lays the ball off to De Bruyne, finds that pass into Foden. Foden won't be able to out-strengthen Vieira, but does lay it off. Some very, very quick passes. And you mentioned this earlier on about Poacher. That's how he likes to play.
Yeah, he does play with the quick passes. In the last few games, it's just let him down, though, because he's been playing it and he's just been losing the ball. They're getting intercepted, they're not accurate, they're not precise like they need to be.
Ronaldo now inside the 18. Poacher on top in this first half. In the second leg, the score remains 4-2 to Leeds on aggregate. And the question we all want to know is, will Manchester United grab any points throughout this tournament?
Well, they do have a chance here. Obviously, you got 60 minutes, 2 goals, and Poacher's been on the front foot. Now, plays it in, one more, and it's a goal! Poacher makes it a 1-goal deficit. I'm telling you, Poacher's came to play this tournament. He's been unfortunate, but he's came to play. Mitch looking, he's going to be outplayed this game.
And this is a very sticky situation now for Mitch, because you now can't carry on. You can't sit deep, can you, and say, I'm going to see this game out. It's 1 goal. And the way that Poacher is playing right now, he will get that next goal. So this is very, very uncomfortable on the side of Leeds. And a reminder that Leeds are just coming back off a loss. They need this to really keep in the race for the top 2.
They have to win. You got Crystal Palace and
Southampton
already both on 6 points, right? So if you don't win this for Leeds, you're in big, big trouble.
37th minute now. Jadon Sancho linking up with Cancelo for Leeds and Mitch Haywood. Hull on the edge. He goes for that green time finesse.
And it's a goal.
It's a goal. And you know what? It's crazy because I don't react to that. And you know why? Because that's just bread and butter. That's easy for Hull.
It is.
If you give him that time, you give him that space.
But we've seen, like, I genuinely think it's about 30 to 40%. And when I say that, there's only been about 10 in total. So I think that we've had 3 to 4 finesse shot goals from maybe only 10 attempts.
Yeah.
If you include shots that ended up deflecting or hitting off somebody that resulted in goals, it could be maybe 6 out of 10 finesses have resulted in goals. And I just don't see why they're not utilised more.
Lays that off across, and Schmeichel does claim that. But we were saying then about how Poacher's been on top. That was Haywood's first real chance. And it's a goal from 30 yards.
Yeah, that's just what the finesses give you, though, right? Isn't it? You get in that scenario with these top foot items, and especially if you green time it, you have a great chance to score.
And I find that interesting as well that you see Poacher bringing in, the Kevin De Bruyne into his squad. That is one of the things that he's so good at. Have we seen a single attempt?
Absolutely not. And it's heartbreaking because De Bruyne's finesse, at the start of the year, I used to take a load of long shots and long shot finesses with Gold De Bruyne. He was in my team. Gold De Bruyne. Incredible. Never mind, team of the year that I'm seeing in Poacher's team have 0 long shot attempts.
Crazy. But it's not all doom and gloom. Poacher has already grabbed some goals in this game. 2-1 in his current score, but obviously down on aggregate, and needs to find 2 goals to at least get a point on the board. For Manchester United, yes, we understand they may not be qualifying, right? We know that. It's a very difficult ask. It's almost impossible if you did the maths. However, there's a big prize pool on, and this prize pool depends on where you finish in your group. And that's what they really need to be focusing on right now.
Yeah, like Manchester United are still playing for prize money here, and for pride, to be honest. Yeah. There's no way you want to finish bottom of your group. You want to at least get some points on the board, get some results, and get, a solid finish, even if you don't progress to tomorrow.
Sterling laying it out towards the wing now. Ronaldo up against Vieira. And obviously, that's an interesting choice from Haywood to have that Vieira in the side, playing in that left centre-back position. He's the only player that's had him there. But I must say, he's been very solid.
Yeah, and it makes sense because you're seeing everybody use Timothy Kante in midfield. So you have Vieira just kind of idle. And if you want to utilise him, centre-back is going to be your next best position.
Especially for a player that possibly switches to a 5-back on the odd occasion as well. Vieira, very, very versatile in that. But a chance for Sancho now, driving all the way to the byline. The ball past the goalkeeper.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. How on earth has Rudiger got a leg on that? That was outstanding from Mitch Haywood.
Incredible, incredible. And to get that block off in the end, wow, I thought that was game set match, but no. Little goal line clearance.
Still there to play. Ronaldo receives the ball from the pass from Foden. And we have St. Maximin on the ball. A good opportunity to break now for Jadon Sancho. He's going to leave Ruben Diaz in his tracks. Is he going to bury it? He walks it past the goalkeeper, and he makes sure this time that Mitch Haywood, you would imagine that is game set match one, but given his previous opportunity and the last ditch tackle coming and clearing it off the line, Mitch Haywood made sure that time.
Yeah, now this time he took the ball well, took it around, and composed finish. No goal line clearance to save Poacher that time.
30 minutes to go. We're back where we started with Poacher needing 3 goals. Jorginho picks that up, lays it off to Sterling. Sterling just not got the strength to see that off. And I keep going back to it. It's such a big ask now. You can already see the constant press is on. The players are caught. Look at the space in the middle. The player lock, St. Maximin. Is he going to take the man on? The reverse Elastico. Fortunately enough, defended for Poacher and Manchester United. You could see that the reaction from Haywood. He wasn't happy with that. He wanted to do better there.
Yeah, no, he did. Even though he does have the game won, it's still about, you know, still performing at a high level and still not making mistakes, etc.
When you are an E-Lions international, as Mitch Haywood is, you expect yourself to bury those sort of chances. However, he has another one here with Jadon Sancho getting in up against the Van der Sar. The ball roll, the right foot, playing the mind games with Poacher. And now it's not going to happen. We understand that. But the scoreline, these chances are coming because Poacher's having to send his men forward.
Yeah, I still feel like Poacher did play well. I think he showed up this game. I think he showed us what he is capable of. Obviously, it was a bit unfortunate with the first leg scoreline, but I think he's really performed well. I feel like Eric Example has definitely coached him well, and he was performing to a high level.
Was definitely, and the only sort of thing, you know, if you're Poacher and you review the tournament on the weekend and you think back to it, the Rude Hullet, allowing that finesse. Had to close him down that little bit quicker. It was a cheap goal to concede. When you were, 2 goals to the good, you only had 1 goal left on aggregate to pull. If you're going to allow Mitch Haywood to score, you want to be able to go, clap your hands and go, you know what, that was a phenomenal goal. Well, it's a finesse from range. You need to do better to try and avoid them.
Yeah, I like a goalkeeper movement or closing down. As we see, a great last-ditch tackle to prevent the 4th goal this leg.
15 minutes to go. We are going to see Leeds take their 2nd win of the group, putting them on the total of 6 points, giving us a 1st, 2nd and 3rd place, all on 6 points with 3 games played each.
Yeah, they all only have 1 game remaining. Makes it for a really, really interesting finish.
Definitely. And, as we talk about that, as this game, obviously, we know this is all kind of done and dusted now. Crystal Palace, we've got Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
Leeds. I've also got Wolverhampton. And Southampton versus Manchester United.
You would be expecting Southampton to come away with that win.
Yeah.
Based on every other result, which is going to put Southampton on 9.
The crazy thing is that this is going to be decided with Wolverhampton more than likely. If they pick up a result against either Palace or Leeds, then we may see Southampton go through.
Well, what's really interesting is if Wolves win both their games, or even one of them, then they're suddenly on 6 points. It gets quite interesting as it keeps going.
It does indeed. Ronaldo dancing in the box. Some good footwork there from Poacher. Just not finding the angle for the shot, unfortunately, as the referee blows for offside. And it's difficult if you're Poacher and you're real HP. They knew this was always going to be a difficult ask. And as we've said, a hard one for Poacher to swallow. But this is what FIFA Esports is about. Sometimes your opponents do just St. Maximin.
I'm telling you, St. Maximin can't shoot.
So I have a theory, Mr. Branners.
Okay. Oh, I'm listening.
That when we look at the base items of a FIFA player like St. Maximin, 79 rated or 80 rated, I believe that gold item, when they just get these crazy boosted stats, their core finishing or core stats isn't there. You know, they might have the finesse shot trait, the outside of the foot shot trait, the core composure. So when they get these boosted items, I don't feel like the core is there, you know?
Yeah, there's definitely something off. I don't know what it is, but it's true. It is true. Obviously, they still get the boost, and they still are way better than their gold versions, but certain elements of the cards may be a little bit off.
That they may be. But congratulations to Leeds, who do take the win. Commiserations again to Manchester United and their players and coaches. A very, very tough loss, which, you know, it originally looked like the real HP had a chance against Oli Ito. Unfortunately, going in at 4-1 after that first leg was always going to be a big ask for Poacher. I think he gave it a very valiant effort, but as we said, always going to be difficult. So then, just as a recap for you, Leeds United pick up the win against Manchester United, which I'm sure the real-life fans of Leeds would be over the moon with that, wouldn't they, Ranners?
Yeah.
And the Manchester United fans would be very, very disappointed. But that is FIFA esports, different levels of players and different quality. We keep going on about Oli Ito. We know the class that he does provide. As we see, the final score, 7-3 on those both legs. That is a total result for you. So Oli Ito and Hayward pick up the 3 points for Leeds and take them on to 6.
Yeah, I feel like you said again, that the real game-changing point was that Rude Hullet finesse. If that doesn't go in, like that was a momentum killer. Because Poacher had the momentum, he had scored 2 goals, he was 1 goal away from tying it, playing good FIFA. All of a sudden, you conceded a cheap goal. It's back to 2 goals, the momentum switches again, and Poacher really never recovered from that.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. But how does that mean our group does look? We will go ahead and show you that right now. Everyone has played 3 games, bar Wolverhampton, who were our first game of the day. They are on 2 games played, but if they win their next game, they're also on 6 points. So it really is open. It is all to play for. For Manchester United, that means that they are definitely done and out of this tournament. Still got seeding to play for obviously the total prize money, and it is very tight at the top.
Yeah, it is going to make a really, really good finish. Like, honestly, the Wolverhampton Wanderers is just making it so interesting because they are a game behind, and obviously they're playing people that are ahead of them, so wins there are going to just leapfrog them up, essentially. And it could actually be 7 points get you through because of how tight the group is.
Yep, that it could. Our next match, which is coming up very soon, is going to be Crystal Palace with Nick Sneb and Ethan up against Wolverhampton Wanderers in Joey and Kai FIFA, who have had a little bit of a break in between their last game. So I'm sure they're itching to get back on stage. And that is what we will be bringing you very shortly after this break.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Group C. Up next, we do have Crystal Palace taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. Now, we have Crystal Palace currently sitting tied at the top of the group on 6 points after 3 games played. But then we have Wolves that are on 3 points, but only with 2 games played. So they could really get a win here and set themselves up to be in a great position for later on. We do have on Xbox, we're going to be playing that leg first. We got Joey against Nixneb, Joey representing Wolves and Nixneb representing Crystal Palace. So that it's going to be an interesting affair. Nixneb, definitely a more attacking player, but he's only 17 as well, loves his skill moves, his shot cancels, stuff like that. Whereas Joey going to be playing that 4-2-3-1, more possession play style. You know, going to be more of a passing kind of build-up sort of player and more simple, essentially. It's going to be interesting. I think Nixneb could just score a lot of goals and kind of run away with this affair, or Joey could just kind of set the tempo, dominate the game, slow it down, and really make Nixneb uncomfortable. Either way, should be a good matchup. These two guys are really good friends of mine, so I'm excited for it. I think we'll be heading into the game shortly. So just remember, this is the Xbox leg, which is leg 1. After that, we'll be playing the PlayStation leg, which will be Ethan Higgins against Kai FIFA. And then based on the result after 2 legs, you add up the goals, and then you either get a win, draw, or loss. Win for 3 points, draw for 1 point, and a loss is 0 points. And that's how it will affect the group standings. So heading into the game, we got Jacob Nixneb on the left, playing from left to right, Crystal Palace home kit, and then Wolves with Joey on playing right to left in the yellow Wolves kit. So Nixneb here, just getting a little feel. I always do like to just have the ball for a little second whenever I used to play. Just get a feel for the game and then proceed to go forward. He does lose it there, however, with the driven pass, but it is at least near the box and it's not in your own half where you can concede a really dangerous counterattack. You're going to see Joey here, like I said, got the experience and kind of slower play style. So he's really switching the ball. He's doing smart passing, safe dribbling, nothing too complicated. Just literally a master of the fundamentals. Really similar to how I play, and I really like it. You know, just the fundamentals, the passing, the dribbling, defense. And then when it does come to those chances, just really, really clinical as well. See him just passing it around. He does lose it here in midfield. Now, here's where I expect Nixneb to go on that counter-attack like he does. The true ball to St. Maximum. Gets away, goes for the ball roll. Maybe tried to scoop, but ended up doing a Cruyff turn. And I think Joey's lucky to get away with that. But once again, I think we're seeing maybe a tiny bit of inexperience from Nixneb. Of course, he's 17. This is his first live event. As a result, maybe opportunities like that are still giving him a tiny bit of nerves and kind of a little off-putting, forcing him to make that little mistake, which is the difference between scoring and not. Here we're seeing with Rashford, he whips it into St. Maximum. He actually knocks it down. And there, once again, maybe a bit more composure would find an extra pass to create a shot. Whereas throughout pretty much the whole day, I'm seeing Nixneb shoot a lot of blocked shots. I feel like previously, and I've watched him play so many games throughout the last couple of years, he normally does do extra skills there, does an extra pass, creates that easy chance to basically make a 100% goal. However, in this, we're seeing just a lot of rash shots. You know, he's gets in some sort of area and he just goes for it, maybe because he doesn't want to like waste the opportunity. As we see Joey get through, lays off to Ronaldo with that FUT birthday item that we've been talking about with the 5-star weak foot. Went on that 5-star weak foot to the near post. Wasn't a good enough finish, and of course was an untimed shot, so it was always going to be difficult from that angle. Nothing really from that corner, so we just end up with Joey recycling the ball. Just got a little throw in on the sideline. Pull it, passing it back to Cancelo, dinked it inside of Vieira. Once again, you're going to see Joey rocking that Vieira instead of that Team Dia Kante. And he's utilizing their lobbed little pass, and then he can knock down the header because Vieira, obviously being 6'4", as opposed to Kante's 5'6", he can win those headers in midfield, and that can be game-changing. See Sancho out wide now. Just once again, a sloppy pass gets intercepted, and Wilson Joey getting the ball back. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Joey here. Just a disciplined veteran experience. Joey been in the scene now about 5 years, and it really shows in a lot of his play just kind of how disciplined he is. Gets a nice little interception there. Once again, a little poor from next time, I'll be honest. I'm expecting him to honestly be a little more precise in his passing. Joey, I think, was off balance when he made that pass. Of course, if your players are off balance in FIFA and you do go for those passes, especially those driven passes, a lot of times they're just going to miss-hit the ball, and like you saw there, it just went out of play. Now, next step, finally getting a kind of foothold in this game, getting a chance to go for that reverse Lasco. Unfortunately, does get intercepted, does get tackled, and leads to Joey on that counter tackle over top true ball, but will be cut out. Both of these teams really struggling to create too many clear-cut chances. You had that one true ball for Nixneb to St. Maximum, but he failed to convert that chance. Then on the other hand, you had Ronaldo for Joey with that near post shot, but wasn't green timed and wasn't the best angle to shoot from. So once again, back to this Joey, slowing down the tempo, playing his game. He's forcing Nixneb into this slow-paced game. He knows he can't go head-to-head with Nixneb. That's just not a winnable battle. So he's smart about it. He slows it down, and he plays at his own tempo. Seeing he does, unfortunately, lose the ball there, so it's going to lead to the ball back to Crystal Palace. Seeing a lot of interceptions here in midfield. Few kind of wayward passes from both players. There you're seeing some poor dribbling that's leading to allowing a tackle to come in, maybe in an area you wouldn't expect Nixneb to be losing the ball. Here we're seeing the right back actually go forward, create that extra space into Ronaldo. Now the Nixneb show begins. Oh, that, I think what that was there was Joey. How many times he's played Nixneb before. He's practiced against him day in and day out. I know they do practice against each other a lot, and I think that's him just knowing kind of what Nixneb has in his locker and being prepared maybe a bit more than some of the other players in the competition. You know, when you've played people really, really often, then it's a lot easier to obviously learn how to defend against them because you're used to maybe their tendencies. You know, maybe he knows, okay, he gets to this spot, then he does a specific skill move. As he crosses in, then does bounce kindly for Rashford. Rashford in St. Maximum, what can he do? Lays it across to Ronaldo. Little double X pass, little chip, puts it in the air, allows Ronaldo to convert that volley on the 5-star weak foot just on the stroke of halftime. Now you've got Wolves going in 1-0 at halftime. Joey once again putting on this great performance. Every game I believe Joey's played has been 1-0 up at halftime. But not only that, the games end 1-1. So it seems as if maybe people figure out his play style or they get more into the game as it goes on and they end up equalizing. We'll see if that happens again. Nixneb, I can't see him going 90 minutes without scoring a goal. That would be very, very surprising. So for me, I think this could definitely be another 1-1 yet again. Just seeing Joey recommence the second half. Now, I believe he might just slow it down just a little bit. You know, he's just scored. Second half's just started off. Got kickoff. No reason to just lose the ball for no reason. And that's what I'm really like. Look at this. A few switches. Let's get used to the feel again. Take your time. Well, not only does this make you more comfortable, this is making Nixneb nervous, right? He's like, oh, I've not touched the ball in a while. I'm losing. I need to press him. And then if he does that wrong, he can just, there'll be a gap in the defense. But Nixneb holds strong, results in Crystal Palace getting the ball back. Maybe next snap a chance for him to also do a similar style of just try to get his kind of team back in the game. Joey has really probably been the better player as well. We've seen next snap maybe have a few skill move opportunities in and around the box, but ultimately Joey is a person with the lead, and he's looked more solid, to be honest, all round, especially in defense. As we can see, Sancho actually out wide, but Joey's happy with this. He's not too vulnerable. Does the offside trap to push his team up. Although St. Maximin gets through, lays it off to Ronaldo, and just like that, live or die by the offside trap. You pushed up your team, gave the opportunity for St. Maximin to lay that off to Cristiano Ronaldo. And Cristiano Ronaldo, first time, more than likely it's going to be a goal. And Nick Sneb has made the game 1-1 just like that. I did say Nick Sneb was going to score in this game, and I also said second half. Joey, for whatever reason, normally has a worse result. Now 1-1 is how the other games finished, but they did not become 1-1 this early. So I'm sure there are plenty more goals left in this game. And it's going to be interesting to see how Joey reacts. Does he go push for that goal again? Or does he keep his slow tempo? Poor pass from Cancelo there does result in possession returning to Nick Sneb's Crystal Palace's Nick Sneb. Just a few passes around the pitch, nothing too crazy. Doing a little bit of build-up. Trying to obviously take the lead with another goal. With that second leg, we got Ethan against Kai FIFA. Both of those players are on good form, so that game I think is going to be a really even affair. So if somebody can take the lead in this game, that could end up being the winner, because I think Ethan and Kai are going to be close to a draw, if not a draw. So if somebody goes up a goal or two in this game, that could decide the entire tie. As we see, a pause has been queued, so one of these players are not happy with their current setup. Maybe they just want to make some tactical subs. Either way, the pause is about to come in, and we are going to see some changes for one, if not both, of these players. You can see Crystal Palace with the 4-2-2. And actually, Nick's now playing a press after possession loss. Very interesting to see that, even though the score is 1-1 with about 20 minutes remaining. So we got Kante coming on for Vieira. Now, Vieira, obviously the choice that Joey makes. However, like I said, most people do opt for Kante. But either way, you get to sub on Kante for the remaining, say, 20-25 minutes for the rest of the game. And that's nice because you get those fresh legs. It means he has full stamina. He's going to chase people down and cause absolute havoc in that midfield. And we'll see what we can do. Obviously, you're not seeing too much of really crazy changes because, of course, it is a draw and this is the first leg. So nobody's really going to change too much. Back into it now. Got Lucas out wide. Can he find a pass inside? He can't. Gets intercepted. But I think a great chance for Joey to go down the line here. If he can get this ball, but he can't. Lucas then plays it back inside, but then once again loses it. Here you can really see the press have possession loss. But will Joey be able to play past it perfectly? Got Salah on the pitch now. Joey freshly subbed him on. Decent sub to have. Obviously has that finesse shot tray and leads to, you know, that chance of scoring that we've mentioned it. But not many pros have been utilizing that finesse. Other than that, you will have the problem of having a tree-style weak foot, which can be an issue if a shooting opportunity falls on that weak foot. Of course, not only is shooting affected by a weak foot, but also passing can be affected by a weak foot. So if your player has a bad weak foot and you try to pass on that foot, it is also going to be affected. So that's something to keep in mind. That's why I love having like midfielders with 5-star weak foot, because they can distribute, you know, long-range accurate passes on either foot. Hey, we've seen a lot of these driven passes from Nixneb trying to get it into the striker, but ultimately not working. Here, Joey tries to play it in behind to Salah, utilizing his space in behind because Nixneb, of course, using that press out to possession loss. However, that final ball was just not good enough to create a goal-scoring opportunity. Back to Palace now. Just gonna hold the ball around the back for a little bit. Once again, that driven pass inside finally gets it into Ronaldo. Unfortunately, not close enough to the box that Nixneb wants. Try to get it in here. Problem with driven passes as well. Whilst they are faster and more accurate, because of that, it is harder to take a touch. So a lot of times, players will take a bad touch off a driven pass. As Ronaldo does some nice skill moves there, but unfortunately can't find the pass. But Joey messes up here, leads to Ronaldo. Ball roll scoop inside. Extra pass again! And it's 2-1. Nixneb has put Crystal Palace in the lead in this first leg. Great goal. Joey gonna be a bit disappointed with that. All came from a mistake. And now a mistake does not happen when you're Joey often. Obviously, he's a veteran player, a lot of experience. But from that missed pass, he essentially allowed Nixneb to play Ronaldo true and makes it 2-1 to Crystal Palace. We can see, kind of as expected, you've got Wolves with a lot more possession. Kind of in the 60% range there. Obviously, the 4-2-3-1 is naturally going to do that. It's going to allow you to have more possession, coupled with Joey's playing style of being a little bit slower. However, there is only about 4 minutes left. Obviously, a 1 goal is not too detrimental in the overall tie, but if you're Joey, you probably want to try grab an equalizer. If you're smart about this, you hold it for last attack. There's no need to go forward. Just pass it around a little bit. Go for the last attack. If you score, you score. If you don't, at least there's no chance you concede. That's why you want to be holding it for those last attacks in these vital moments. Plays it over to hold it on the header. Hits it near post, but Schmeichel just gets down to save it. Unfortunately, Joey accidentally there runs it out. Nixneb now probably just going to see the timeout to seal the victory in that first leg. 2-1 to Crystal Palace. As there's a late true ball, goes in Cristiano Ronaldo. The extra pass comes in, but it's read by Joey. And it is 2-1 full time. First leg to Crystal Palace.
Ollie, I'm back. Did you miss me?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
No, I had a great time.
I heard the listeners miss me.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I heard there was a certain nice celebrity in the chat saying, "Where's the beautiful FIFA?"
Damn, really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's.
I mean, come on, look at the face. You know what I mean? I was getting my dinner, and you'll be doing yours shortly, won't you?
Nice, I will. And that's why I'm going to leave you guys in good hands. I'm going to leave you with my co-commentator, the FIFA analyst, for the second leg. You get to commentate the second leg. I'll be honest, that first leg was brilliant, though. So you didn't miss a great game. It was 2-1 to Nixneb, which does set up the second tie quite nicely.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and we'll be with you for that second leg of this match very, very soon. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome back to the ePremier League with myself, Alex, also known as the FIFA analyst. I'm by myself, actually, which will be a fun time. We have got the second leg of Crystal Palace versus Wolves. The first leg going in favour of Crystal Palace, 2-1. Nick Sneb beating Joey. And we have Ethan versus Kai FIFA. My good friend and co-commentator Ranners, he's on his dinner break because, you know, we do have to eat food while we're commentating. So unfortunately, you are stuck with me. Ethan performing well today. Nick Sneb doing what he needs to do, giving Ethan a good few goals. Advantage. Obviously, he's just got the one in this particular game. And Kai, I think Kai has been performing well, actually. I think he's been playing some good FIFA, moving the ball around, using the player locks really well as well. So I think they can be very happy with kind of how they're doing. However, a lot of the remainder of this evening lies on Wolverhampton Wanderers. They are currently on 2 games played and they're on 3 points. If they were to turn around this leg and win this, they would be joint top with Leeds, Crystal Palace and Southampton. So it's not all done and dusted for Wolverhampton right now. Leeds versus Wolverhampton is a game coming up very soon. But for now, we are in that second leg of Crystal Palace v Wolves. I feel like I just spoke a load of Wolverhampton and Leeds and that there. Either way, let's jump into the game. A reminder, Wolves kicking from left to right, and they need to grab a win here to have any sort of chance to progress. This group is wide open. The only team that we know for a fact is not advancing is Manchester United. 0 points. They have 1 game left. We see a cross whipped in towards the Hullet. He manages to find Ronaldo, and that right there, Ethan is stunned. Kai FIFA has whipped that ball in. It's bypassed the first man. It has found Ronaldo, I think it was, or Hullet. I can't remember. Either way, the red time finish, still finding the back of the net. Ethan stunned. Already, we have an absolute game on our hands. Kante's on that run at the back stick, which Kai does acknowledge and respect and tracks that all the way. We're going to see a patient build up here for Ethan and Crystal Palace. Kante just moving it around with Reece James, just letting Kai know he's happy to be patient when needed. The little fake shot, but Varane with a very, very big tackle on the edge of the 18 and the ball falling over to Mendy. Sancho now for Wolves. Goes for a big switch over. We're already seeing the 4-3-2-1 from Kai today. Using that left back, the Cancelo on the overload. Finds the pass in the middle. The ball will scoop. The turn back. Looking to stand up and look for a reverse elastico there. But Ethan reads that and takes that ball away from him. Don't underestimate Kai and the 4-3-2-1 here. Ethan as a whole has had it fairly easy other than the first game against Leeds. He's had the advantage. Now, it's a completely even game. But Ethan, one of the best players in the UK right now, and will feel confident about his chances regardless. Right. Out on the left-hand side now with Kai. I think we are going to see a very patient game here. So I won't always be commentating on everything. We'll let the players build their way up and see what arises from it. Good interception there from Crystal Palace and Ethan. I've got an overload on the top of the screen. Cancelo just caught ever so slightly. St. Maximin running through the middle. Varane's got 2 men to cover. He doesn't know which one to cover, but that is a poor header. I said that Cancelo caught out of position. The Varane didn't know whether to go near or far, caught in no man's land. And a very, very good opportunity for Sancho, but it's just not the one that you want on the headers. Not known for his heading power. A big over-the-top through ball. Diaz will claim that every day of the week. Crystal Palace and Ethan just passing the ball around in defence. Ethan can have a more of a slow sort of build-up when required. He is happy to look for the through balls and the quick counters as and when, but as a whole, he's more than capable of building up as he pleases. Cancelo laying the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo takes on and goes down the bottom. He goes all the way to the byline, greens it, and Mendy is equal to that shot. Ethan there going against the grain of what a normal FIFA player may do with a cut inside and drives all the way. Reece James now on the corner. Maybe looking for a little bit. Cristiano Ronaldo on the head. Maybe going to knock it back off across. But Varane equals the challenge. Kai now picking up the ball with Jadon Sancho. Has an opportunity to break from the corner if he can find the right advance pass. Chooses to recycle. Keep hold of that ball. Diaz. Ruud Gullit. Kai having a little bit of the ball now. Coming up to 30 minutes on the clock. Cantona on the ball. Makes a drive in, run forward. Kai chooses not to use it, but just goes back. Finds the Vieira. Great little player lock. Gullit is on the edge. Gullit wanting to move into an advanced position. He just loses it now. He has got both of the centre mids caught out of position. He's very aggressive with the centre back. But Ethan just decides to go backwards and try that next through ball. Does. And St. Maximin is one-on-one. The ball roll. And Ranners isn't here to see St. Maximin. Absolutely beautiful finish. I want to give credit to Ethan there, though. He had an opportunity to lay the through ball earlier. He didn't like the look of it. He laid it back, triggered the run for the St. Maximin, and the through ball of absolute dreams finds Alan St. Maximin and gives himself the lead in the leg. 3-2 now to Crystal Palace. Cantona goes that over the top through ball. Ronaldo, the keeper's come out really early, and that is unbelievable goalkeeper prediction from Ethan. To bring the goalkeeper out that early in that area, a bad loss of possession there, though. We'll come back to that in just a second. Cristiano Ronaldo laying it out to Cancelo on that left-hand side is forced to go back. Good defending from Ethan. To go back to that, the one-on-one. Ethan was so quick at bringing a good chance here. Ronaldo lays that off to Jadon Sancho. He greens it, and he misses the target. For anyone at home that's wondering, this green icon that comes ahead, what is it? It's where the players press the shoot button, and they have a timing window. And if they time it correctly, they get what's called a green timed finish, which gives you more power and more accuracy. A lot of FIFA players expect it to hit the target at least. And Jadon Sancho there, dragging that one wide. Kai FIFA a little bit frustrated with that. We're always here to teach you things as and when we can. Left-hand side now with Cancelo. Jorginho at right back, obviously, for Kai FIFA. A few FIFA players across the board today here at the ePremier League have been playing that Jorginho in the right back position. Very capable of almost anything. 42 minutes gone. We'll go for a long ball over the top. Gullit just gets wrong side of the Ruben Diaz. And we are going to see the last attack fall to Ethan and Crystal Palace. And I can assure you, this is not what you want if you are Kai FIFA right now. Needs that concentration, needs to cover the middle as best as he can, which he does. Ethan with a loss of possession. 1 minute of added time. The last attack is going to go to Kai for Wolves, and he uses the play a lot really well. Rashford picks that up. He's got the overlapping run, but he decides to turn back in, and Varane just about does enough to see that out at half-time. The Wolves camp having a conversation between one another. They understand that this is a must-win game. And Crystal Palace know that if they were to win this game, they're comfortable. A good half, I'd say, from Kai. But Ethan showing his class with the finish, with St. Maximin, managing to find that through ball and just having that composure. Ranners will be very excited to know that St. Maximin has got his shooting boots on in this game, as we've spoke about it a lot today. St. Maximin not being great in front of goal. As the players just get ready to go ahead into the second half, Joey, his teammate, giving Kai a tap on the leg to say, come on, man, you've got this. We believe. It's one goal. You've shown how good you are today. Let's deliver. A pause cued already. A concentration in both players' faces as we see Rashford drive past the Jorginho, using that pace really well. Goes for a little ball roll back in. Ball roll. Lacroquette a cancelled pass. Trying to find the angle. Cantona just dropping. That's a really good play. Like the through ball a little bit lackluster. Ronaldo not really being sent in the way that maybe Kai would have liked. But even still, these player locks are causing a problem for Ethan. That's also where the play locks can be a hindrance for you when the AI takes over. Sometimes the touches can be heavy and not exactly what you want. Ethan, when required, can be very good at holding the ball, making the opponent work for it, and capitalising on any chances that any gaps that the opponent may leave behind. So for Kai, he's got to keep things tight, compact, keep his head. As we see Diaz come over to help deal with this Jadon Sancho, and the tag team works really, really well. The 4-3-2-1 from Kai, who he's been using it, and he's been working it really, really well. I've been really happy seeing that left-hand side Cancelo overlap, bringing it through. Ethan playing a traditional 4-2-3-1, one of the more common formations across the board for FIFA players. Not so much this year in the FIFA scene, in the comp scene. It still has a time and a place, but it certainly isn't as popular. The 4-4-2, the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and the 4-3-2-1 kind of being the big go-to formations. Let's go ahead and see, though, if Kai FIFA can find a way to claw this one back. Can Wolves open up this group even more? We already have 3 teams with 3 games played and 6 points between them. Wolverhampton Wanderers currently sat on 2 games played and 3 points. Manchester United bottom of the group with 0. Kante for Crystal Palace now. You'll see this a lot from a lot of FIFA players from the corners. If they can find a good opportunity to work in a corner, if not, they'll be happy to go back and just recycle, let everyone get back into their position. Because the last thing that you want is to lose the ball and concede a goal from that counter-attack on the corner. A good switch of play there, though. Rashford just getting on the end of the ball from Cancelo. Hullet working it back over the top side of the screen. A great player lock. The goalkeeper movement absolutely huge there from Ethan. Again, for you at home, if you're wondering, what am I on about? What is goalkeeper movement, Mr. Analyst? Well, it's where you hold the right analog stick in, and then you have full control of your goalkeeper. You can shimmy him left to right, backwards towards the goal. You can bring him out. You can do as you please. And it can play a big part. If you bank on where the attacker is going to shoot, you can move the goalkeeper over to that side of the goal, and you can have a very good chance at saving it, which is what you saw there with Ethan. A bit of composure there from Ethan and Crystal Palace. Jadon Sancho just making that advancing run. Ethan choosing to just come back and keep recycling it in the middle. Hullet and Kante linking up really well. Hullet has been sent on that advancing run. Vieira with a good press. Doesn't win the ball, though. That opens up the lane in the middle really effectively for Cristiano Ronaldo. And that is a very, very big mistake from Kai FIFA. He'll be very frustrated with that. He pressed heavily with the Hullet and didn't win the press. The Vieira was caught out. It opened up the lane so easily for that through ball. Cristiano Ronaldo is not going to miss from there. You cannot give him those golden opportunities. And Footwiz Ethan will be absolutely over the moon to receive that for Crystal Palace. Tactical changes required then for Kai FIFA of Wolves. Needs to bring on some fresh legs. Needs to find a way to really at least come back and get a point from this. But with 2 goals chasing and Ethan being a very good defensive player, it will be a big ask. We do have a lot of time, though, still to play in this half and in this leg. As we see Lucas Moura come on at the right wing. Roberto Firmino in the middle. The direct passing, just taking a look at some of the tactics there. The comeback on defence across the board in that front line. Why, you may ask? Helps defensively. More numbers back in behind the ball, easier it is to defend. Thank you to anyone that is still listening to me talk, commentate over this all by myself as Ranners, our co-commentator, eats his dinner. We have got 25 minutes remaining in this match. Crystal Palace 2-1 up in the second leg. Overall up on aggregate 4-2. Wolves need to find a way. Goes for that dink, and that is absolutely sensational. Kai FIFA maybe didn't expect that to happen. The dink into Ronaldo was great. The layoff one more, okay, fair enough. But Saint Maximin leaps like a salmon, greens it, and scores. Van der Sar left rooted, not anticipating that in any way, shape or form. And that is game on. 20 minutes remaining. 1 goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers to at least guarantee a point. The offside trap there, but it's been played on by Ruben Diaz and Varane. Lays that ball back. Kante and Cancelo linking up. Patience sometimes required, and for some odd reason, the Cancelo on that left-hand side decided, you know what, I don't want that ball. I think he must have just decided that he wanted a break. So, that's Papi Cisse, former Newcastle player. His famous goal for Newcastle, the volley, dinking over the keeper. He said he couldn't be bothered to trap back. Maybe Cancelo couldn't be bothered. Just wanted a little break. Who knows? Only he would be able to provide us the answer. Changes inbound. Tell me in the chat, is Kai FIFA going to find a way back to at least secure a point for Wolverhampton Wanderers? Or will Ethan be professional, mature and calm and see this one out? Me? How would I bank it? I think Ethan will see this one through. But Kai today has played very well. His player locks have been phenomenal. His finishing when required has been consistent. He just needs to remain calm, remain composed, don't rush those chances, and you will get a golden ticket to at least ensure that point. And a point at this stage for Wolverhampton Wanderers with one more game to play after this could be huge. However, Ethan has given away the ball. He looks for the player lock. Eto'o just, unfortunately, losing out to that Diaz. Vieira had the opportunity to maybe keep running, maybe keep going forward, but he chose to go for that player lock. And we now see Ethan break away with Lucas Moura. The fresh legs on the bench, heading all the way to the byline, comes back and uses the support of Vieira. Vieira linking up with Hullet. Lucas Moura is there. Hullet just bullies Vieira off and says, no, that is my ball. I want that. And he takes it. That's what Hullet does best. Eto'o has gone. Salah on his weak foot isn't really capable of going for that over-the-top through ball. So Kai just says, no, I'm not going to go for that. A big switch, though. He's been doing this a lot in the 4-3-2-1, using that Cancelo on that big switch to win that knockdown and then try and bank on the loose ball. 8 minutes remaining. Ethan being very calm, composed. He does lose the ball, however, from kicking that one up. Ronaldo not coming on to the end of that. Nearly, he has. Eto'o has just got onto the end of that, but it just doesn't have enough to take it past those two players. Kind of got sandwiched ever so slightly there, but a corner it is. Wolverhampton applying the pressure. The player lock comes in, crosses it into the back stick. Van der Sar. Ethan has done his research. He knows that Kai goes for that frequently, and he cleans that up very, very easily. 4 minutes remaining in this second leg of this tie. As it stands, it will be Crystal Palace securing their spot into the last 8, essentially. And I say that because we have 3 teams currently on 6 points. 9 points, we almost thought it was a guarantee. However, after this game, Leeds have still got to play Wolverhampton. And then Southampton have got to play Man United. If all of those teams, Leeds and Southampton, win along with Crystal Palace, then it will go down to the tiebreaker of goal difference and head-to-head. So goals mean everything. And that right there from Lucas Moura may not mean too much when you have won the game. But should it come down to looking at all of these factors, that could play a big part. Congratulations to Ethan and Nick Snep for Crystal Palace, who do go ahead and pick up that result and win 4-3. Kai FIFA and Joey, on another day maybe they find a way to win that game. I think they played very, very well and gave 2 top quality FIFA players a run for their money, just unfortunately not coming out with a result which they so much needed. So as I said, that will mean that Ethan and Nick Sneb at Crystal Palace will move on to 9 points with all of their games played. And we do also have a very special person back at the desk. How was your dinner?
It was really good. It was actually really good. I loved it. I loved it.
We'll discuss that after. But for now, a recap again. The final result for you, runners, to let you know, Foot was Nick Sneb and Ethan for Crystal Palace did manage to go ahead and win 4-3 over Joey and Kai FIFA for Wolverhampton Wanderers. How does that look then? Well, Crystal Palace have played all the games. And to be told, at 9 points, there might be a possibility that you actually don't qualify. That's crazy, right?
That's actually insane.
Because Leeds have got to play Wolverhampton and Southampton have to play Man United. And if you look at that, that would put all 3 teams on 9 points. However, a big difference. Southampton -4 goal difference right now. And then if we had to go over to head-to-head, we'll discuss that if we get to it. But that is how the group is looking right now. And our next match coming up very soon is Leeds versus Wolverhampton. Ollie Ito playing against Joey in that first leg, and then Mitch Hayward against Kai FIFA. And that will be with you very, very soon. And it will be myself and Brennus. We shall see you shortly. Welcome back to the ePremier League here with myself, Alex, also known as the FIFA Alice. I'm joined with my lovely friend, Conran. How are you, mate? You well?
Yeah, not too bad. Got 2 matches left today. And this, I think Wolves in this game gonna do a little upset.
We were talking about it on our break. Obviously, you know, we've been live since 11 a.m. today. We've seen lots of top quality FIFA. And we feel like Wolves, I don't think it's a true reflection of the group that we can see right there.
Yeah, 3 points is just not reflective of how they've been playing. This game is huge, of course, because you got Leeds sitting currently at 2nd on 6 points. But then Wolves are down 3. Now, if Leeds win this game, at least they're going to be on those 9 points. And then it comes down to the Southampton-Manchester United game. But if they lose, Southampton then can go on to leapfrog them.
Yeah. It is all to play for. We have Oli Ito versus Joey in the first game on Xbox. And then the second leg will be Mitch Hayward versus Kai FIFA. Which, if you're Hayward, you probably back your Oli Ito here to have a very good chance of beating Joey. However, Joey, an experienced player, he knows how good Oli Ito is. Joey on the attack can do dangerous things. But I also think what we might see here is you know what, Oli Ito, I'm just going to ensure you don't beat me comfortably. This is going to be a 0-0 or 1-1 in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be low scoring. It's going to be literally Joey setting this up to give Kai that chance.
Yeah.
Like you said. He's not going to do what, say, you know, other teams have done, maybe even next time, even though obviously he didn't try to do this, but he did give up a 4-1 loss and really made it impossible to come back. However, Joey is not going to let that happen. He could get completely outplayed in this game, and he's still going to keep the scoreline low, in my opinion, and he's just going to use his experience.
That's what I would imagine happens. However, Oli Ito and his team might say, analysts, runners, no, we're here to do business, and we're here to win heavily. I'll make it as easy as I can for Hayward. But we're speaking to Oli Ito, as you know, he's had an early start today. A lot of travelling. He arrived late than a lot of the players, so didn't get as much practice in. And I just hope that doesn't affect him too much in what is his final game.
Yeah, and not only the practice, but obviously the fatigue at the end of the day is really coming to fruition in this game.
Yeah, you know, we've all had long days here. There's been lots of FIFA for everyone to digest, commentate on, the players playing. Everyone is feeling it as the day goes on. But for the players especially, they need to keep that concentration and need to keep things warm. However, Wolverhampton Wanderers, I think, have got better as the tournament has gone on. And I think Kai FIFA last game gave Ethan a really good fixture.
Yeah, no, Kai FIFA's just had a great tournament. He has. And so that's why I'm looking at Joey here to try and keep this close and give Kai that opportunity. He can definitely win against Mitch Hayward, who, of course, is a great player. But I think Kai is just on great form and has that chance.
That I agree with. Salah driving down the wing. Gets to the byline, goes all the way. Little fake shot start, comes back in, lays it off one more. And Rudiger, the AI assistance there. Rudiger stepping in automatically. And then Joey getting that last switch at the last minute just to take it away. Does lose the ball in the middle of the park though to Hullet. Salah dancing around very well. Lays that ball off to St. Maximin. St. Maximin now just getting into towards the edge of the 18. Tries to drive past the Hullet, cutting on the inside. But Hullet is there to say, no, hold the door, you are not going through.
Yeah,
it's not Game of Thrones, don't worry.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good reference, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing, honestly, just Joey maybe on the back foot a little bit here. And even when he has the ball, maybe passing a little side to side, try to get his foot in the game. Because when you play something like Alito, it's so hard to, like, just go toe-to-toe, right? So he's probably going to slow it down, try, play at his own tempo, and maybe that's how he can work his way into an opportunity.
Cancelo. I do keep admiring, I know I keep mentioning it, the difference in seating positions. We're getting a lovely view of Joey's haircut right here.
Yeah, you get the first trim, you got to display it.
Yeah, yeah. That is true. We saw a little chance there for Hullet. The right idea. No one else followed him in, so there wasn't really a knockdown there, unfortunately, for Joey.
Yeah, I just wondered there, could you, maybe take that touch with Hullet? He played it over to him. There was no real defender on him. He had time, but he just kind of muscle memory almost passed it across, assuming there was somebody there.
Yeah, there's that can be a really effective way to get into that goal scoring position. We've seen a lot of play down this bottom side of the screen, the left-hand side, for Joey right now. Cancelo getting involved a lot.
I'd be interested, is that a Cancelo thing, or is that this screen is closer
Camera.
to me?
Yeah.
I prefer the camera being close.
Players can be guilty of that. Salah driving down towards that byline. Getting into this position quite a few times now already for Oli Ito. Reverse Elastico, Ronaldo, and again. And that is... I'll let you talk about that defending. Tell me.
No, it was just not biting. Not biting, expecting the reverse Elastico. That's probably the most popular skill move in that position. So just reads it perfectly, stands his ground, and makes the tackle.
And again, for anyone that's listening at home, how is the reverse Elastico? How does it work? What sort of skill move player do we need for that? How do we do it?
Yeah, so obviously you need a 5-star skiller. Is going to be the #1 thing, of course. And then you do rotate downlock stick.
Ronaldo over the top through ball. Sorry to interrupt you. We get through to Jadon Sancho. On that weak foot, the 5-star weak foot. A very poor effort there. Schmeichel matching it. We do get a byline drive here again. Salah looking to work his way in. Just crowded out very well from Hullet and from the Rashford. And Joey right now just trying to settle back in.
Under a lot of pressure.
Using a second-man press there just for the Kyle Walker to come over while he covered with Rudiger. The numbers are there. Vieira's protecting. Opened up into the middle. Cristiano Ronaldo lays it off to Jadon Sancho. Brilliant feet. Lays that back off. One more. Can he find the shot? And again, Joey right now is what I would class as a Joey defensive masterclass.
It is. The main thing is he's not biting. He's not biting on anything. He's holding his ground. He's reading the skill moves.
A chance again for Oli Ito. Finds the pass into Ronaldo at the near post. And that is the first goal. Oli Ito, you can see the reaction. The touch of the Leeds badge. Over the moon with that. And that all came from Joey losing possession of the ball.
Yeah, it's poor to see, especially from Joey. He's normally really good at, transitioning in those... from winning the ball back into attack, and he doesn't really let the ball slip like that. He's a veteran of the game. He's been here years. He's got a lot of experience. He doesn't normally panic and just give away the ball cheaply, allows the easy counter-attack to come in, and with that running scoop turn once again, Olito manages to find the back of net with Ronaldo.
That he does. How will he respond? 5 minutes left in this half. Will Joey find a more attacking threat against Oli Ito? Because right now, we could argue we've not seen enough in the attack.
No, he's really struggled. I mean, the whole game has been dominated by Olito. Simple as.
But as well, though, if the game plan was to come in and be defensive and try and, get a 0-0, now it changes. Now we have to go forward a little bit more.
Yeah, he's going to try grabbing the equaliser, but at the same time, full-time result, 1-0 Leeds. I think if you offered it to Joey right now, he might accept that.
We see a break, 45th minute. This is going to be the last attack of this half. They have got the crossing opportunity. Ronaldo at the near post. And Schmeichel out very quickly there for Joey to come and claim that. And if you're sat there right now then, talk me through it. If you're on the Leeds side, what are you saying to your player?
If you're on the Leeds side, you're just thinking stick at it. You're dominating the game. You're creating so many chances. More goals are most likely going to come. However, if you're Joey, you're getting outclassed this game. You're kind of under a lot of pressure. It's probably just soak up the defense, soak up the pressure, just solid defense again. Ultimately, he defended all of Olito's attacks. He conceded from that bad pass. He didn't concede just from a normal attack. So if he can cut out those mistakes, it should be okay.
Well, we said about how his defensive masterclass was working very well at the start of the game. That loss of possession in the middle. When you lose the ball as your team's been thinking, we've got the ball, we're going to move forward, we're going to start running, we're going to get into the attacking areas. So your team push up, your midfield push up, and then you lose that ball, it can be danger, which is exactly what we saw for the first goal for Oli Ito. Kante on the ball now. Managing to find it into St. Maximin. St. Maximin trying to squeeze that through to Cristiano Ronaldo. Vieira just gets bullied ever so slightly. St. Maximin on the edge. Lays it off to Hullet. That is Salah on that left foot. Choosing to just move the ball back. Finds the left foot again. Goes to the finesse. And tell me, again, let's say I'm not very good at FIFA. I don't understand the game very well. Why is it that that finesse shot inside the 18-yard box has got less chance of going in compared to one outside? Why is that, Ranners?
It's just how the trajectory of the ball goes, but also
Sancho.
It's often what beats goalkeepers with the finesse is the height, and from a distance it goes over them. It's their positioning as well. But that finesse was on time, and ultimately probably was the reason it didn't go in.
Sancho on the left-hand side. Comes back in onto the inside, goes back down towards the byline, lays that off across, and that... How often do you see a player go byline, drive back in on the inside, and come back to the byline, and then do that driven straight away?
That's so rare. I mean, I was caught off guard just watching it.
Yeah.
I saw him slow down with Sancho, and I was thinking, well, what's he trying to do here? Hits a quick McGeady spin cancel, driven pass instantly inside, and it's a goal before you can react.
It's crazy because, you know, you get there and you think, oh, it's okay, defending all right, and then just literally the switch of it, and he changes it, and he finds that way into the right angle, and a big press there from Kante, winning the ball high up the pitch. The through ball is on to Cristiano Ronaldo. It is found from Kante. Could this be game, set, match? He lays that one off across. And for Ole Ito standard, I think that was just a poor choice.
Yeah, like, the pass wasn't really on. It was very ambitious to hope that would go true. I am surprised, especially with how Alito has played this game in particular. I was expecting better.
Either way, Ole Ito on top in this first leg of Leeds United versus Wolves. Diaz coming over. And thank you, Runners, for answering all these questions about high-level FIFA. My good friend Phil at home has been learning. He's been enjoying it. And I know that when he loads up FIFA, he's already got the knowledge.
He does. He does. He's yet to, you know, play too many games.
Yeah.
But hopefully we've given him some crucial good information here, and it'll help him improve his gameplay.
Yeah. And that's the same for anyone else that may be listening. And I'm sure he's very grateful. Either way, we see some changes coming through for Wolverhampton Wanderers. And again, and I know it's the same narrative, we keep using it. The first leg's so crucial. If you are Joey right now, do you just say, look, if I can get a goal, great, but look, I need to give my teammate a chance in the second leg? Do we just say, go back to that defensive masterclass and just make sure there's nothing else more?
You know what the problem is, though? It's easier said than done. You can't just be like, yeah, I'm not going to concede again this game. That's not how it works.
It's these sort of things that we're talking about.
It is.
Making sure you're doing the basics right. If you do the basics right and Ole Ito scores a goal like he just scored in the second one, clap your hands, right? But the first goal was a mistake. If we give the ball away like we just saw there, and we can see from that, it's a mistake. Just make sure that if Ole Ito is going to score, it comes from something magical. Salah driving the byline again. Hullet just doing enough. That is going to be a corner for Leeds and Ole Ito, who right now is cruising his way to a 2-0 victory. Joey just not doing enough in attack. Not testing the goalkeeper enough.
Yeah. See, I feel like a lot of, you know, his offensive struggles has come from those mistakes in the build-up play, because not only does that leave you vulnerable to the counter-attack, but you've lost possession. So you can't attack from that, and that limits the number of times you even have the ball. So it's been a really poor performance.
Ronaldo with some great left stick dribbling there. Lays that one off. Can he find a shot out? Well, I was going to say a shotting angle, then realised that wasn't English. But the Elastico creates the angle, and Ole Ito, he's in the groove right now. Get him a dance floor. He's ready to dance.
Man, he's having a great time now. He's finally getting the goals going again. He's playing like we saw him in the first game of the day. Whatever he did during that break, he's got it back together.
I'm going to give you my answer. You know what I think's happened?
Do tell.
I think he went for a nap.
Ooh, a little power nap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He does seem more awake for sure.
Yeah, that he does.
I'd argue it might have been caffeine, but either could work.
Joey needs to find a way to just get one goal back and give his teammate Kai FIFA a chance. He goes for that finesse on the edge, and if that's green timed, we may see that net rippling. However, it wasn't even attempted at that timed finish. So Reece James now for Ole Ito. Salah makes an advantage when he manages to get past the Cancelo with ease, just getting the right angle, goes for that cut in on the middle, Hullet one more time, and Rudiger with a crucial interception. Joey FIFA to break.
Yeah, but once again, we're seeing that finesse from outside the box. Okay, it's good angle. We're all good. And it's not green timed. It's so weird to see at this level so few green finesses from outside the box.
Do you not think that, you know, you're Joey right now, you're losing 3-0. If you time the shot and you get it wrong and it's red, you've blown the chance completely. But at least if you don't even attempt it, well, you're just going purely off that. And that is, I was about to say a fantastic save, but Oli Ito turns it up to another level at that near post, smashes that one in. And I was expecting the net to ripple straight away then, but it kind of hit it straight at the Schmeichel, and he just palmed it in.
Yeah, it was just when it was that close, that powerful, it just ended up hitting off Schmeichel and really going in.
I thought Kyle Walker then very nearly giving away a penalty. The referee says, play on, get up. Maybe VAR would need to have a look at that if that was an option for us. But 3 minutes remaining, 4-0. And it's crazy that me and you were sat here before this and saying, I think Wolverhampton and Wanderers have got a chance here. Oli Ito, we saw him a little bit tired. He's had a long day, but he's such a good FIFA player. And he's basically heard me and you and gone, we're going to make you look like idiots.
Oh, yeah, no, he turned up. He said, okay, guys, did you forget who I am? Like, and just really showed his class.
That he did. 1 minute of added time. Can there be a fifth? Tries to force that one into the 18-yard box, but Ruben Diaz just does enough. That, I don't like to say it's game set before even going into the second leg. However, let's talk about Mitch Haywood, and we know he is defensively incredible.
Yeah,
Kai FIFA's not scored 4 goals in one game at all today. And that's not taking away anything from Kai FIFA, but that's showing you how hard the task is that he's got right now.
I mean, I feel like outside of maybe a Texas, I feel like very few people have scored 4 goals or even more than 4 goals today in one leg. That is so difficult to do against other pros. You know, you can maybe pull it off in foot champs, sure. Against other pros, to score that many goals in one leg, one 90-minute game of FIFA, it's just a ridiculous tough task. But not only that, you're going to have to do it against Mitch Haywood. Good luck.
Which is a very difficult task to do at any time, let alone 1 goal. But 4. But saying that, you take a look at Oli Ito and the way he attacked and the things he capitalised on. If you're Phil at home right now and you're watching and you're learning FIFA, that's a perfect example of what you need to do.
Absolutely it is. I mean, it was clinical performance. Sure, Joey made a mistake here and there, but, you know, a lot of those are forced mistakes. He was doing that high kind of press. He was squeezing, which led to the mistakes. So you got to credit the defense on that. And then outside of that, Alito did just create great chances. That just came from build-up, and it wasn't just a counterattack. And yeah, 4-0 was that result. It really was deserved, though.
Yeah, that it was. Well, coming into the game next, we have got Haywood versus Kai FIFA. Kai FIFA has to pull back a 4-goal deficit to even stand a chance of getting a point, or possibly more than that. And we will find out what that result will be very shortly after this break.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Group C, we got leg 2 coming up in Leeds United against Wolves. Myself, Conran or Ranners. Alongside me, I have Alex, aka the FIFA analyst. How are we feeling about this second leg?
Not confident, really. I mean, it's going to be a Haywood masterclass of just saying, hello, Kai FIFA, you need to score 4 goals. Welcome to my defensive line of 4 players in defence and 4 players in midfield. And maybe even a striker to come back and help.
Or is it 5 players at the back and 3 in midfield and 2 strikers to come back?
Well, actually, it could be the first time that we see a 5 at the back from Mitch tonight, or today, because Kai FIFA plays that narrow in the 4-3-2-1 and has that wing back on the overlap, which could actually suit Mitch to say, you're going to do that and you're going to send forward that Cancelo. I'm going to go with a 5 at the back and then put my right wing back on that join the attack. A big counteract.
That's what I would be doing. No, that's actually the play.
Yeah.
Like 5 at the back would actually completely nullify Kai. If you have a 4-goal lead, that would be game, set, match. But we'll see how he plays. Obviously, you got to remember, he did have a 3-goal lead in a previous game earlier, and he actually played normal FIFA. He was quite attacking, so we'll see what happens here.
That we shall. Things kick off, and Kai FIFA needs goals early to stand a chance in this leg. As both teams line up.
We're seeing Mitch, you know, he did go forward there. He driven past it instantly and did lose it. We're going to see this Cancelo a lot this game.
That we are. Kai FIFA already looking to test the defence of Mitch. Coming in with an in-swinging cross, which we don't see too many of them.
We don't really. I mean, they're not terribly effective, but I guess every now and then they can work.
Salah out on that right-hand side. Mitch looking for the through ball in behind. Diaz will just get there ahead of Ronaldo. I'm just kind of taking a look at the defensive lineup, and it seems like the 5 at the back hasn't come out just yet.
Yeah, maybe he didn't do the scouting report. Because look, Cancelo free again. Allows
the
that
over-the-top through
pass.
ball from Cancelo. Gets it in. That is a poor touch from Marcus Rashford. But already the warning signs are there that Cancelo can do danger.
Yeah, I would definitely be calling the pause and switching 5 by now, but I guess Mitch, you know, he's okay with that. I guess he lives with that, and he's still just confident in his setup.
Good drive down here on the left-hand side with Cancelo. Got that pass into Sancho, finds it. Can he get the shot off? He can indeed! And that, I mean, the task was difficult. The finish at the near post is great composure. It's really well worked. The drive forward with Cancelo as well. We spoke about this earlier on, that, you know, the way the pros use their fullbacks is to a next level. They drive forward, they take their team into that attacking third, and something as simple as that, and then just working it back into the middle, it's just got a goal for Mitch.
Yeah, it really does, and it's rare you actually see that many people use fullbacks in attack. Like, just even at a casual level. Obviously, I don't even mean like to this extent, but nearly everybody just has, you know, fullbacks stay back while attacking, just don't want to be countered. And they just don't use them in attack at all, even though they can be so useful. You even see it in actual football.
Yeah.
Attacking fullbacks just can help you out so much.
Well, you think about, you know, some of the best teams in the world right now in the Premier League, with Finesse there on the edge, with Manchester City, with Liverpool, the way they use their fullbacks. You know, João Cancelo having the freedom to go forward, and obviously Trent Alexander-Arnold being one of the best fullbacks, probably the best fullback in the world right now. It can do everything.
Yeah, no, he really can. His passing range is absolutely phenomenal from that right back position.
We saw then earlier on as well, Mitch looking for the player lock, and then his fullback deciding to do a scum move by himself. Wasn't even controlling him. He just laughed it off. Said, you know what? I didn't tell him to do that, but hey, it is what it is. We're all here for fun and games, and Mitch right now is cruising his way. Salah gets in towards that byline, goes for the dink to the back stick, and Mendy has just done enough. An interesting selection there to go for that cross.
Yeah, I do think I guess it was open. It was only the goalkeeper that was there, and goalkeeper obviously did end up catching it, but there was not much else on, I guess. But we are seeing such an attacking display from Mitch. He's going for this. Obviously, it's 5-0 now, and the game's kind of almost sealed the result. But we're still seeing good attacking football. He's not just holding the ball. He really wants to obviously get some results on the board and practicing, I guess, to prove that he's not just getting carried by Alito, but also he can play some good FIFA as well.
That he can, as we get to 30 minutes now in the second leg between Wolves and Leeds. 5-0 to Leeds, with the first leg being 4-0. A big performance from Oli Ito against Joey, and Kai FIFA looking to try and find a way to break this defensive wall. Vieira switching the ball out to Jadon Sancho. Sancho takes on and drives towards the byline. Cuts it back in. Cancelo is there, though, to intercept that pass. And it is Mitch Hayward in possession for Leeds.
Yeah, there was a bright start for Kai. Then, ever since that goal, it's really been, I feel, quite a one-sided affair.
That it has. Through ball now from Hullet, looking to Ronaldo. Just a bad through ball, really. It was a behind the striker. It wasn't ahead. Ronaldo had to come back. The touch was poor. Just not really clicking for Kai FIFA right there.
Yeah, it kind of sums up the game, I feel, for Kai right now. He's just not clicking whatsoever. Kind of unfortunate. Still a lot of time left. All he can kind of hope for is a personal result.
A great over-the-top through ball there to St. Maximin, who gets one-on-one with a goalkeeper. He just found the shot, but the composure from Ronaldo didn't want to hit that first time. St. Maximin, by the way, while you were gone, actually scored a one-on-one. No. Good power across the goal. Found the way. And that's going to be a penalty, surely. Referee says no.
No.
He tells Mitch and Jadon Sancho, hey, look, we don't like that there. That's not going to be a penalty. We need proper contact. But yeah, going back to it, St. Maximin in that one-on-one there. I think he got it under control. He didn't want to sprint because the goalkeeper movement from Kai was good. He kind of came out slightly. And if he sprints, he takes that heavy touch, and then the goalkeeper may claim it. And then next thing you know, Ruben Diaz was back. The pressure was on. The composure from St. Maximin on the actual player item. Obviously, with that someone so close to him, he's always going to struggle to get a pure, powerful shot off into the corner. And obviously, the rebound just not falling the way of Mitch Hayward. Last attack now of this first half. Whips that one in. Ruud Gullit is there. And that is a big, big challenge. That almost felt like it hurt.
That was a headbutt.
Yeah. Cantona now trying to force it into Gullit. Do you talk to me a little bit about Kai FIFA's attack right now? Do you feel like there's a little bit of a forced attempt to try and get these passes in?
No, absolutely. It reminds me of that kind of how Poacher was playing. You know, in those games, they feel like they're so out of it. They feel like they have to score so many goals that instead of just playing their game, they just go forward, 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 lose the ball. Doesn't matter if the pass is open. I'm just going to play this pass anyways. And guess what? If the pass is marked, it gets intercepted, loses the ball, and it's just it's not the same Kai FIFA we saw earlier.
Well, it is not, and it is. Again, we go back to it. It is always difficult in the format that we have with, one player playing the first leg and one player playing the second leg. When you're always a player on that return second leg, it's a hard position to be in. I was speaking to Poacher from Manchester United earlier on, who obviously, bottom of this group, unfortunately. And every game that he had, he had to try and obviously undo the work from HP of, conceding the goals. And it just makes it for a difficult game of FIFA. And 90 minutes chasing a 3-4 goal lead. I mean, it's almost all she wrote, isn't it?
Yeah, it's next to impossible. Like, he did give himself a chance in one of those games when he did get an early goal, and then he proceeded to get a second. Obviously, it didn't end up him making the comeback, but at least he gave himself a chance. But if that's a 0-0 game, he is fine.
Ronaldo just trying to get on the end of that little dink ball over the top, just not breaking past the defender. Rashford now for Kai FIFA. Defensive line's deep, but Gullit is there to intercept, protecting the centre-backs, and the through ball is on over the top, and it is going to be St. Maximin. Is he going to finish it, Ranners?
Here we go.
Hey, he's finished it.
I do not believe it.
Do not believe it.
I don't believe it.
Ranners, do you want me to pinch you? It's not a dream.
Okay, he finally scored. I hope you're happy.
Me, I saw him score. I told you he scored.
That's true.
It's you that's not seen St. Maximin score all day.
No, that's crazy. I didn't know he had that in him.
No.
But fair enough. Finishes the one-on-one. Solid finish. Had power. Had precision. You know what? I'll allow it.
So talk to me, Ranners. If you're Mitch Hayward there in that position, And as soon as you play that over-the-top through ball, what's the kind of go-to things that you're thinking about?
For me, I'm always looking for the ball roll. Like, that finish far post, cool, I'm looking for that if they never bring out their goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But if they bring out their goalkeeper at all, I'm just ball rolling past him, I'm getting the easy finish.
And how are you paying attention to the goalkeeper then for the ball roll? Are you looking at the mini-map? Are you looking at the goalkeeper if your camera allows it? How early are you trying to think about when's the goalkeeper going to be at my feet?
I'm constantly looking at him. See, I'm playing on co-op, so I can see the goalkeeper quite early, as opposed to, say, telebroadcast, who maybe then you have to look at your mini-map. With co-op, you get a big, long look at the screen. You can see the goalkeeper when he's coming out, and I just literally look at him. If he's coming, ball roll, easy.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you think about casual FIFA players and whatnot, that's what separates a lot of people from winning games, is the ability to finish their one-on-ones.
Yeah, there's such a tricky element at the highest level. Although we did see some battles today, truly at the highest level, one-on-ones have a really, really high conversion rate at the pro level, right? But at the casual level, yeah, a lot of people just go through and they just shoot is the problem. They just shoot straight at the goalkeeper. If they rush them, they kind of just shoot, hits the goalkeeper, and they don't score. A lot of people don't chip. A lot of people don't do that ball roll around the goalkeeper, and as a result, don't score many one-on-ones.
And is that down to like using the sprint button too much as well?
It could be, but I think it's really just lack of composure. They kind of get one-on-one. If they have too much time, they maybe overthink it. If they don't have enough time, instead of actually thinking about and doing something smart, they just panic shoot. So there's a few scenarios.
A few scenarios that can play that part as St. Maximin just tries to shift off that Diaz, but Kai FIFA does just enough. And a reminder that this here now, he's going to put Leeds onto 9 points. We have a big deciding game in Southampton v Manchester United after this one. Where Southampton win, they are also on 9 points. So that means 3 of our top teams are all on 9 points, and goal difference could play a big part.
Yeah, so the thing with that is, because it'll be 3 teams instead of 2, and they all beat each other, it can't go off head-to-head.
Yep.
Because of how it panned out. It's really interesting, so it will go off goal difference.
Goal difference, goals scored, goals against. And that's why every chance matters. As we see Ronaldo put that one across goal, and Mendy coming in with a big, big save for Kai. As we've said, 20 minutes to go. Kai just trying to find a way to get a goal or two. Consolation goals, nothing more than that, I'd say now.
Yeah, last game, his last game of the tournament, of course, he's not going through. He will be grouped. So, you want to still, give a bit of a good performance. Try to get a goal. At least go away with something.
And also, a reminder that for Wolverhampton Wanderers right now, they're not going to finish bottom unless Manchester United can get a result in that last game. As we see a St. Maximin going in for a shot, a big, big block there. That seeding does matter. The difference between 5th and 4th is money or no money.
Yeah, exactly, right? If you finish bottom of the group, you're going away with nothing. But if you get 4th or better, you will be getting some prize money. So obviously, people do care about that.
And the prize money, the total pool for the ePREMIER League 2022 is £100,000.
It's nice to see the year-on-year progression that the ePREMIER League is having. Every single year, that prize pool gets bigger, the event gets bigger, and it is really good to see the progression of it all.
Yeah. And everyone wants an opportunity to represent their favourite Premier League club.
No, I mean, even the format of the event is just beautiful, how you do get to try and go for it. It's literally anybody can just sign up and attempt to compete for their club in the ePREMIER League.
And we've had that today with some players that have come here for the first time, qualifying for their club. A very poor shot there from Cantona. Qualifying for their club and having that opportunity to play in front of thousands and thousands of viewers, play for prize money, play against some of the best FIFA players in the world. And there's nothing better than that.
That is true. Ooh.
82nd minute. Time ticking now. For Wolves, it is more so just about consolation for Kai FIFA and for Joey, who, as we've said, I feel like they've played well on occasions. They've looked promising, but Leeds have just had the upper hand on them today.
Yeah, just better overall. Across both legs, I do feel like Kai really underperformed this leg. I know he had a tough task, sure, but even so, it felt like he lost all his composure when he knew he was going into this game 4-0 down. I think mentally he kind of accepted he had lost and he was knocked out. So that kind of is what influenced his poor passing decisions.
Definitely. I'm just trying to recap. Hayward played against Ethan, won 1-0. Hayward conceded in the last game. The game prior to that, how many goals has Hayward conceded?
I'm not sure, but
2? Poacher?
He's conceded 2 against Poacher. Yeah, 2 against Poacher.
And then Southampton, they got the win as well. Southampton beat Leeds.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so it's that as well. I was just trying to think about his defensive masterclass. But either way, that game is going to end with Leeds picking up the vital 3 points. That was a must-win game for Leeds, with the possibility of our 3 top teams all having 9 points. That was crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Southampton now going up against Manchester United. And yes, if Southampton win, they will be up there with Leeds and Crystal Palace on that 9 points.
So congratulations to Leeds. Commiserations again to Wolverhampton Wanderers in Joey and Kai FIFA. However, not the results that we're after, of course. But I think they can hold their heads high. I think they played well. Bar that game, maybe. I think the other games, they definitely, on another day, could have been the winners.
Yeah, I think they surprised a lot of people, even us. They did perform at a good level. Now, obviously, this game, maybe not quite what they were the rest of the day, but I thought it was a good performance all around. To be honest, you got to look at their group as well. Their group was very, very strong. So obviously, it was always an uphill battle. And I was happy with how they played. Joey as well hasn't played, well, in a while, I feel. He missed, I think, a year or 2 at competitive FIFA. So to come back here, kind of his first event in a while, and to put on a good display, coupled with Kai FIFA, who is his first event as well. And they played well. Obviously not quite to the level of these other teams, but close.
Yeah. So just a reminder for you, it is Leeds that pick up the win with a 6-0 aggregate score. Ollie Ito beating Joey 4-0 in the first leg, and Mitch Hayward beating Kai FIFA 2-0 in the second leg, giving them a massive 3 points in the Group C with 1 game remaining, and that is going to be between Manchester United and Wolverhampton Wanderers. But look at how that leaves us.
Yeah, you got Southampton against Manchester United as the last game of the day. Yeah. So, yeah, Southampton, they'll be expected to get all 3 points, right? They're playing bottom of the table. Manchester United have lost to every other team. You would be expecting them to get 9 points, but we'll see what happens.
And so if my maths does correct for me, Southampton here are on a -4 goal difference. I think, if I believe, we saw a 3 or 4 goal difference for, not Leeds, I'll get my words out, for Crystal Palace. So we need to see from Southampton here, for a chance to go through, an absolute whitewash.
Oh, yeah, it's going to have to be a ridiculous amount of goals.
We're talking 7 goals. 7 goals, if my mouse does correct me. We'll find out when we come back after this break very, very soon. As I said, the next game for us to take a look at is going to be Southampton versus Manchester United. And we've got Robbie Wilson versus the real HP, and for Michael Fisher up against Poacher. A reminder that Manchester United are out. They cannot qualify. So they've got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll see them play the best that they have done, because their pressure's on. They're out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Will HP kind of get some form together? He did have an okay last game. Might have a good performance here. And then will Poacher finally get to play a leg where he's not losing 3-0? Who knows?
Who knows? Come back and join us very shortly for our last and final game in Group C. to the ePremier League here with myself, Alex, also known as FIFA Analyst, joined by Conran, which is Ranners. We're in Group C, and we've got the final game.
We do. Southampton against Manchester United. Now, you may be thinking, okay, Southampton just need a win. They'll be on 9 points. And like we said at the start of the show, 9 points should be good to make. It should be top 2, should make it.
It's crazy that it feels like 10 minutes ago that we said that. All right, at the start of the first game, we said 9 points would be good, but it might not be. We have 1 game remaining. Southampton beat bottom of the group Manchester United. Now, the big thing is that there's a lot of goals that are needed for Southampton. Isn't that right?
Yeah, you know, about 10.
Yeah.
With clean sheets. So 10 goal difference. Not 10 goals scored. We need 10 goal difference.
So that is going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult for Southampton. Now, Manchester United are going to know this, but Manchester United are also playing for that 4th spot. If Manchester United win this game, they, with aggregate, obviously, with goal difference, on their side, as you can see, if they win, they're level. If they get 2 goals, they're ahead of Wolverhampton Wanderers, which then means that it will be Manchester United taking home somebody rather than Wolves.
Unfortunately, Al, I think you're wrong.
See, no. We got told that head-to-head was the thing. It's not.
Yeah. Okay. You're right, Al.
Goal difference is first.
Okay, goal difference is first.
And then if it's goal difference, it's then goals scored.
That's
interesting. A little birdie told me anyhow. So, if I'm wrong, then I'll blame the birdie.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, we will find out for you 100%. Because Rana said one thing, I said the other. But going on that, Southampton have still got a massive task here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even so, they need to win by 10 plus goals. And yeah, we'll see, can Manchester United put up a fight more than they did in any other game? Can Poacher finally get to play a game without being 3 goals down? We're going to find out shortly.
And you see, this is where I actually think we're going to see the best Manchester United we've seen all day today. I put it in a way of, when a team's down and out and you can't do anything, you have nothing to lose. Robbie Wilson here knows to even stand a chance of us going through, I have got to put a 5 past my opponent here. 6.
It is true, but when we mentioned it earlier, FIFA, my friend, is a game of passion. And when you need this win, passion levels are at their highest. Meanwhile, the guy HP, dude's vibing, just chilling, you know? So we'll see how that comes into play.
My good friend Cowler believes in passion on FIFA. Whoever wants it more will win.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Maybe the players would say the same. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they disagree. Either way, Robbie Wilson started to come into a bit more of his element as the day has gone on. First FIFA event at a LAN for Robbie and for his teammate Michael. And I think both players have played well as the day's gone on further. Had a bit of a rocky start, but as they got into the tournament, they certainly have done much, much better. As we do go ahead and kick things off. So then, for Manchester United, they're in the traditional home kit, kicking from right to left. And Southampton in the away kit, kicking from left to right. So if on average we need 6 goals, let's say, per leg here, leg 1 and leg 2, that means that we're going to be needing a goal pretty much every 15 to 20 minutes.
It is, which could make for a really, really fun affair.
Even more than that, actually, if my math serves me right. Might be about every 12 minutes.
Yeah, if you want that 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can Robbie start things off well for us as Ronaldo comes to the byline. Diaz just doing enough to intercept that. And a reminder, this is the final game in Group C. Tomorrow, we have the pleasure of witnessing the top 8 players in the knockouts.
Yeah, you got the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and of course, final tomorrow. So Championship Sunday will be tomorrow,
where one of our teams will be crowned the ePremier League champion 2022.
Yeah, for the first year, we're going to have a duo, a little team winning it as opposed to just one player.
Yep, and that will be very, very exciting. And let's see if the real BP had a bit of a disappointing day for his first LAN event. 16 years of age, remember, first time at a FIFA tournament, very new into the scene. Hasn't performed maybe as well as he would have liked, but this is his time now. No pressure to just say, let's show the world what we've got. Saint Maximin. And I mean, that probably isn't what he wants to show the world.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to show. He was like, okay, I'll show you how to dribble out of play. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Hollett trying to force that one through. And the defender just doing enough to intercept. St. Maximin looking to break away. Carl Walker. Ranners, a good friend next to me. Very big fan of Carl Walker. Showing you why.
Best right back in the game. I've been saying this for years. Years. He's just got it.
The double reverse elastico. Jadon Sancho going for that little finesse shot. And time again, we keep saying, if you're going to go for the finesses, what do? You
got to time them, Al. You got to time them. And they're just not getting time.
A big press there from the real St. Maximin up against Varane. He goes for that little ball roll. He's got the man on the edge. He chooses to use the Sancho. Can he take the man on? He goes for that elastico. A predictable thing there. And you know what? Robbie's happy to let him go back.
I think we need to talk about how often Robbie is just passing this ball away, as he does it again. Just losing it instantly in his own half as soon as he wins it back.
Curse of the commentator. And could that be a factor in knowing that Southampton need goals?
You know, you could say that, but also I just think it's poor passing. Do you see that? Like, it's just bad. There's no other word for it. I don't know why Robbie is kind of playing such bad passes. It feels like he's just chucking up the ball. Maybe he's kind of in that kind of zone where a lot of players find themselves, but they just need to throw it forward.
St. Maximin dancing, finds that pass off to Ronaldo. Can he beat his man? He goes for the little reverse Lasco into the fake shot backwards. And again, Robbie, I feel like you're counting how many times he's given the ball away now.
It's genuinely about 6 to 7. In the first 25 minutes, that's just not acceptable.
That is a
in
big
his own half.
tackle from Ruben Diaz, who will, I imagine, receive a yellow card for that. It was a big cruncher. And we see Ronaldo on the edge. Lays that ball in. And Diaz didn't get booked for that.
Interesting. That should have been a booking, in my opinion.
Well, at first, I thought maybe it could have been a red. It was from behind. It was late. It was nearly last man.
Yeah, I feel like there was just enough on the ball to get it.
St. Maximin breaking away on this top side of your screen for Will DP and for Manchester United. He drives towards the byline. We've seen more reverse elasticos in this game than we have done in the real, throughout the whole tournament.
No, as that deflects in 1-0. It's 1-0 HP. What you said, well, there's two things. One, you said he'll be free-flowing because there's no pressure on. And secondly, like we said earlier, the more skill moves somebody's doing, the more relaxed they are and the more confident they are to literally just create chances. That goal, it was a bit lucky. You know, he shot the goal and it had the deflection, sure. But still, to create that chance, honestly, Robbie has just not been in this game that much at all. He's been losing the ball a lot, and HP's really been on that front foot.
That he has. And a reminder that this can still play an impact on the table. Manchester United 1-0 up. And for the first time, the real HP taking a lead in the tournament.
Yeah, nobody saw this one coming. But honestly, Robbie, like I said, he's just not been playing this game. Like the passes have been awful. Not been creating those chances, and he doesn't deserve anything else. Like, HP has been on top.
And as FIFA gives, FIFA takes.
So we got 2 deflection goals, so it bounces out. It's all good. It's 1-1. Like I said, the goal was coming for Southampton, and there it was, you know? Yeah, that is 1-1.
Simple as that. But again, we go back to, don't always try and get the 100% chance. Take a shot, it gets a block, and it fumbles over Mendy. We've got another chance here for Rashford, breaking away. Ronaldo now on the edge, linking up with St. Maximin. He's going to look to find his way into the 18. Finds the Jadon Sancho. Sancho in a golden position here. I mean, I felt like that maybe should have been better to stay with Sancho.
Absolutely.
Shifting it on the right foot rather than the pass off.
Absolutely. Not a fan of that pass. And then if you do make that pass, you can't instantly shoot. You have to create your opportunity. There was no shooting lane. So I'm still expecting better from Robbie.
Plays that off St. Maximin now for Manchester United. Green timed, but it is a block coming in for Southampton. The real DP still putting on the pressure. Doesn't seem like that goal's affected him too much.
Yeah. HP's playing good, but once again, I feel like Robbie's just underperforming. I don't know what it is. I'll go back to it being he knows he needs a lot of goals, And as a result, he's forcing those passes forward. We've seen it from a number of players today. When they know they need to score a lot of goals, they actually stop playing their own game and just rush into this kind of fast build-up mode, and they just lose it. You can't just spam passes forward against pro players. It's not going to work.
And I mean, from the body language there, from Robbie and Michael sat next to him, they don't look like a team that's come out to say, we're going to go and score 10, 11 goals to give us a chance to go through to the knockouts.
Yeah, truly the confidence isn't there. And it's something they had not been lacking all day. But I think they probably went in this game, realized they had to win by 10 goals, essentially. And maybe that instantly deflated them a little bit. Which I think is weird, because you are playing the bottom of the table. You're two good players, really high-ranked players, that are notorious for scoring goals. If anybody can do it, this is definitely one of the teams that can. So I don't know why they're beating themselves up about it so much just off the bat.
Yeah, it is a very, very odd one. But either way, there's still plenty of football to be played. And, you know, to score 10 goals, it is a big ask. However, crazier things have happened in FIFA. So we never say never. We are at half-time in the first leg. Unfortunately, we have a little bit of a delay here, as I believe the players are just sorting a couple things out, and then we will be kicking things off with that second half and getting to witness what should be a very entertaining, because even if Southampton are treating it that way, and Robbie Wilson and Michael say it's very unlikely we're going to score 10 goals past these, especially when you've got someone as experienced as Poacher on your side, maybe we will just get some free-flowing attacking football from both sides, goals either end, and a little bit of fun.
Yeah, I don't see why you shouldn't just be absolutely going for it at this stage, right? Because it's not like Southampton, they're not playing, if we win this game, we finish first. It's, we have to win this by a lot of goals to go through to tomorrow. They have third solidified, so they can't finish outside of third. They can only potentially finish higher, so they have nothing to lose. Like, arguably, you could say, why not play maybe with some sort of press or something to literally just fully go at this game. They have nothing to lose. They know they have to win by 10 goals, but it just feels kind of passive. It feels like they're playing for a draw almost.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought when they were lining up knowing that they have 10, 11 goals to win, but I was expecting to see a 3 at the back straight away and go, 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 go.
Yeah, 3 at the back definitely could have worked. That would have given you so many options as well, for sure. And it's just not played like that at all.
No, not at all. As the players, as I said, just get things set up. We have had to restart the match, unfortunately, but it will come back in from half-time with the current score. Sometimes we have some technical issues, which just means a restart. I mean, if something breaks, what do you do, Banners? You turn it off, you turn it on again. Works.
Well, we call that, in the tech industry, that's called performing a power cycle, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? So you're going to want to go ahead and you want to go and turn it off, and then you're going to want to turn it back on.
Yeah. And
simple as.
That does the job for you 9 times out of 10. Unfortunately enough, it won't be anything more than that for us today, as the players just get everything set back up for us. And Southampton, I mean, as we've said, they have a task on their hands, for sure. Manchester United, just playing, but for the fun now. Enjoy themselves.
Yeah, just going. And I do like what I am seeing from HP. Let's give him some credit, right? I do like how he's playing. He's really, you know, free-flowing now. You see how many reverse elasticos, you brought it up, that he's doing. We did not see this earlier. We saw maybe 1 or 2 elastico kind of here and there, right? But that was it. Now we're seeing him flow. We're seeing nice, good passes, true balls, reverse elasticos, etc. And he's finally getting into rhythm.
Talk to me and tell me. Top 3 skill moves on FIFA 22 right now.
Oh, okay. Are we counting the shot cancel as a skill move?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the yacht shot cancel is the king, in my opinion. I do think it is the king. Next up, you got reverse elastico for me. And last but not least, you got the running scoop down. Oh, just scoop down, I guess. What about you, Al? Tell me.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree really with them. I think the ball well scoop turn combined in, as we see Ronaldo go for a finesse, Mendy equal to that. The ball well scoop turn being a very effective skill move as well.
Of course.
But you know what I love?
Tell
it
me.
gets me goals all the time.
Roulette.
No, not the roulette. The roulette nowadays doesn't do it for me. Get tackled and the referee doesn't give away a foul. So stop using that.
Okay.
What gets me goals a lot of the times, when you get to the byline, walk really close to the goalkeeper, a little left stick turn away, and the goalkeeper hits the ground, and then you walk in.
Yeah, no, I saw those tweets.
Oh.
I saw, you did a little compilation, I believe. And yeah, I was just laughing at that. I was like, oh.
I've only ever seen one other player do it, but on the competitive stage. And that's Tex. I've seen Tex walk to the byline, walk up to the goalkeeper like he was going for an afternoon stroll, and then just walk past him.
Simple as.
Simple as. And that's why he's one of the best players in the world. But for now, we're watching Robbie Wilson against the real HP. Ooh. Ronaldo nearly grabbing a goal there for Robbie on the volley. 1-1. A reminder, this game for Manchester United, if they can get a win, possibly gives them the chance to secure a 4th spot, which gets them some prize money. For Southampton, they need to win by at least a 10-goal deficit to even consider going through to the knockouts. Cancelo out on the left-hand side. Manages to beat his man. He goes to that cross in. Optimistic cross.
Yeah. The problem here is Southampton need goals, and they actually just don't look like scoring. Okay, maybe they'll get like 1 or 2, but they don't look like they're going to get 5. There's just no way.
Oh. Man United giving away the ball. Varane makes a very aggressive step. Sancho is in on goal. Can he get the shot off? He does. And that has just landed in someone's back garden.
You got to green time your shots. No. That is unfortunate. That goal really could have set up some momentum. Would have made it 2-1 with 30 minutes remaining. Would have been plenty of time for a few more goals. Now, you got to wonder where those goals are going to come from. Because let's be honest, on paper, this was the leg where you were kind of expecting more goals. Michael Fisher up against Poacher, you're not getting 6, 7, 8 goals.
Yes! Kante, of all people, has absolutely pulled out a worldie of a green time finesse. And, I mean, we saw a finesse earlier on from the Real with range and finding his first goal in the tournament from that. As Robbie does manage to work it back into the 18, a big block there from Ruben Diaz. And just keep going back to it. If you take a shot from range, green time, the finesse, you have a chance every time.
It's almost like we keep saying this, and then people do it, and it becomes goals.
I mean, it is, and then I sit there and wonder, maybe if me and you played, we'd be banging him in left, right, and centre, but yeah, I mean,
there's got to be more to it, right? Now, see, like, I'm convinced it's just people want those 100% chances. I'm convinced it, and they think in their head, green time finesse is not that likely. You know what it is? They probably overrate their opponent's goalkeeper movement. They probably think, oh, they're just going to move the goalkeeper. They're going to save the finesse. I'm not going to score. No, people are so focused. Oof. People are so focused on having to defend you that a lot of times people just forget to move their goalkeeper.
A big head out there from Ronaldo, just going wide of the post. Mendy will be glad to see that one heading out for a goal kick. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes that perfect chance can be emphasised too much by the FIFA players, but then also, when they do work the perfect chance, we sit here and we credit them and go, that was great. They worked the perfect chance. So they can't win. They can't win.
It's true.
Hullet plays out to Cancelo. Cancelo with the first time pass into CR7. The one extra pass off across. And it is Varane doing what Varane does best. You all stood there watching and thinking, I'm used to seeing Varane getting a block in for Rugby Weekend League rivals. You know, Varane is one of the best AI blocks in the game. Does so well. And that's why you put him in your team.
Absolutely.
Real losing the ball there, but just managing to win it back straight away. It is going to be a throw-in for Southampton on the right-hand side of the pitch. Sancho looking to drive and take on that Cancelo. Lays the ball back to Kante. We've seen Kante hit it from range already in this game, but probably not going to look for it on the left foot. Forces that pass into the 18-yard box. Ronaldo drives to the byline. He's in the 6-yard. He lays it off across. And Ruben Diaz, calm as you like, just about works that one out, and we're going to see Manchester United break away.
Yeah, it's it's crazy. It's actually 2-1 Manchester United, and there's only 10 minutes remaining.
And if you're Wolverhampton Wanderers right now and you're thinking, we were good, we're in the money, Manchester United said, you know what, we're going to give you a run for that money.
Yeah, I do not think Wolves would have expected Southampton to be losing.
A big green time, the rebound is there, and Cristiano Ronaldo does grab a goal back. A very good header and the green time, and that's why you do them. The Mendy just about, it's a powerful header. He couldn't do enough to get it behind and out for a corner. He puts it onto the woodwork, and Cristiano Ronaldo, same as in real life, he knows where to be at the right time.
Positioning unmatched. Some say the tap-in merchant, I say high IQ positioning.
I heard it here first. High IQ positioning from the main man, Cristiano Ronaldo himself. St. Maximin now for Manchester United.
But, so one of the changes they made recently, and it goes back to the corners, I think it was last year, they did it. Headers are manual, right? So you have to be perfectly precise in aiming them.
Reverse Velasco, St. Maximin, Diaz just equal to that. And yeah, you are absolutely right. The change came in last year. A lot of people at home listening will understand that headers are really difficult. I give a generic advice of aim for the centre of the goal and you'll naturally have a slide either way. People try to put it in the corner and it goes wide every time.
Yeah, it's similar to what I believe I was taught, at actual football, right? It's to shoot at the goalkeeper, at under 10s or whatever, right? Just shoot at the goalkeeper and you're not going to get it straight at the goalkeeper. It'll just go either side of them. At least it'll be a shot on target and you force a save.
As Ronaldo comes through, a lovely through ball. And that is an absolute worldie of a tackle, which that is the first time that the real HP has not conceded a goal in the 90th minute.
I'm so proud.
And do you know what the difference is now?
Tell me.
He's passing it over to Poacher with...
Tell me.
No goals to game back.
Oh my God. So Poacher gets to actually play a game of FIFA?
He must be so excited right
He is good to go. He's gassed. I'm gassed. I'm excited for this second leg.
It will be a very entertaining one. And for Robbie and for Michael, I think the realism's kicking in right now. They look very deflated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not looking good. If I was a betting man, I would not bet on them to go true. I can't see them winning by 10 or more goals. But what I can tell you is Poacher's going to come out in this game, and I think he's really going to go for it. I think he wants to show that he's a good player. He's finally getting this opportunity of it being a game where if he wins, he actually gets some prize money because he will leapfrog Wolves, according to you, if it is goal difference. And then, he'll actually have got something. So it's on the line. Robbie is, going to be disappointed that he drew that first leg. And then Michael Fisher now playing against Poacher may just not be that up for the game. And Poacher is, going to be really up for it. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, all due respect, but we're not going to see Michael Fisher come out here and beat Poacher 10-11-0. So that really does mean that there's nothing to play for them. And Manchester United have everything to play for when it comes to the money side of things.
Yeah, in theory, you're just going to see Poacher play his A game. But you're going to be stuck here with Michael Fisher. He's just rocking up there. He's just going to play the game to play it out. A win means nothing, really. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, they've secured that third spot. So for Southampton, it means nothing. They can't qualify for the last 8, which is disappointing because I think we knew, one of those 3 teams. It's no surprise that the first, second, and third is where they are. We said that it was going to be between those 3 for those 2 spots. And we knew that one team was going to miss out. And it looks like it will be Southampton. So, just a reminder, that first leg did finish 2-2. We have the second leg between Michael Fisher and Poacher coming up. We have got Southampton v Manchester United second leg very shortly for you soon.
Welcome back to the Premier League. Last game of the day, Southampton against Manchester United. We got the second leg here on PlayStation. We got Poacher from Manchester United up against Southampton's Michael Fisher. First leg was a 2-2, so we're going to see an even game going into this second leg.
That we will. And as we said, for Southampton, doesn't really mean too much. They've secured that third spot for the prize money. However, they are not going to be advancing through to the knockouts unless Michael Fisher can do something that's probably never been done in FIFA history before.
If he somehow pulls out winning this game by 10 plus goals, I say we just give him the trophy. I think that's deserved. It is so unlikely to do it, but this match class is doable, and Michael Fisher can score goals when he's on it. So there's still that 1% chance.
But for Manchester United, a win here would secure them that fourth spot. Again, goal difference, all dependent. And that would mean prize money for Manchester United, which if you are Manchester United and you're thinking that right now, given the position that they were in, 2 hours ago, you take that.
You would absolutely. We still got that unorthodox.
Firmino lays that one off, and that is Poacher with intent to start this game off as he means to go on and go and claim some prize money.
Yeah. No, I was about to mention his unorthodox lineup, but yeah, he just sourced Michael Fisher, and it's 1-0.
And it's just going to be very interesting here to see how Michael Fisher bounces back to this. Is he concerned? Is his head in there? Does he want to win this match? Or is he just assessing the situation and knowing, you know what, we played well today and we're not making it through to the knockouts? It's a bitter pill to swallow.
It is indeed. And yeah, I think it'll still just play. It's still a competitive game of FIFA. It's still on broadcast, still live. You do want to win that game, but he's not going to be too worried if he doesn't.
Saint Maximin on the edge. Just offside, unfortunately. Looking for that fake shot on the inside there, possibly opening up that line. But Poacher's defensive line holding very well. And you are right, yeah, of course, he'll want to win. But subconsciously, you won't do it intentionally. Your head may not be all there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we go back to saying the passion levels, right? The passion is just not going to be there.
The pass off across. The lovely little going on the inside. And Foden switching that onto the left foot. Van der Sar equal to it. A lovely little turn there with that left stick. Ronaldo's looking for it at the near post. He's going to knock that back off across. He does. He lays it off to Sterling. Poacher's telling me that Sterling does the bits for him. Woo! In rivals, but that one just goes over.
Yeah, not a bad shot at all from that Sterling foot item, but stays 1-0.
3-2 to Manchester United. Ronaldo on the ball now for Southampton. Looking for some support. Didn't have anyone out there on the left-hand side or kind of directly behind. Obviously, the narrow that Michael Fisher is playing, just not working there with the lack of width. Couldn't find his way back into the middle, but Hullet pressing. And again, Michael Fisher giving away the ball now. That's 2 or 3 times. There must be something in the water in the Southampton camp for Michael and Robbie, because they have been very guilty of doing that.
Yeah, this tie in particular, they've been losing the ball way too easily. I guess it really was just mentally. I think they're not as focused as they previously were.
A good through-ball opportunity here. Ronaldo, I think he's just onside. Kante doing enough to get back. Marshalling that out of play for a corner. A brilliant through ball. A brilliant opportunity there, but Ronaldo just not doing enough.
Ronaldo does, once again, green time that header, but gets beaten to it. Might see a counter-attack here as he sells the defender with the spin cancel.
Sancho breaking away on the left-hand side. He comes back into the middle. Clamped a little bit. He had no options there. Kante managing to pick up the ball, though. And carrying on the attack for Michael and for Southampton. The double tap pass into Saint Maximin. Sancho now 20 yards out. Lays the ball into the 18-yard box, trying to find a way into the penalty spot area. He manages to just get that pass through, but Rudiger is there to intercept. And now a break for Manchester United. Ronaldo making that advancing run through the middle. Some quick tempo from Poacher. Poacher really starting to come into that element in attack. You've been asking for it all day, Ranners. You want to see Poacher at a 0-0 score. He's got into this game at 2-2, and he's already got the 1-0 lead.
He's looking good, though. He's dominating this game, in my opinion. Looking really comfortable. And, yeah, this is the Poacher I was hoping to see all day.
Firmino driving towards that byline. Just happy to take the Diaz on. Trying to dance with him. Sends that man forward. Kante just there to break that attack up. Through ball opportunity over the top. He does go for it, but Rudiger. I'm happy seeing that Rudiger though.
I am too. Rudiger is my guy. Really, really solid. I just feel like Varane sometimes can be like a little clumsy. I do still think that balance plays some sort of effect somewhere in his game. So I do like Rudiger. He's just defensively just a bit more solid. Obviously, he has 3 less pace, but I prefer him over flashback Varane.
Hullet intercepting. Southampton looking to break. Hullet makes that charging run through the middle. Hullet is charging through, and he is in goal. Diaz has that opportunity, finds the back of the net. The composure to go for the green time power shot at the near post, giving the goalkeeper absolutely no chance. And Michael Fisher brings Southampton back level.
Yeah, at that kind of angle, you know, the reason you go for that near post shot is because near post, if you can green it, you're going to score anyways. And the other option is the goalkeeper moves, and if he moves, you're definitely scoring it. So you don't want to really risk that shot across goal too often against other pros. So it is better to opt for that near post if you can green it.
100%. 38 minutes on the clock now. Closing in at half-time in the second leg between Manchester United and Southampton as Roberto Firmino gets into that area again. The byline pass off across. Just manages to find the Foden, who tried to squeeze it in to Raheem Sterling. But defender is there again. We have seen Roberto Firmino drive that byline how many times?
At least twice. If not, 3 times. But yeah, no, he does like doing that a lot. That pass was really important because with Foden there, he did have that chance as he gives away possession. But gets it right back.
44th minute. One last attack possibly in this half for Manchester United for Poacher. The real HP has done what he can. He's sitting back now and hopefully relying on Poacher to bring home that 4th spot.
No. They just kick it out of play. Just gonna go to halftime. At 1-1 this leg, 3-all on the tie. All playful going into that second half of the second leg.
Well, you asked for Poacher to be going into his first game with a 0-0, and you got that. And now you got it at half-time again.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, though, because it was just kind of that one true ball to Hullet. I would like to see how exactly that kind of opened up, as there was just no defense. He just played a true ball. There was nobody there.
Manages to find that pass through to Ronaldo. He is onside. He is not onside.
Why are you lying? That was close. That was so close. Could have been another sucker punch true ball for Fisher to score against Poacher, but he gets away with it.
Cancelo on this left-hand side. Poacher looking to find his way into the final third. Works a very good opportunity, finding Roberto Firmino, who must have something attracted to this area of the pitch because he loves getting in. He's dancing. He's dancing. He what?
Oh, where's the little step out? Where's your signature step past the goalkeeper?
I thought he heard me or something. You know, you've never seen him do that before, and he tried to do it.
He got it wrong though.
He got it wrong. He got it wrong.
You need to watch more videos.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Either way, 3-3 on aggregate. 54th minute. Now, Southampton on the attack with St. Maximin on that left-hand side. Linking up to Hullet and Kante, letting the ball run through his legs. I'm sure that wasn't intentional. We have got an over-the-top through ball if they wanted to look for it, but instead Firmino tries to drive and gets intercepted by Reece James. Kante looking to take this attack into a dangerous position for Southampton and Michael Fisher.
Yeah, just kind of holding it a little bit here.
St. Maximin on the edge of the 18, dances into the middle. A good little roulette, and De Bruyne will snatch that away. Roberto Firmino. Everything's coming down this left-hand side. Poacher says about how much he loves Sterling. I don't feel like we see him, really.
No. He shot out one shot when it bounced. Oh, he kind of knocked it down from the corner. But other than that, I don't know if Sterling even done anything.
Hullet. Good press there from Foden. You can see that second man press icon, the green icon. Players using that to their advantage. Calling that second man over and saying, look, I need some support. Come and help me press that ball holder. Michael Fisher getting into the 18-yard box, but being forced to go back from Poacher. Laying it out wide to Sterling. We speak of the man, and here he is. He's got an opportunity for a through ball, which he finds, and a green time. Poacher.
Oh, little smile, little grin. Oh, yeah, I see you, Poacher. I see you. Nice. That is a finish. I'm telling you, Poacher, give him a draw. Guess what? He's winning. I'm telling you.
I'm going to say, we've seen so many good goals today with, you know, working the ball, dancing in the middle, laying the ball off across. You know, your typical FIFA goals. I'm putting that there as goal of the day.
Oh, that is goal of the day. It's hands down. That is what I love to see. Oh, it was just so clean.
Diaz is not the man that you want receiving that ball there on the turn. Ronaldo now has a chance to break, but Ren comes in with a big slide tackle just ahead of the halfway line. Sanchez to drive on that right-hand side. Can Michael Fisher... I mean, we've established now that the Michael Fisher, Robbie and Southampton, unfortunately, will not be advancing, and it will be Leeds and Crystal Palace, because we knew it was a mammoth task, but 10 goals in 20 minutes, I mean, I don't actually think that's even possible.
Nah, probably not. I think if Poacher put down the controller, I still don't know. Would you be able to score that many goals in that little bit of time?
A little rainbow flick attempt. Hello.
Yeah, that's FIFA 17 Poacher right there. Got all the skills going.
And Poacher is a very skillful player, actually. He does love to use skills when they are available. As there was a cross to the back stick, Tanganga just completely leaves that. He lays that one off across. And we spoke about Tanganga and saying we don't see him all too often. 5'10", 5'11". Needed to be a few inches taller.
Yeah, I didn't. You know what I didn't see? I didn't see him defend there. You know, so that's unfortunate. Now the problem is, Poacher. You're talking about, yeah, sure, Southampton don't really care. Poacher does. He needs to win this game. He needs to wake up right now and get another goal. There's a lot on the line. You got to try to finish fourth.
That they have. I think for both players, it would be £1,000 each. It's on the line right now.
It's a pretty penny.
So with 10 minutes remaining, the difference between going home with £0 or £1,000 is massive.
That's a big difference. Wait.
Do you want to know what the difference is?
No, I'm done.
Do you want to know what the difference is?
You just see what happened.
Do you want to know what the difference is?
No. No. I've been told by production we don't. So anyway. Did you just see what sub was made?
I did just see that, and I'm going to ignore it because I don't feel like Poacher realises that there's £1,000 on the line.
I don't think he understands.
Because I've just seen Jesse Lingard and Phil Jones. Come on. Phil Jones already getting involved.
Oh my God. I rate it if there wasn't a one goal for £1,000 here up for grabs.
Is there any way we can get into conversation with him and let him know?
That must be down to the impression that it is head-to-head. Is my assumption.
But I don't think it is. I think it's goal difference. Either way, it is 2-2. It is 4-4 on aggregate. We've had a jam-packed game here for our final game in Group C.
You see, if it is goal difference, like you said, and believe it is, I don't think I have the heart to tell him after this. Because that is unfortunate, if so.
Yeah.
Just going to see kind of the clock run out here. I don't think going to be too much. I guess Southampton will go and try and score. However, it's intercepted. We do have Manchester United. Going to probably go for the last attack here.
89th minute for one last chance for Manchester United, who have not picked up a single point. Phil Jones is on the run. Phil Jones at the back stick. He gets whipped in. Phil Jones. Oh, he didn't have the heart. He did not have the heart.
Passion.
No passion. And passion is what you need in this game. So that means that fourth place is definitely secured by Wolverhampton Wanderers. I mean, that was a unique game, given that Southampton obviously you know, it didn't really mean anything for them. However, I'm still just not sure if Poacher realised what was on the line.
Yeah, I don't think he did. That is very unfortunate.
I'm sure we'll get a clarification for the broadcast tomorrow, and we'll know what the split is across the board with regards to the goal difference, head to head. Either way, congratulations to obviously our Group C winners, which we will go through very shortly. The final result between Southampton and Manchester United, 4-4.
Yeah, easy game, little draw, solid.
Well, we've not had a draw all day today.
Yeah, that actually is the first draw. Not that it really mattered, but
a draw is a draw.
A draw is a draw.
As you would say, a draw is better than a loss.
True.
We'll go ahead.
You are factually correct.
We'll go ahead and take a look at our Group C standings. Ollie Ito and Mitch Haywood for Leeds are our Group C winners, which obviously plays a part in the bracket. They have 3 wins, 1 loss, and a 13 goal difference. Crystal Palace.
Actually, sorry, just to interrupt you. If they had won that game by 1 goal, they would have had the same goal difference. So then it would have gone head-to-head, I believe. Would it? And then it would have been Wolves would have won anyways? But who knows? I don't know.
Crystal Palace, either way, coming in second, who are our top 2 teams, Leeds and Crystal Palace, who advance through to tomorrow's big knockouts. 8 teams will be there, and I'm looking forward very much to that. How does that line up, though? Well, Brentford playing against Aston Villa. Brentford, bit of a surprising one over in Group A. Group A, I believe. Can't remember. Either way, going through and playing against Aston Villa. Liverpool, which is Tex, Diogo versus Ethan and Nick Snebb.
That is a brutal quarterfinal. That is going to be an insane matchup.
Definitely. And Leeds United versus Everton, as we saw Leeds today and the display that they put on. They very well could be going through. And then Norwich City versus Chelsea. There's some very, very interesting games coming up for us tomorrow in our quarterfinals for the ePREMIER League. Ranus, how have you enjoyed today?
I've had a lot of fun. There was a lot of big games, I feel, in our group. It was really cool to commentate over them. Obviously, commentating with you for the first time, pretty fun as well. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. I had a great time.
Yeah, really enjoyed it, and we hope you did at home as well. With regards to the broadcast tomorrow, we will be looking at all of the games, obviously, for you to dissect and enjoy from the comfort of your own home. So make sure you tune in on whatever platform you have been watching on to take part in what is going to be a massive, massive day.
Yeah, no, even just looking at those matchups, the quarterfinals onwards is going to be so, so good. The level of talent is ridiculously high. Every game's going to be really intense, and I'm looking forward to it.
It will be an absolutely fantastic day. Obviously, for myself, Alex, also known as FIFA Analyst, and Conrad with Ranners, we have really enjoyed bringing you all of the Group C action, and we hope to see you back tomorrow for the remainder of the knockout games, where we will be crowning our ePremier League champion 2022. From us here at the studio this evening, it will be a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.